calling out, but ain't nobody really hearing me. Sometimes I think it's all just a conspiracy, but I'm still living fearlessly. Even in this age of tyranny, I spit another stanza in the face of propaganda, with my face up in the camera, full picture panorama. These days, things are not what they appear to be. Post another selfie on the gram, acting cheerfully. Behind closed doors, you on all fours, washed up like all shores, distracted by the warlords, infiltrating every corner of your mind, taking up your energy and all your precious time, selling all your data like Cambridge Analytica. If you speaking out, then be sure they're gonna finish you, tarnish your whole image and diminish you. If you an evil person, then it means you never been in love. Well, what about me? It's all about you. Well, what about me? You just a profiteer, a narcissist, telling everyone you're marvelous, but the opposite is obvious. The reason that you're prominent, cause ignorance is dominant. Just cause I do not agree does not mean I'm a communist. Building up a movement like Yugoslavian partisans, topple your whole conglomerate. I'm not moderate, think it's all about you, that's why we're going extinct without a moment to blink. This is all gonna sink, I only got a couple minutes to get it in. And yeah, you really led the people like Flint, Michigan. That's the reality we're living in. We're getting tired like Michelin. Soon it's the streets that we're fishing in. You're busy giving gifts to your constituents and still holding ties to all your businesses and separating families from their kids. And now the whole world wonders what America is. It's all about you. Well, what about me? It's all about you. Well, what about me?
Fame, like a gun. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. I ain't broke, bitch. I ain't broke, bitch. Nowadays, I just lay and watch me mob. Fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Like a god. Fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god.
As the challengers prepare to take on the pros, we are prepared to witness some David versus Goliath action. Ladies and gentlemen, it is round 4 of iQOO BMOC Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge. My name is Salty. With me is Arka, whom we have finally been able to dress in some casual attire. You look really good on that hoodie. Trust me, man.
I don't know, somewhere, you guys had to push me so far.
Yes.
Coming out from
He
being
quit
that
his
gentle.
job and he got himself some casual attire.
Oh, come on. I'm done with this job thing. How many times to tell you? I own companies. I don't work under anybody.
Okay.
Yeah, but still, coming back. So you guys had to push me. Probably I had to come out of my small cocoon and try some casuals. I just hope that you guys are liking it as well. And Salty, yes, coming back to the day.
Coming back to the day, of course.
Yeah, there has been this group which has formed up today, right? It looks like, today is going to be a day of bombardment. There's just going to be molecules inside one lobby who's going to be making sure they tag off one another and not being stable at all.
It certainly will be. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, you have to talk about our friends who have kind of made this whole event possible. It is none other than iQOO. Of course, this time, it's not going to be the Z6 Pro. This time, we're going to have the Neo 6, which is another one of their very, very premium flagship devices. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the specs of this beautiful device, which kind of has something greater than the previous device, right? It is Snapdragon 870 5G. There's 80 watt flash charge. 80 watt flash charge. I mean, what would you do with that?
I mean, that's what it is, right? So it's so beautifully designed that if you want to charge for 50%, it only takes 12 minutes. And if you want to charge 100%, it takes just 32 minutes. You can tell your friends, buy a game, kill na. We'll finish and I'll come back. And you can charge 100%. But at the same time, guys, you can win up to 2 lakh rupees. All you have to do is search on Amazon. iQOO Neo 6. It's going to be on your screen. Search specifically that. Probably you'll be getting some games.
Yeah.
Or there, play those games, and ultimately you'll be gifted with a total of 2 lakh rupees, and that's not a small price for sure.
Exactly, right. 2 lakh rupees. Of course, those are gift vouchers and different ways of compensation. But coming back to the day again, Arka, you have to talk about round 4, right? This is the big deal. This is where the pros are coming back in action. We have a lot of invited teams that we've got to talk about today. Of course, you are ready with your papers because I'm telling you guys, the casters went nuts with their analysis. And there's so much to talk about. We have got, of course, you've got Orangutan coming in. You've got Global Esports coming in. Kemin Esports, Revenge Esports, Hydra Official as well. So all of these big names, but of course you have to talk about the underdogs, man. The underdogs are the reason why iQOO BMOC has been a success so far. And I'm still waiting for that underdog story to proceed forward. I don't want their journey to end, but of course you have to keep in mind that only top 6 today are going to qualify for the big league. That is the BMPS, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when you speak about underdogs, we can't forget about one team which is making a huge ruckus when it comes to the lobbies with more than 100 points. The only team to secure 100 points in the previous round is the Unstoppables. They got a total of 46 finishes and a 56 placement points, which is the highest by any team, and they're playing today.
Yeah,
and that's the most important thing to watch out for, because all these invited teams, they can't take these teams lightly. And let's not forget GOG coming in. They're so good in pinpoint precision, exactly where the zone is going to fall, and eventually go there and get those placement points as quickly as possible. So I feel that there are many underdog teams who's going to be challenging the invited teams.
It certainly is, right? And the hype is real. I'm going to tell you honestly, every time you have a look at these teams, every time you look at the groups, right, you realize that this group, there's going to be explosion all around. And I'm pretty sure the ceiling of game that we got to see in round 1, 2, and 3, it's going to exponentially increase, because there's no way you can play with the pros with that level. You always have to keep on grinding and keep on improving. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the format right now, because this is where we can understand how the journey has been before, right? 512 teams is what we started off with, and now we've only got ourselves 64 invited teams. We've always talked about round 4, ladies and gentlemen, and it is here. It is happening right now. Arka, round 1.
I mean, round 1 to 3, right? 512 to 256 to 64. I just can't believe we are past 3 weeks so far.
Oh, damn, man.
Yeah, BMOC, and this is going to be the final week. Just like the guy is pointing at you, this is your last chance to make it into the next round.
Yes,
And
for
invited teams are also coming in. Just watch out for all these things.
You better perform.
Yeah, exactly. So 64 teams fighting it out, ladies and gentlemen, and all of these 64 teams will be fighting it for a minute number into the next round of BMPS, which is going to be coming on our screens anytime soon. But let me remind you guys, from 512 to 256 was a huge cutoff, and then ultimately the bigger number, 24 teams from BMOC, just 24. Can you believe that?
Exactly.
From 64, you're just jumping down to 24, who later grind down for 3 weeks and make sure there's just 16 teams in the grand finale. And this is going to be a fight to the finish.
Yeah, exactly right. There's no space for lack of any sort of skills, right? All of these teams, just the cream layer, the upper echelon, move towards the grand finals of BMPs. Of course, it's going to be a grand phenomenon. But again, talking about what we have in store right now, you've always got to talk about the points distribution, which is extremely important. The cutoff, again, if we talk about statistics that we have in store for ourselves, we saw that it was around 48, 47 for the top 8 teams, right? It was also around 40 for certain groups. But top 6 teams qualify, and that basically means that you need a minimum of 55 to 60 points. For that, of course, you need that one big chicken with a lot of finishes in your arsenal.
Absolutely. So placement points goes like this. The first place is going to get 15 points. That's the team with winner chicken dinner. The second one gets 12. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are going to get 10, 8, 6, 4 and 2 respectively. But let's not forget, 1 point is going to be rewarded for the finish again. And that's the most crucial thing. You have 5 finishes in your name. You're going to be equal to the 5th position.
Yeah, certainly is. But ladies and gentlemen, the schedule, of course, the basic route of our day so far. We start off with Erangel, we move towards Miramar. You've got that little tinge of Sanhok in between, but of course, then comes the layer of Erangel, Miramar, and then Erangel once again. It seems like a burger which is pretty heavy in terms of bread. You've got 3 layers of bread, you've got 2 layers of mayo over there, and 1 little fat piece of meat right stuck in between. The perfect recipe of a burger. I'm not really a chef. I'm kind of not into one of those things, but I kind of like enjoying having myself one nice burger. But again, coming back into the day itself, I want to know from you, Arka, like, what are your expectations? Because we talked about cutoff points, right? We talked about how the underdog teams might just be able to challenge them. But you're the one with all the stats. You're the one with all the research. So which specific teams are you looking forward to?
See, more than going at the specific team, I would like to say that the underdog teams are here to make a statement.
Yeah.
So they're going to cut off all the invited teams. They're going to make sure that they give them a tough time from the get-go itself, so that it's going to be easier for them. So let's look at the teams who have come in over here, and we'll try to understand which are those underdog teams who have a chance. On the top, you have Unstoppables, Team P6, GOG, Bole Botke, Initiative Academy, Faith, Elite Squad, and One Knock Punch. These are the teams who have fought their way so far. But the invited teams?
They certainly are, right? You've got Orangutan, you've got Global Esports, you've got Big Brother Esports, you've got Kemin Esports, Team Mayhem, Team INS, as well as Revenge Esports, and finally, last but not the least, Hydra Official. A lot of teams, a lot of fans, they have their specific teams to actually look out for. They have their fan favorites, but I'm pretty sure that some of these teams, they're certainly ahead of the rest. Again, we were talking with a lot of players initially, right? Before the stream started, we were talking to them, having a conversation, how they're feeling. And I'm pretty sure most of these underdogs, they feel chill. They're like, who are these invited teams? I don't really care. We're just going to get inside the lobby and finish them all.
Because ultimately they've grinded, right? 512 teams, and from there reaching out to the top 32 is not an easy job. So they have got that experience in the recent days. They know the level of the tournament right now. So invited teams, they might feel it's just another team, but they just can't take them lightly, because they come with a larger experience. They come with a larger fan base. So they have to keep up to few expectations as well. But now we're going to be looking at the promo of iQOO, which is more important for us to have a view at.
Wow, that was some nice Pac-Man action that we got to see. But again, coming back to the day once again, right?
Yeah.
Great kudos to iQOO, of course, for them actually making this big event happen. But the teams that are right now, they are the stage. That is what the stage is made for them, right? The underdog teams coming in, the invited teams coming in as well. You guys who are waiting in the chat as well, you can participate. The stages for all yours as well, because you guys can actually search iQOO Neo 6 in your Amazon, play some small games like, spin the wheel and all of that stuff, and you can win goodies of up to 2 lakh rupees. That's a lot of money, Arka.
Absolutely. I mean, I do understand that at this stage, after what we have been through in this pandemic, 2 lakh rupees is just a jaw dropper for sure. And yes, coming back, somewhere I do feel that, the underdog squads are just, probably few of them are taking it lightly, but ultimately the teams which have been invited, they would have been watching BMOC from the get-go itself. They would have been seeing how things are going on and which are the teams to watch out for. So they'll also be well prepared. So I have to say this, that this time the fight is going to be more intense than before. It's going to be much, strategic more than anything else.
It has to be strategic, right? Especially we saw that in round 3 itself, right?
Yeah.
It's not just about pushing in and getting your finishes, pushing in and completing a squad vibe. It's not about that. You have to have the decision making. And that is one of the reasons why a lot of those underdog teams actually could not qualify, because we saw one thing is for certain. The skill level when it comes to gunfights and taking those 4v4 fights, it's pretty huge, right? But when you actually start noticing the decision making, the small micro mistakes that they make, that is exactly where the difference lies. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, the match is going to start pretty soon. We are going to start off with the map of Erangel, which is supposed to be the home ground of all of these players. Doesn't matter if you're an underdog or you're a pro. Of course, the challengers are going to go against the pros right about now as we have a look at these beautiful, beautiful map of Erangel.
I mean, very rarely have we seen inside of an aircraft so beautiful, right? So
this certainly doesn't look like a beautiful aircraft to me, more like
until the beginning, until the beginning, and then by the end we do understand it's just that it's been broken into pieces and it's landed. It's a hard landing which has come down, right? So, but yeah, coming back to the game, there is going to be a lot of collisions, a lot of early skirmishes which could take place somewhere, I feel, towards the side of Farm, and then we have a possible collision towards the side of Milta, then we have one at Military Base. So there are some teams which are looking out for some early, finishes for themselves. We have been speaking about how the invited teams are going to be strategizing against this.
Yeah.
Do you feel that, the invited teams would be watching these people out and trying to find out their strategy and counter strategizing, or do you feel that they're going to be busy in other grinds, that they'll feel that no matter what it is, at the end of the day, a game is a game, let's just go enjoy it?
I think it should be the latter, right? It has to be a combination of both. A little homework is not really going to do any sort of wrongs, right? Do some homework, get yourself some sort of information of how the underdog teams are performing, who is actually on a run, who is continuing to kind of go for those finishes right from the get-go itself. But again, it sort of comes down to their own practice, because they practice against supposedly tougher lobbies. They practice against the best of the country, or probably even outside. They have to do their scrims all day, and that's one of the reasons why I feel like this research, sure, there might be a certain fraction of teams who might do it, but then again, ladies and gentlemen, it is all gonna come down to this first map of Erangel. We are witnessing round 4 as the first flight path goes up into the skies itself. It starts off towards from shooting range and heads off towards military base. As we witness AKOP on the screen, the rest of the players though, where are they gonna drop?
It's somewhere I feel that we'll have to wait and watch for those early skirmishes, as we all get to know that towards the side of 7 East Tall, but there's not gonna be much teams going in for some skirmishes. We can see the Unstoppables are choosing to actually jump off quickly, land first, have that first impression of taking those guns and trying to make an impression out of it. I'm so sorry. And we can see Team Mayhem as always going towards the side of Giorgio. With them I can see another squad, and I feel that that is where we could expect an early skirmish. No, it's going to be Mayhem stopping by the apartments of Giorgio itself. Two teams are rushing even more forward. I feel one is going to go towards the hospital as well. A bigger chunk of these teams are jumping off to the midst of the map. That comes up to say that it's going to be a widespread map, and early skirmishes almost next to nil.
Yeah, again, the flight path sort of is very horizontal, right? It kind of spreads through all across the three supposed islands that there are, the northern hemisphere, the mainland that you've got. Some teams would also prefer to go towards southern island. You have a lot of them, actually. You've got a nice split coming in from Team Orangutan right now. Like, Ash is towards southern island. The rest of the
Oh.
players, they are in the mainland itself. The circle, again, a pretty basic circle, so nothing really specific to talk about. But I'm pretty sure the southern island teams, they would have to kind of go into some early skirmish in order to cross the bridge and come back. Now, I like this strategy coming in from the rest of the teams who have got themselves the northern hemisphere. That is Team Unstoppables. For them, the journey is pretty easy. Don't really have so many on the northern part of the map itself.
Absolutely. Now, the team Unstoppables have been very simple. Take it a little slow in the beginning. Make sure you change your gears slowly. And once you hit the top gear, all you do is go out an all-out brawl, pick up as many finishes as possible. As of now, we can see that the only skirmish possible towards the side of farm, that is where we are absolutely headed right now. It's going to be Team INS, one of those invited teams who have got some amazing, background for themselves as well. We have been seeing them that the IGLs, like they have a dual IGL gameplay, right? They have Crazy Soul and Joker, both of them sharing those IGL. It's two different minds when required, and I feel sometimes it's important, but they've got some old dog with them. They've got billions coming in as well. So this team seems to be knowing what they do in the beginning itself, but as we can see, the two of the players have already gone in for a split. They're going to go around, make sure that they get the right kind of farming, at the same time get information of the other teams as they're going for some early rotation.
Exactly right. Early rotation again is going to be the key, especially for Team INS, because a lot of these invited teams, they kind of loot right off the get-go. They don't waste time in regions left, right, and center. All they want to do is get their desired location up front, because we know how important positioning is in the circle itself. Being a very basic circle covers almost every single part of the map of Erangel, right? So it's very important that we sort of understand where, or rather predict where the final circle is going to form. I sort of think it is going to be towards the Gatka region as well, because that is where most of the default circles have been in the past. But we still have to figure out how the next rotation pans out.
Yeah, somewhere I feel that, towards the side of Pochinki or towards the eastern side of Pochinki is where the circle might form in. But as of now, we're looking at Elite Squad, one of those squads who are capable of doing wonders, because they just need one match to prove themselves. And that is what they have done in two different times, right? In week 2 and week 3, we were able to see that, they were able to execute the last map and make sure they get in the next round. So let's see whether they want to do it from the get-go itself. But for now, we can see towards the side of military base, as teams will be wanting to come into the mainland, there's a possible skirmish of 2 to 3 teams over there. And I can see Trigger and Ash, they're playing a split gameplay on 2 different islands. And that's something different for me to see.
It certainly is, right? Because have a look at this. Ash, I can see this from my map feed itself, right? Ash is on the southern island, but the rest of the 3 players that was a mainland. Now, both these 2 splits, they are pretty close. They are in conjunction with other teams. Ash is pretty close to Team CES, but of course, courtesy of the map feed once again, it seems like Ash is on the move, and he has crossed the bridge with a vehicle. So now he is going to regroup with his team. A pretty risky move, I must say, Arka. What do you feel about this entire split approach, though?
So somewhere I have to say that it was just, trying to get information. They all know that nobody's going in for that early skirmish, from the beginning and trying to lose a player or so. So they'll be, wanting to play as safe as possible. But as of now, I can see Team INS also probably pushing towards the side of the bridge itself. And that's where, OGs are planning themselves. They want to cut off the side of Team Kemin as they make it into the main lane, probably through the landways. Because ultimately, we do understand it's better to take down the top kings or the considered top kings to have the taste of a throne.
So you want masala right from the start, don't you? You want an OG versus CES right from the get-go? Of course, now if a bridge collision does happen, it would bring back memories. It would be deja vu for all of those classic lovers of BGMI. But just like you mentioned, Team INS is also in the vicinity. We just had a glimpse of Team Hydra as well, who are pretty comfortable in their own region. They've got Yasnaya for themselves, no real contention whatsoever. Team Faith also towards the side of Novo. You've got to talk about Revenge Esports, though. This is one lineup that sort of really came into the limelight when Clutch God was playing in for them. They won the trophy for that for side, but of course, Clutch God had moved to different teams. But so far, so forth, there's been other players who have taken that position. Right, you've got Akshay, one of the really shining stars, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the fans out there, they love his gameplay. Right, they love his aggressive nature, and that is something which we would really want to see in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Revenge is one of those squads who really want to take it chill. They do not take that pressure much on their shoulder. They always depend on not taking an unwanted fight, and that's always been the key. But as of now, let's look at what's happening on our screens. It's going to be Team Elite getting very, very close to Team IE. This seems to be not the case before, but ultimately now we're able to see that Jod has been tagged out a bit, and it looks like IE has just invited Elite Squad for a face of battle. And we all know Elite Squad is pretty much strong when it comes to a frontal battle, especially in this terrain where they predict the position of the enemies much better.
Exactly right. Now, 11 Jord is one of those guys who has really been the shining stars for Elite Squad, right? He was the one who was trying to hold on to this. But look at this, though, Initiative Academy for 4-bit. This man is on the charge right now, and it just doesn't really make sense because this is such a tough flank for them, Initiative Academy. They're going in for a battle right from the get-go, and Parma has been taken down. Nate's blowing is Initiative Academy. They're still on the run. Team Elite Squad, how are they going to manage this push coming in? I had no clue this fight is going to start so early into the game, as nades are being cooked yet again. Parma needs to be resurrected if this team really wants to have a chance in this fight.
Oh, look at that spray. This is prediction sprays coming in from the side of Team IE. Initiative Academy not being cautious whatsoever. They know that they've held a very, very good angle. As I say, a T formation coming in from their side. One person is going to be leading the fight, where the rest three are just going to be falling behind and giving the right kind of cover so that he doesn't get taken on. And when the chance is right, he can go in and strike. But ultimately, we're able to see that Elite Squad is slowly trying to make out this formation, trying to find the vulnerable spot so that, it gives an opening for them as well. Godwin has got information of Loki, due to which he did tag him out a little. A split gameplay coming from this side. That shows that, ES is more on the defensive side, as IE is a little bit on the offensive side.
This is Team ES's regular nature, right? They always play with a 2-2 split. They almost always engage in a fight with a 2-2 split. But I love what Team Initiative Academy is doing. They really want to kind of surround Team Elite Squad, right? Much like a Subway. Much like a boa constrictor. But again, I'm not going to give any more food references. Fixes is feeling hungry on the sidelines. But coming back to the game once again. Nade's being cooked yet again. They're still looking for the opening, but it just doesn't really make sense. Both of them are underdogs. For them, it's a really important to survive at this point, right? We've talked about it. Top 6. It isn't easy, especially in this lobby.
Absolutely. No, but at the same time, I told you, right? Because they are being that force from before. They're not friends anymore. Once you get into a lobby, it's all about the early finishes, which has always been the key for success for most of these teams. So I would say that, even though they're underdogs, that's not going to bother them, as they're going to be concentrating more on picking those early fights and getting those early finishes and then trying to play for placement points. As the circle is going to be formed yet again, that's going to be centralizing the Pochinki area itself, where you said that Gadka could be, the one of those places is still into contention. Somewhere we feel that the chances of it also coming into the final circle is huge, as Revenge is going to be trying to push in. But on the lower angle, we still can see that Elite Squad versus IE. It looks like IE is finally given up on this fight, and they're like, let's just fall back. Things are not working out. The formation have been broken, and they're going to be happy to fall back and come around with a different strategy.
That is exactly what I want, right? Because both of them, they don't really have any initiative from this fight itself. Because you're not going to get extra brownie points for getting finishes early. Are you? Not really. There's no way this engagement makes sense, but for sure for Initiative Academy it does right now, because they've got that opening yet again on Parmar, and they're looking to capitalize on it. Team ES, little to more movement at all, because Simply is completely stranded all by himself. This is what Team Initiative Academy can actually utilize, right? They are pushing in with all guns blazing, movement coming in left and right. Simple has been completely stranded, and he has been surrounded from all directions. But nobody knows his position right now, and Simple makes use of it. Loki goes down as he is still going on the offense.
I mean, I have to see how Initiative is going to take this fight even more further. It looks like they've found Simple as well. They're going to put him down and also finish him off, as Miramar far away. One of the key players of Elite has to get back on his feet and try to do the best of what he can. Initiative Academy has also gone in for a revival at this point of time, and that could be the key moment for Elite to actually rush in. We're able to see some exchange of throwables coming in, even though the side of ES are looking a little bit weaker. But what a spray coming in from the side of Jod, who's trying to prove and live up to his name at this point of time. A good nade being cooked by the side side of Blazy. He's going to be connecting perfectly, and he knows the third location as well. Farmer also gets taken down. Is that an end for the squad?
Yeah.
It looks like it is, as Elite Squad gets eliminated as the first squad to go away in the first match of round 4.
An absolute brawl fest, ladies and gentlemen, right from the start of round 4 itself. This is what the tension in the air is all about. The fights right from the beginning of the first circle. You've got Initiative Academy completely clean sweeping Elite Squad right at the get-go as they look very, very strong inside the first circle. But of course, you've got another small skirmish building up as Kemini Esports, though, they're sort of starting to hurdle right beside Team Orangutan right now. Now, Orangutan, they've got a very big split between them. I'm not really sure how are they going to play around it. The trade potential between them kind of seems null and void. But if they do decide to engage against Kemin, they have to regroup. They have to come together and engage them as a force, as a unit.
I mean, the first fight, it's still not going off my head. The linear formation coming in from IE, I really didn't think that that's going to work out that easily. But ultimately, they were able to execute it perfectly. You know, it was a false flag coming in from their side, right? One person tries to fall back and make sure he puts that element of doubt in the minds of the players, telling that we might be retreating. And that is when Parmar is going to jump out and think that, no, everybody have gone off. And then they strike, take advantage of that, you know, strike, and eventually come in and finish off the squad. And I really love it. There was a chance for, you know, Elites to actually come back in that game where they got that key player, or I would like to say the Joker in the center, who did do a very good backstab. It's just that he couldn't sustain for a little longer.
Exactly right, especially when he was just completely surrounded with so many different players.
Yep.
But of course, like we were talking about, right, there was no compulsion to go in for that early engagement. But look at this, though. I'm pretty sure Team Hydra must be pretty happy because they were coming in from Yasnaya. They actually opted for a different rotation. Instead of directly coming in towards Rozok, they approached towards the central ground, coming towards Puchenki. Now, most of the teams would have to rotate towards Rozok back again. And that is exactly what everybody is doing. Everybody's on their vehicles, and we have some fast and furious action yet again. His Team Orangutan are hot on the tail. Certainly not to go in for a battle, but this is interesting as all of these vehicles traverse right next to each other, but ultimately they go in their different ways without engaging. The tension in the air, it's really, really high. I'm pretty sure there's a sort of a cold war happening, but elsewhere, an actual war has actually brewed up right now as Team P6 are going up against Bhule Bhatke, and look at the flank coming in from Kid.
I really love the way this fight is turning out against the side of BB. You know, they were not sticking together. They relied on one person trying to be that average player. You know, he was the person trying to hold back, but ultimately Shelby does the right thing, try to cover off the exits, make sure that nobody has an eye on them. Even though there's a third party coming in, they're going to be left out with an element of doubt, but ultimately a good grenade comes in from the side of Pablo, does do a little bit of a damage. He knows that he has done it, but a counter grenade also comes in to, you know, restrict him from moving a little more forward. Kid puts up another one, and this will be the moment where they'll be trying to push. Obviously, they know the location. They're going to be going right into the player over there, but ultimately a single shot coming in from the opposite. It's going to be Scooby having the final laugh over there. He's got one last player to work out with, but ultimately some far away. There's been some shots coming in from the side of OGs, which is turning out to be a blessing in disguise for the side of Team BBs itself. Oh my goodness, when they had it all under control, everything seems to be going away.
It exactly is, right? Orangutan has sort of found a way to third party into this, but
nice.
Look at this! V6 are now burning, but of course they are going to heal themselves up. Kid, time and time again, has been knocked by, I believe, over there, right from the flank, right? He's got a nice reconnaissance mission right from the high ground, and this is exactly where both Bhule Bhatke as well as Team BB, they're sort of little stranded because they don't really have anywhere to go. If they try and make this fight work out, if they try and go up against P6, then they just might get taken in between the puddle that has formed between Team P6 as well as Orangutan. But of course, average play as well as Zayden, they are pretty adamant on making that fight happen. Yes, I did observe the grenade ricocheting off of that fence and falling on top of Zayden itself. Not something that he intended, but we'll take that.
Absolutely. Now the grenades are being tossed in by the side of average player. It looks like, you know, he wants to come back and take revenge for what had happened to him initially. He was the first man to go down and eventually got that rev. Orangutan, the kind of, you know, off angle they're holding from the churches, they exactly know the view, and that's the most important thing. All of a sudden, which was happening, an open fight suddenly goes all inside, and eventually Kid is still getting tagged off. He has to be very, very careful as it's going to be characters burning in from both the sides. 3 of the players are going to be rushing in as quickly as possible. Kit has got the element of crowd. He puts up a grenade. No, it's going to be bouncing back. Could be the end of the story for him, but ultimately goes away when the time is right. He has a revival to do. He has a squad to face off. What is he going to do? He's just going to use a molly to make a fire trap, but ultimately he's going to be paying the price as Zidane is going to be landing the final blow.
Oh my god, this is exactly what Orangutan wanted, don't they? They've got a team who is suffering right now. Play zone, fire, players being knocked down. Team Bhule Bhatke, they just get completely eliminated as Play Zone eats them up alive. Orangutan, though, they've started really strong. They've got 2 finishes for them. But elsewhere, the circle takes a downward shift. This is where problems start once again. Look at Team Mayhem right now. They're coming in from that Western Highway. But right in front of them is going to be a really nice block coming in from Global Esports. Now, Mania, as well as Joker, these 2 players are holding really good angles, right? They've got the entirety of this region under control. 1 knock push right beneath them. Nobody having an idea that Global Esports might be in the vicinity. I'm just waiting for this entire Brawl Fest to begin because this has been the story of the day, isn't it?
Absolutely. Now, GE has to be very, very careful because they've got not more than 1 team pointing towards them. One is going to be 1 knock push, the other one is going to be Team Mayhem. So they need to be pretty careful in what they're going to do next. Neo is still getting tagged off from Revenge far away from the side of the Broken Churches towards the side of Ruins. What an off angle to be held by them as well. Now, we all have to realize and understand this, that if the final moments of the game might push in towards the side of Waterways, and 2 teams are already having control of it. Now, will these 2 teams actually take advantage of all these things? And I do understand that, no, it's going to be easy for them, but ultimately all these teams pushing in, let's see what's going to happen next.
Exactly right. The topography, the geography of this entire region kind of plays a very big role. The circle has moved away from it. You've got waterways, you've got bridges, single roadways that you can only traverse, right? That kind of draws a lot of attention, especially the kind of vantage point that Global Esports have. They can direct all their crosses on this bridge itself, which can make life so much more difficult for Team Mayhem. And considering that they've got 4 vehicles that they need to cross this bridge with, all they've got to do is smoke up this entire passage. But elsewhere, though, you've got another battle brewing up once again. It's all about these early skirmishes and mid-rotation fights. Team Fate, though, right in front of Team GOG Esports, but GOG Esports being very silent, being very disciplined right from the get-go. Not really ideal fighting conditions for Team Fate, but they might just push in irregardless. But Team INS versus Mayhem has already begun, where Mayhem are the first victim, Arka.
I mean, Team Mayhem had a very good hold on that bridge itself. They could have just tried to, play around with it, but ultimately they come in close towards the side of Team INS, where they've started to scrape them off 1 player at a time, and we can see that was a good jiggle shot coming in from the side of Cyan, and I know that he's going to be coming out eventually. He's got a lot of job to do. I mean, picking up his teammates is going to be one of those, and the second one is try to get those finish points, which is lying in front of him. 3 of them, to be specific. He picks up 1, the second one almost coming into his favor, but ultimately it's going to be someone else who might tag them off in case Faith looks at them. But yes, it does come from far away. It's going to be Cyan confirming all of them, and eventually Hydra is also got in close proximity with somebody, and ultimately Hydra have come out successful as they take down Brick Brothers, who go down with 0 finishes for themselves.
Wow. I must say, Hydra Official, that was a strong start. They also feeded upon another finish. But right now, let's focus on this fight. This Team INS are now being engaged upon by Global Esports as they look to make an opening. Mania has been knocked out, but throwables are coming in as Joker is still looking for that early pickle, right? Mania needs to be revived. This guy is very, very important as nades explode left, right, and center. They're still trying to survive, still trying to light the torch. But so far, they haven't really been successful. But some sort of blessing from disguise is 1 knock push, who from a distance actually knocks down 1 player, that is Shine, and that kind of got them their invasion, and Global Esports now have control over the compound.
Exactly. Now they're going to capitalize this, right? There's going to be a free finish point which is going to be lying around, and there's going to be EJ who's going to be taking that off. He knows the location of the final person. He's going to be cooking up a grenade. He looks at him as well. So the next person, how is he going to get taken down? The grenade is going to be confirming them, if I'm not wrong. No, it doesn't connect properly. It's going to be Billion on the inside who's still alive. It's going to be a blessing in disguise from far away, but eventually gets finished off as well. All thanks to the Molly coming in from the side of GE. But yet again, it's not going to be an easy job for any squad who's going to be coming down to that compound itself.
Exactly right. 1 knock push looking to invade it. They really want to reap the benefits of all their hard work, but this is not exactly what's happening. All that hard work was chewed off by Global Esports, and now they are being denied as the nade explodes right Viper being blown to smithereens. His Mania is still holding on. Mohit gets taken down as well. There's just one black Karan all by himself. A man with 1,000 responsibilities who's gonna get wiped down to the floor as Global Esports survive. 8 finishes to their name as they're gonna get their player back up and running.
Absolutely, somewhere far away, the fight of throwables has already begun between Kemin and Faith as they're trying to push in. Faith have proved themselves every now and then in the previous rounds. Now let's see whether they'll be able to land it perfectly. There was an opportunity for 69 as the backs were shown, but ultimately did not choose to do so. It's going to be the next player trying to come out in the horizon, gets taken down. It's going to be Sandy Jot coming in from far away, but from far away, it's going to be IE coming in and backstabbing them, giving an opportunity for the side of Kemin to go in for some throwables and get this job finished off.
Yeah, absolutely. But elsewhere, it's Revenge versus GOG. It's action pandemonium throughout the map itself as the nade kind of completely wipes the floor with final boss. GOG, though, they've got a good vantage point, and I'm just hoping and praying that Global Esports don't really spoil the party in this one. They've got a few targets right in front of them. They've got Faith, they've got certain other teams. They might even go after Kemin as needs. Explode left, right, and center. It's still fine for GOG as they've got this little witch that they can play it out. But so far, it's explosion and chaos in this circle. It's a completely open circle, Arca. You've got to understand you don't have any sort of real estate, and this entire piece of landmass that you see right in front of us is controlled by GOG. But of course, coming in from the back lines, they've got Global Esports who have got that vantage point to work with. Orangutan coming into the mix. Everybody is vying for this circle, and everybody is looking to get a chunk of the pie.
Absolutely. Now, GOG have got 5 finishes without doing much of hard work. It's just with throwables. Now, I really want to see how much more can they capitalize on as they have a very good point for themselves. But yes, the circle is being shifted far, far away, still favoring the side of GOG. Now, the Unstoppable versus Orangutan. This is one fight you would pray with your fingers crossed that it goes into a favor of one team. I don't want to speak more further as it's going to be Unstoppables trying to push in and making sure that, you know, they do get that initial, because ultimately when you're trying to take down a stronger team like Team Orangutan, you need to first strike fear, then try to dominate on that element of doubt and make sure that you can finish them off as quickly as possible.
Exactly, but from a distance, though, Team Hydra kind of spoils the party yet again, but AKOP has probably been caught off guard as his finish has been confirmed by Delta over there. From a distance, it's Team Kemin Esports is sort of spoiling the party for both these two teams. Now, the circle has shifted right, both Orangutan as well as Unstoppables. They're completely outside, they're completely out in the open, and life is just becoming so much more difficult. You can see Phoenix is getting taken down by the plays on itself, but of course, Global Esports having this vantage point, they have the entire control of the circle, right? They are the kings of the hill right now. They're going to spray upon Kemin Esports and bring upon rain, as nobody from that team is going able to survive any longer.
I mean, Knuckles, the way he just ended the spree for the side of Kemin Esports was really, really good. Now he's having a Mania as well. His teammate are having an eye on GOG, but GOG have got a very good fortress to work around with. And eventually Faith is going to come up the horizons and allow GE to strike when they're feeling the weakest. And it's going to be the Unstoppables trying to push in towards the side of Global Esports. Could be the beginning of the end for the side of player 3, as a grenade is going to be cooked in towards him from the side of Joker as he gets the final off against this player. Now we have to see whether the Unstoppables are going to be pushing in harder to take redemption on what's happening, as Hydras are also pushing in from the same corner to put an end for the spree of Global, who's got 13 finishes so far and looking the strongest in the lobby.
They certainly are, right? Not just in terms of those finishes, but also in terms of their positioning as the circle shifts a little away from them. They still have that periphery, they still have that control as Hydra are being bombarded. Dynamite is playing for their side, but I don't really think they've got the dynamite for themselves, as Global Esports is the one who is landing all the shots. As players get confirmed, there's just one player who survives, who's just gonna get a cleaned up, a clean sweep. But of course, look at Orangutan though, coming in for a hard push. But of course, right on top is gonna be the entirety of this team, Global Esports. Now I like this vantage point, right? He's the one who will stop them dead on their tracks, but vehicles as cover is not ideal territory. Top 3 teams and 11 players inside this final circle, as the entirety of these vehicles are gonna get blown up. You can see shots coming in, you can see the tension in the air. Trigger, of course, his vehicle gets completely blown apart. There's no sort of cover, but I love what GOG are doing. They're still holding on, and they're still keeping up the pressure against Global Esports.
I mean, I just love the way they've given this opening for the other teams. This is the time where, you know, they can turn things around, as 2 players of GE are left out in a little bit of a vantage point where GOG can actually come in and dominate. dominate. They're waiting for the circle to form in. They're going to eventually prioritize the zone as quickly as possible. Make sure they get the richest, the closest dunes, but ultimately there's going to be firepower coming in from the side of Global Esports, answering each and every player. They have just two men standing. One is going to be Bullet, the support, and MJ being the IGL. Now I really want to see how they're going to fight this out, as the whole of this terrain is going to be taken up by the side of Global Esports. Any second soon, we can expect the side of Global Esports to be, taking this game on in style with almost 24 finishes for themselves. And this is the kind of domination I was expecting from an invited team.
I don't know. This is really a different sort of domination. Global Esports are in mood. I'm not sure what they had for breakfast tonight, as they're completely wrecking havoc inside the server itself. A 22 or 24 finished chicken dinner to work with right from the start of the day. What did they have for breakfast?
As we drop some, voices on ourselves, I don't know what to say,
I've lost my mind, man.
Exactly,
I've
because
lost my mind.
Yeah, because they had just one, potato hill to hold on with,
Yeah.
and the way they took advantage of it, and I really love the way from the bridges of being the most vulnerable person, and then most of them trying to take that hard cover, and they start to strike them one at a time, dominate and welcome everybody with the right kind of lead and throwables, then moving forward to take the only hill, the only high ground inside the circle, and then making sure that crosshairs are working like a charm. Every single bullet they blew, it did connect to some vest, some helmet, or a player. They either got a knock, they either got some damage. I'm looking forward to see how the FT graph is going to look for this specific squad, because ultimately 22 finishes and more coming in from a team like this. This is a wake-up call for the teams which have fought so far.
I mean, I really have no clue on what happened, what they had for breakfast, what they had for lunch, but they certainly are feeling themselves, ladies and gentlemen. As we watch the highlights right about now, it should be dominated entirely by Global Esports, considering they have got 22 finishes. But of course, yes, I have to come back to your point, the FT graph. My lord, all of these four players, they are madmen inside the circle itself. But of course, we started off with Elite Squad having a bash against Initiative Academy, right? This entire fight happened outside the circle, nothing really compulsory. But I love the way Initiative Academy and how they sort of converted this entire fight, got those players isolated, got those entry frags up and running, completely surrounded them like a boa constrictor, and this just infinitely took them down. The manpower from Initiative, it seems like they're playing with 6 or 8 players in this fight against ES.
Absolutely. Now at this time, Bhule Bhatke, when things were absolutely going like a charm. Look at this. Scooby-Doo actually put a 1v2. He was on the verge of making a 1v3, but ultimately we do understand that, it was far away. Somebody else threw some bullets towards them, and they had to pay the price for it. Now coming back to see how things had gone through from the side of Bhule Bhatke, 3 players were still standing. It's the zone which was also tagging them off. The final moments came like this, where a molly was thrown in against them. That is when Orangutan started to strike, From far away, they'd already picked up one, and with this spray, they picked up the second finish. And from then on, it was an easy job for them to just allow the zone to do the job.
Exactly right. For Orangutan, I feel like their mantra was a rotation. All along the way, they never really had to engage in a 4v4 fight. Up until the penultimate circle, I feel like Orangutan did a pretty good job in not just gathering finishes, but also moving in the shadows. And that is exactly what their strategy was, right? They never really engaged in a fight. For sure, they got some finishes left, right, and center, but this one was Team INS, right? A lot of these fights happened inside this Water City region, where Global Esports was the final team that had the last laugh. Of course, I really love the way Hydra sort of got a squad wipe to their name. I believe they completely wiped off Big Brother in the previous fight. But this was where they sort of assert dominance, right? Big Brother did not really get to stand a chance.
Absolutely. Now, there were many teams who stepped into this hard cover and got taken down. It's not Global who said it's the other way around. They went in only when required. Until then, they were just outside waiting it out, and they had all eyes. All 4 directions they were looking out as they were taking a fight. They only went in when it was required, and that is how they were blessed with really good game. Manya, my goodness, the crosshairs were working like a charm. Every single corner he looked at and tried to spray, he did find someone or the other to get down on their knees or probably get finished off, and from here on it was just a story for the side of global esports, right? So they started to move away, try to hold a position. It was Faith who actually gave them that position. If they had just left alone a squad to maintain that hill, it would have been easier, but Faith cleared them off and gave an opportunity for global to just come in and take that potato hill.
Exactly right. Now there were two teams in contention for this hill region, right? It was either global esports or team Kemin esports as well. Now two teams could have started dominate, and it was the latter. Kemin esports did not really stand a chance, and global esports knew the risks involved, and this is exactly where they took the biggest challenges down. Once Kemin esports was out of the fray, once another high ridge was sort of completely cleared off, global esports were the only one to have the topography inside the final circle, and that is when they started to dominate. And this is exactly where global esports sort of completely annihilated every single team in the final circle. Like, nobody really had a chance against them. Of course, they did try to put up a fight, like Team Faith, Team Hydra as well did try to put up a fight, but nothing just really worked out.
The 4x sprays coming in for more than one player, you know, they knew that it was a mid-range battle, they needed the best of the scopes, but they relied on 4x, and every single time I saw a spray, it was so precise. Look at that, it was next to a nil recoil coming in from the side of 4x itself, and 6 converted to 3s were also doing working out like a charm. But this was the point, just in case GOG had moved in a little earlier, as I was speaking this about, they did you know, go for a knock against the person. As soon as that knock came in, they could have gone in for a rotation, but rather they chose for a late rotation with GOG's play style, you know, playing style is that, and ultimately they had to pay the price. It was MJ at last who were, you know, was a little bit away from his squad, you know, he was hiding, and then ultimately he was the final name in the coffin. But as I was explaining, you know, GOG had a very good chance. They knocked out a player over the horizon, and they could usually gone in for a rotation. But yes, until then the zone was not formed, and they did not know whether the zone is going to be happening in that corner. But what I felt was they could have gone on a split at that point of time, allowed 2 players to go in from another angle, make sure they tried to tag off or finish off the player of global. That did not happen, and global are really good at one thing, you know, giving a backup and revving any person who's down on his knees.
Exactly, having those 4 men up and alive, having those extra pair of eyes, ladies and gentlemen, is really important. Now, just like you mentioned, right, the circle was sort of divided in 2 halves. Teams coming in from the northern hemisphere, they had their hill to play around. Teams coming in from the southern hemisphere, for example, GOG or Orangutan, these were the teams who sort of got completely stranded in that region where it was completely open, right? You saw how Orangutan did not have any sort of cover, how GOG also did not have any sort of cover as well. When even after the first knock, right, had GOG pushed up, you mentioned about that, I feel like it was really difficult considering so much open space to cover, the vehicles also being destroyed. But again, of course, global, you have to give kudos to the rotations that they did, and also the amount of aggression coming in from them. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is only happening because of one and only partner. Of course, let's have a word from our sponsors, who is going to be iQOO. First of all, you've got to talk about this device, right? iQOO Neo 6. It's amazing. 870 Snapdragon. It's crazy. Gives you crazy frames. But I'm not going to say about that. The video is going to show you.
iQOO. Experience tranquility.
Hero is in space. Bomb report. They are so good.
काफी मजा आया।
ऐसे भी रेडी हो जाओ।
A big word of thanks to all our sponsors, of course, like iQOO and Loco. Without them, it wouldn't have been possible, Arka.
I mean, there was one thing which was running in my head, you know, when I was looking at the promo. The Neo is bringing back the 90s vibes, you know, 90s vibes where I used to go with analog gameplays, where we had that, you know, other games to play with, which are more like into arcade.
Yeah.
Yeah, I strongly feel something good is going to be coming out of iQOO smartphones this time. But yes, coming back, you know, keeping your mind cool as a cucumber is something which I've heard but witnessed today as global esports. You know, they just knew that everything was going in their favor. They're going to be topping on the top of the table, 39 points with just one game. You spoke about getting an average of 60 to make it into the next round, 50 to 60, right?
Yeah.
By the beginning of the stream. And it looks like they've already attained 40 and just need 10 more points to make it into the next round. And what a gameplay coming in from their side. Right behind them is GOG, as always, predicting the zone perfectly, landing themselves in the right pockets and making sure that, you know, they get camouflage as much as possible, working out with the throwables. 5 finishes what they could rake up with 12 placement points, 17 in total for them.
They absolutely do, right? After that, you've got third placed Orangutan with 15 total points to work with. Now, 10 position points and 5 finish point is a decent start for them. But I feel like the top 3, top 4 teams, they sort of done the job for themselves. As long as you keep up that average of 10 points per game, you are more than settled for actually moving towards BMPS. But the second slide is where tension arises. You've got a lot of big names. You've got Big Brother, you've got Kemin, you've got Revenge, you've got Team Mayhem. Just reeling at the bottom of this entire points table. Now, of course, one bad game isn't really the end of the world for you. But of course, your target or the required rate at which you have to get the point just increases exponentially. And that is where your responsibility as well as the pressure on your shoulder just rises.
Absolutely, right? We've been speaking about this, right? How much of an average points in every game makes you into a slow stepping stone into the next round. But ultimately, if you skip a stone, you'll have to work harder to, you know, jump into the second one itself. But right now, we're going to be looking at the iQOO MVP of the match itself. It was AJ coming in from the side of Global. 6 finishes, 1,106 coming in from his side. 24 minutes of survival. That's the whole squad surviving. But the way he was able to execute those finishes, my goodness, it was...
Yeah.
Like, I would like to say this, that, you know, there was a point of time where he was the only person from the initials who actually gave the right kind of mollies and throwables to give that opening for the squad.
You're right, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the top 5 players of this game, and I mean, rightfully so, it is completely dominated by the global esports lineup. You've got AJ, next up is Nakul, next up is Manya, you've got Joker as well in the mix. All across the board, 5+ finishes to their name. Joker, the least performing player, has got 5 finishes. You've got Manya with 6, Nakul with 7 damn finishes to his name. AJ, of course, with 6 finishes to his name. You've got to give it to MJ from GOG, who has also racked up 4 finishes to his name. To his teams, out of his team's 5 finishes. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the match summary. Now, this is the first match where the invited teams have participated.
Yep.
Nothing really changes so far as what we've seen in the general trend. Of course, the healings near around 6,800. Approximately more than 100 grenades were used. 9 of them were actually converted into finishes to work with, which is an improvement as compared to the other teams, and we were expecting that, considering that these teams, the invited teams, sort of resort to the nades quite a lot. But this is a good start of... you know, this is the start of a new round, this is the start of a new beginning, and I'm understanding that nades are going to play a very key part right now.
Absolutely. Now, this is what I said. 4 finishes coming in from MJ. Yeah. I strongly feel at least 3 or all 4 of them should be through a grenade itself, because he was the one in the dunes. They were trying to play with the throwables because nobody even dared to come to their horizon and try to tag them off. And that was the best part about the side of Team GOG. Now, coming back to what other things we saw in the game, the amount of finishes, we could see that, you know, it's not the same ratio of round 3 itself. In round 3, we saw that in case you're getting knocked, it's equivalent to getting finished, because the finish points and the knock points were almost the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, as we all know, the next table which is going to be coming up probably is going to be this finish and damage graph, which is going to be coming up, and there we'll get to know the actual work done by most of these squads and get to know who has been topping them all and who's done the lot of hard work and somebody snatched away from them.
No, I just hope that we don't get to see that FT Craft night right now, because it would be a single-sided domination. It's more like global esports just racking up a Burj Khalifa for themselves, where the rest of the teams just don't really have anything to play with. And well, again, that's a part and parcel of the game. First match, of course, dominated, but you've got to understand that this is what they have to be consistent with if they really want to make a name for themselves.
Yeah.
You've got 6 games. First game, really dominating. But what do they do next time? It's going to be Miramar, right? A different map, a different vibe altogether. You've got to get that early positioning. For global esports, I guess the first biggest victory that they had was getting that squad house in Water City itself, right? Getting the team out of the squad house, eliminating them, capturing it was a really key point, because you saw how critical they were when they were in the bridge situation. Coming out of this position, getting the squad house really sort of elevated their confidence, and they started going on a roll after that.
Yeah, absolutely. It was Team Mayhem, right, who were actually getting tagged off from the side of Ruins Church, and that is why they had to make it into that hard cover where GOG was just, where Global was just watching them all happen. But ultimately, that's all the story of Erangel, as we're going to be stepping into the map of Miramar next, where all of these squads are going to be fighting yet again for a slot. And we do understand that until now, when we were speaking about all these things, you just enjoyed it. But I would like to call forward for another co-pilot. It's going to be Fixes back on the desk. I know, Fixes, that right now when we talk numbers with you, you're going to be even more excited to understand how Global had actually pulled that off.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was pretty simple, right? It was just a gamble that paid off pretty well for global esports. Now, one thing we really need to understand was how the circle really panned out. While we were all assuming that the zone is going to go a little down south, we could have seen, after the school apartments dropped, they head on towards the Water City, right? They were the rather the only ones banking upon the fact that the circle is going to be taking a northern shift, and which really happened. And that is where we did witness a little bit of a split happening around the, the squad house around which, in the classic games, you have that respawn tower. They had a split going on over there, and they were the ones who capitalized on various fights happening around them. And them taking that squad house, I do not know if it was important for them or not, because I really do not feel about that. But again, what they did after that, going after getting all those finishes to their name, sort of instill that little bit of a confidence. But, talking about confidence, there is this one phone, iQOO Neo 6. That is going to be delivering you optimal performance. And our friends from iQOO have a special message for you guys just about now.
Oh, it's just not about the mobile right now. You guys can also win up to 2 lakh, probably it could be goodies, probably it was cash prize, a lot of things, for yourself. All you have to do is go to Amazon right now and search for iQOO Neo 6, and over there probably you'll have to play a game or so, and it's going to be much more easier to get those 2 lakh rupees worth goodies as well. Now, there are a few things which I really want to discuss with you. You said about global esports, capitalizing or placing their bets that the zone is going to be happening there. I felt that even GOGs also did the same thing, right? They took that early rotation and made sure they come to the center of the through in itself. What do you have to say about that?
You know, I was starting to think that Georgia is not going to survive the sixth circle, really, because, you know, once we sort of witnessed that hard shift, they were right at the heart of the circle. And we know what happens to the players who are right at the heart of the circle. They're sort of susceptible to fire from every possible directions. But gotta give it to the boys, you know, the way they handle over the ridges, you know, making it to the top two, you know, that is commendable. And right from the very start. And that is where, you know, you had majority of the teams sort of clustered around the southern side. That is where we saw majority of the teams sort of trying to rotate inside the zone, while a lot of them got picked off. You know, one of the big names has to be Team Mayhem, right? They were kind of absolutely lost. And even Hydrofacial in that manner, I really love what these boys did, because coming into this invited teams list, you know, a lot of questions were raised upon them. You know, how is this team going to perform? And starting off with the top four, I think I'm elated with what they have achieved so far. But the big question over here is, can the teams that were not that good in the first game make a comeback in this map of Miramar? Ladies and gentlemen, of course, the topography, the way of approach in Miramar completely changes. We've got a few of the teams that kind of engage into a few drop collisions, but again, you can put that out of the window, because, you know, no matter how much research you do, in those first few games, you would want to avoid those early drop collisions, as we over here, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be taking it up to the skies as the first game of the evening. That is going to be in the map of Miramar at the least, as we have Global Esports Knuckle. They're going to be all happy, all riled up with the kind of points that they have amassed for themselves as the flight path trajectory all the way from Ladrilera to its junkyard. Sort of dissecting the map into two halves, a very good flight path trajectory, I must say. But Arca, I'm really wondering, where on earth is the zone going to farm?
Yet again, you know, in the map of Miramar, this is one map which has always been betraying me. But this time, I just want to stick to the basics. I want to stick to, you know, not giving my heart the get-go, but rather my brain. And I would say it is going to be forming somewhere between San Martin and Junkyard, you know. The northeastern area probably will be getting most of the zone in the first zone I'm specifically speaking about. But the bigger question is going to be this: where do you think is going to be the early skirmish taking place? Where are going to be that early clashes? As we can see that there has been several teams jumping off right to the center of the map.
Oh yeah. And this is where, you know, I was sort of anticipating a little bit of a kerfuffle around the Chumasera region. And this is where I said, you know, all these strategies can go out of the window, as we did not see a lot of collisions happen. But Los Leones, I believe, is a little bit overpopulated. You've got two teams over there, RVNG and Big Brothers. Even Big Brothers, as a matter of fact, you know, another invited team coming in, haven't really stepped up. But this one zone is definitely going to help their cause. But again, for teams like RVNG who decide to go a little bit towards those eastern side, for Kemin as well, it could be a really good game, because from what we've really seen in the past, you know, these sort of zones kind of end up somewhere around the La Bendita area, sometimes just around the eastern areas of Los Leones. You've got that little bit of a hill over there, as we do have the boys from Big Brother now. Not off to a good start, but certainly can change the tide in this map at least.
Yep, absolutely. Now, not only them, there are other big names who did, you know, fall down with a fire, and they were, you know, Revenge was one of them. Let's not forget the biggest name of them all, who considered to be one of the favorites of the lobby itself. That's Kemeny Sports.
Yeah.
The way, you know, even they got eliminated in the previous round so quickly, that's the least thing which we're expecting. As we all know, when it comes to the official event of BGMI, you can expect nothing but something, you know, out of the box. But yeah, coming back into the match itself, towards the side of Impala, I can see Kemen is going in, and so is the side of Team BB, almost pushing towards the side of Porto. Somewhere I feel that, you know, with these teams trying to categorize the zone happening towards the southern eastern side, I think they're going to be blessed with, you know, a zone specifically there.
I think, you know, with Kemen even in the first game of Erangel, I really did not feel that they were facing a lot of problems. What really went down for them was the fact that there were so many southern teams, and they did take an early loss, and to recover, which was really difficult. They somehow still, you know, managed to make it into the sixth circle as well. But the players of Global Esports, they were absolutely unstoppable over there, you know, the players of Kemen were just trying to head over those ridges, you know, trying to get a few shots connected so that they can enter inside the circle Circle have a better position, but Global Esports just denied them that luxury. As a result, you can see 24 finishes. And for all the viewers watching here, just before the stream started, I had a little bit of a chat, with all the team managers, with the IGL. So again, I made a call towards to Mayavi, in fact, and he was pretty adamant about his strategy. He was like, "Fixes, bro, what we're gonna do is try and have 2 very big games. If you're getting good points, then we're gonna throw ham as we have one push being pushed over by the players of INS. Joker fought out in the offside as he gets taken down, as Nox are going to be traded over here. Red Viper looking after Joker somehow on a sliver of HP. He's surviving as it's action again,
nice.
as Red Viper with a beautiful crotch snuggle takes it down.
Oh, there's a second one coming in from his side. Red Viper trying to strike as the IGL. He wants to prove that he's a leader, to be leading from example and not by force at this point of time. He has a push coming in from the other side. Cyan is playing around with his mind at this point of time, but ultimately it was a skull which was visible above the haystack, where it was known that once you're visible, that's where you're gonna get connected. But we have to understand this, that somewhere far away the side of one knock push is still gonna be coming in to capitalize. Just 2 men down on their knees. I just hope that they have the right kind of backup and as quickly as possible.
Yeah, of course, they need to secure all these finishes. Joker putting up a really valiant effort. I really felt for a moment that he got traded off over there. The way all these fights broke out, and there's no chance anymore that one knock push is going to be trying to come inside this. And this is where preparations really come handy, right? You need to know that INS were facing threats, of course, from 1KP. 1KP being a little oblivious about the fact that they could, of course, meet their makers, sort of went into that fight and with a blindfold, right? And sort of had to pay that hefty price. But again, kudos to Red Viper. He really put his hearts out there, securing a lot of knocks. It was just the numbers that really did not add up for one knock push. And as a result, they are now with a 2-man squad.
I mean, I really love the way Red Viper was playing around with the mind of the opponents. He knew that all he had to do was try to, taunt them to, burn that mag out so that there'll be an opportunity for a face-off. But ultimately, the opponents were also smart enough not to unwantedly go in for a spray until and unless they had a visibility either of his helmet or his body. And ultimately, we all saw that, right? Yeah. Sometimes sticking on to the basics has helped them a lot. But losing of early players is something, which they will not be looking out for. One knock push did not have such a great game previously as well. They've got decent game, but not a great one. From here on, they'll be playing a little defensive.
Oh, of course, and they should be, right? They've got no other choices. The kind of fights that they did take in Erangel did not really work out for them, and they know the pressure is really building up. And the same can be said for the team right in front of us, Kemen Esports. You've got Destro, 3 times national champions. Is again one of the BGIS champions. He's won other accolades in the previous titles as well. One of those players that I really look up to because has always got himself on the grounds, never too high, hasn't gotten that ego that sort of develops with players once you sort of reach that certain mark, and as a result of which staying grounded has helped him form a team that is indestructible right now. Again, Delta PG, one of the players hailing from Dehradun, and has also been part of various squads even in the previous titles. We have seen him across in RVNG, in Rivalry, now making his way into Kemen Esports. And this one player, Justin, a raw talent, just picked out of, scrimmages that we had across, that we usually have across every single day. So, of course, Justin being one of those players that has proved his mettle and hence earned his name in this roster. But their IGL, Robin. Now, he's the one to talk about, right? If you talk about games like Dota 2, right? They've got a similar storyline with OG, one of their coaches coming in as a player. So a little bit of a backstory about Robin, if people are unaware. He was the ex-coach of TSM, the one TSM that is absolutely dominating. Exactly. And now he wants to prove his mettle back again as a player. So big questions on how Kemen is going to perform. The first game did not really go their way, but this is where they look to turn the tables.
Absolutely. In the small camp, we can see Bullet himself coming in from the side of GOG. I mean, I really love the way they've been playing this game so far. MJ right now in a very low HP, probably will be going in for a heal anytime soon. He does know that, this is one thing which I love about a team which plays defensive. You know, they exactly know when to go for a heal. They would rather not waste their med kit with just going in for a 50 or probably a 60 HP heal. They want to go in until the final moments and make the complete use of what they're healing themselves for. But Hydra on the other side have to be the team which has to live up to the fans, you know, fans' expectations. In the previous game, they almost had struck Global when they were the weakest, but ultimately we saw that Global was an unstoppable squad altogether. One player was able to execute a 2 finish or a 2 knock for themselves, so eventually Hydras couldn't dominate on it. But this time they look to be, you know, kind of playing better. But yeah, it's a single elopement gameplay coming in from their side. One person going away from the squad, the other three are trying to stick on to one another. Let's see whether this kind of strategy will actually work out for them.
You know, I kind of like their spread, right? Hydra, really a huge team in terms of the fan lore that comes behind them. Of course, you have to build a lot of expectations from the players, and they've certainly delivered. Now, again, a team right in front of us, P6. Now, we know this is one of those teams that really loves to take the center of the circle, has their zone predictions always correct. And if we talk about the star players, we've seen Shelby really playing out of his minds on certain occasions. We've got even Pablo chiming in, and even Kid has had his few moments of brilliance again. Now, this is where, you know, the conversation really comes in. P6 did not really have the best of the start, and taking those fights, I do not really know, was it even wise, you know, engaging against Bhule Bhatke over that Pachinki squad house? Because for a matter of fact, you got to realize that it was not inside the zone. There was no objective behind that, but they realized, you know, that now we have got ourselves into the mix where we have to fight it out, and eventually they did, you know, gave away a lot of finishes to the players of Global Esports.
Yeah.
And Bhule Bhatke, everyone sort of capitalizing on their situation, and even the players of if I remember, Kemin,
Yeah,
and
Kemin.
even OG also
Yeah.
chimed in and collected a few to their names. So all of those really coming in, and the unstoppables. Now, this is something we were talking about, right, Arka? One of those teams that had amassed the highest points, and suddenly they're looking unstoppable.
I strongly feel that, you know, they've still not come up to their fullest potential in this game. You know, they're still trying to experiment out few things. Probably they took it very lightly that, you know, nobody can put us down, as we have already one of the strongest teams. But at least did they realize that their strategy is going to be read like an open book, because every time they performed in the previous rounds, they were on the stream, and they gave up to their complete strategies, right? They knew how to dominate it. But let's see if they had a plan B or a plan C in the pocket, which they can execute in the map of Miramar. It looks like for the first time I'm seeing them taking a very, very late rotation inside. GOG have already made themselves inside the, you know, circle as well. And these are the moments where you try to understand that, you know, once you take a tournament lightly or the first map lightly, the second one strikes so much of fear that you start to, you know, doubt the way you play, and eventually, you know, the Unstoppables are actually doing that. They're coming in late from the side of Chumasera. Let's see whether they'll be able to make it in time.
You know, somewhere down the line, I really agree with what you just said. You sort of built up that little bounty on your head once you're performing so well on those broadcasts, right? Now, teams do tend to do all those research. Now, we know that we've got that, you know, we've reached that stage where we've got the invited teams coming up. With invited teams, you know, they've got their analysts, their coaches doing all the crunching on the backlines. As we do have the players of GOG getting taken down one after the other. It's going to be Robin who's managed to accrue one of those finishes to his name. As Kemin, I believe, they're kind of playing around the center of the circle, just somewhere around the northern side of Los Leones. Now, Global Esports, they were on absolute fire as spotting out Shelby. Few shots exchanged, but both of them just back off.
Yeah, and I feel that was a very good thing. Nikopi on the verge of almost getting taken off over there behind the truck. He puts up a smoke for himself. I mean, he almost was saved by the bullet, but eventually gets down by the very same bullet itself, and he's going to be giving up his life as well. He's going to be giving up his finish to Team Mayhem, and Team Mayhem is going to be very, very happy with what they could rake up. And this is going to be the kind of GOG we were not expecting. I know that they wanted to prioritize his own late at this point of time, but welcoming a lot of teams by the crosshairs.
You know, this is the thing, you know, with GOG and the other teams of the certain circuits, they sort of tend to thrive in the map of Miramar. And we have also seen in the past, you know, GOG being one of those teams that has performed, has proved that they are one of the strongest in the deserts. But this time, you know, you've got to give it to the players. Once you're kind of stuck in the open, there's nowhere to run or hide. Your vehicles have been destroyed over there. And all you've got to do is just hope and look out for your makers, which is eventually going to come. One of those finishes got secured to Kemin, one of those coming to OG. OG's name. We did also have MYM in the nearby fray, and now Initiative Academy making some really bold moves right from the very get-go in the map of Erangel, going up to Elite Squad and wiping them out. Now, did that really help them though? Because, you know, they had that one squad wipe, but that was just about it.
See, this is what happens when you feel a little overconfident after a fight, right? You need to understand how to pace the game. And somewhere, it's just a speculation. Again, it's not like something I've experienced. But as soon as you finish up on a high on first one squad, you just need to control yourself and try to understand that I have to play for placement points a little bit until I get that perfect ground, just like how Global had it. And when they knew that this was the ground which they need to hold, that is when they started to execute. And that is what I was looking forward coming in from the side of IE. But it's just that probably they became a little overconfident during the rotation. They thought that, okay, this is one place we're getting tagged off. Let's take the fight. And eventually I had to pay the price because it was just not one team, a third party also which came in, and they had to, you know, get taken out. A very, very good angle being held by the side of Elite Squad towards the side of Team INS, who are in the dunes at this point of time. Oh, but look at that. A good cover fire coming in from far away. It looks like all eyes were set on the top of the hill itself.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, Team INS might have dug their own graves, considering the fact that if you can enter into these ruins of La Benedita, you're gonna face a lot of trouble coming out, especially now that you've got a lot of eyes on you. This is where you're gonna bank upon the fact that the other teams are gonna be battling it out, but well, for Denny, it's not a good evening as he's got ready, gotten his pickup truck upside down. As per Mar, he's just going to try to get it back up. There you go. There you go. The Indian Jugadu way. Right in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, as we're waiting. We're waiting for the circle to form next. And like we sort of anticipated, right? The circle is heading towards somewhere around the southern sides of La Benedita, or maybe around the northeastern part of Los Leones, where I really feel that Kemin Esports has a really good spot.
Yep, I just hope that Kevin can actually come in and dominate. We can see there's the side of OGs to the eastern side of the map with Global and one knock push as well. So those squads were actually trying to play a little safe, but ultimately Global Esports yet again placing in the perfect spot when it comes to this circle. The final moments, probably it's the 5th or the 6th, you know, time we'll be able to see them trying to hold the center of the circle itself. And this is the first one being in the map of Miramar. I mean, I know that we have come to the spot of 4th or the 5th circle forming in over here, but having that center, somewhere I have a doubt that they can just hold it off, because ultimately there's going to be a lot of rotation coming in from the other side and the southern side. They need to be very careful about the crosses being placed against them.
I'm pretty sure the adrenaline high that they are on, they're not going to have a lot of trouble defending that. But you know, you've got to give kudos to the kind of the IGLing, right, that's coming out of Manya. The way he has backed upon the fact now the circle is going to take a curveball, it's going to come right down to us and we're going to defend it. Now, that is some good science, some good research, a lot of matches being played, and then you sort of have that little bit of a hunch, and have certainly earned that title of being the zone magnets, haven't they?
Yep, absolutely. Now at the same time, I saw a muscle car over there, you know, which looked more like a Mustang of 96. You know, it had
days, man.
Yeah, exactly. So I 86, sorry, and I really loved that skin. But ultimately, let's get into the fight, which is happening on our screens. It's gonna be Faith. It's a 3-way standoff to be specific. One is gonna be Faith. One is IE from far away trying to tag them off, and then it's gonna be Destro coming in from the side of Kemin Esports, taking all the information, immediately falling back and trying to re-strategize. As somewhere far away, it's going to be Revenge versus the side of Team BB as well, which might just rake up any second zone.
Now we do have 2 BBs in the lobby. It's going to be Big Proteus this time, and Dynamite did somehow show body, eventually show his entire body, and could have been taken down right in the open. Not the wisest of the decision though, but elsewhere we've got the players of Kevin engaging in a little bit of a warfare against Team Faith. Now, we did have Delta getting a few knocks here and there, and Furore is just driving over AKOP, and Rigger also getting taken down. This is definitely not good news, as now there you have it, Bude Patke going after the players of Orangutan, who were somewhere playing on those eastern peripheries. And now, while rotating, they just got caught off guard.
I mean, I really want to see how Kemen is going to start dominating from here, because they just needed that early opening from the squad itself. They do have a crosshair set on the side of Zedan, and that's the most experienced hand itself. So Destro is also looking forward to cover off his western side or to his left, so that it's going to be much more easier for him. Zedan does come out and eventually had to pay the price a bit. But let's see how that is going to turn out, because now looking at the small map, we can get to know that, you know, Kemen are pretty close to one another and have restricted their own vision itself. Now, can other teams come in and dominate, as BBs are actually pushing in with the vehicles?
So there's a plethora of teams pushing in from that eastern side, right? And this is where we've been anticipating all those fights to break out. As now this time, Fates Angul does manage to lob a few, take a few shots at the players of Kemen on Robin, to be precise. Eventually, will just face one of those grenades coming at his direction. And Destro is going to be making a move through the eastern side, spotting out Fates Player 69, opens up on his M4, gets that beautiful knock to his name as he just goes marching in. 16 bullets on his UMP. Still, however, gets the knock as he looks unstoppable, with a third eventually getting traded down by Spearx, as Delta is also going to fall. But somehow it all comes down to Justice. Has he done the job enough?
Yes, he has.
Yes, he has. Somehow saving the players of Kemen Esports by a mere margin. As now we head on to another fight. It is going to be the players of Initiative Academy going after Bhule Bhatke.
I mean, Initiative Academy have actually found the equation right against the side of Bhule Bhatke. They've got Rostix right in front of him, the man with the vehicle, the man with the grenade. Every single time this one stands up on his feet, he does strike, you know, a finish or so for himself. But eventually he's the person down on his knees. They're just going to leave him over there to watch them as they're going to shine even more further. Team INS on the other side has got Elite Squad in their crosshairs. At this point of time, they've raked up 2 finishes. Probably the 2 finishes which is going to be possibly coming in any second soon. Yes, there was a knock, right, when that spray came in, and the second one almost going to be coming in. Crazy Soul is going to be pushing in, trying to live up to his name and be as crazy as possible, but he does detect IE towards his left and slowly turning away from there. I think this person is in a lots of trouble.
Oh, he certainly is, just playing by fire, playing with fire there. As right now INS kind of really lost while rotating, just getting hammered down, fueled by a lot of teams that are firing at their direction now. At the worst possible place, you know, just around those dips. Very difficult to work around with, as there you have average player trying to make a move to get inside the circle, but eventually falls prey to Elite Squad.
I mean, I don't know whether that was Elite Squad, because eventually we can get to know that they did not get up even 1 finish for themselves. It's Kemen Esports on the other side picking up 8 finishes, finally coming back to their true form. You know, these were something to watch out for, and they're going to be living up to it. ES on the other side, no matter how much of high ground advantage they're having, they're not having the best of the time, as IE is concentrating their firepower all against the side of INS. They're taking 1 player at a time, and that's the best part about them. Look at that. Crazy Soul is going to be the last man standing for the side of INS, the last ray of hope to get some points for themselves. But we all know Kemen Esports just waiting to strike against the side of IE. They're just waiting for the special moment where they can just come in and pick those easy finishes.
Yeah, of course, you know, somehow Elite Squad, considering their situation that they were under a few seconds ago, and now it looks, things look to be changing, but no could be the same case over here as Initiative. They are firing back, and now suddenly Jod is out of the equation. Somehow they will eventually get that final finish to their name. Just one of those finish points collected as Initiative Academy bow out of this game with 6 finishes to their names.
I mean, that's a decent one, to be specific, compared to the previous fight. But right now, even before we could start speaking about it, we can see that, you know, there was another fight which just got finished off with TUB dominating over there. And we can see that they've got 3 finishes with Old Foreman standing. GOG have already said goodbye with no finishes for themselves. Elite Squad, Team Revenge, Kemen Esports, Big Brother, Global and Unstoppable. The well-known teams, you know, who had to perform the best are right now, pretty much alive in this lobby. And let's see what's going to happen next.
You know, look at the circle. Look at the circle. It has taken an eastern shift. It has gone into the laps of the players of Kemen Esports. Now, this is where Global Esports are sort of flabbergasted. They thought, you know, they had offered enough chickens to the BGMI gods to be merciful. And they were. They were for the first game, but showed some hope in the second. But right now, the players of Kemen, a little bit of a pickle over here. Destro getting taken down as the players of Big Brothers going in for the push. Now, on Scream, you know, Scream was one of those players that, you know, all the fans asked me to look out for, as he is trying to rush in. He's cooking that grenade up into perfection. Does that connect? Does so, but does not do enough amount of damage, as he needs to ensure few smokes coming in from the left-hand side to protect him from that aerial threat that's looming over his head from the players of RVNG. But Big Brother making really some calculated moves,
Oh,
but
no.
this certainly isn't one of them, as Justin takes one down.
Absolutely, that's a taste of his own medicine being dealt, and this time Kevin Esports 9 finishes already. They're still not going to stop themselves. They see Miramar down on his knees. They have a divided attention at this point of time, but I feel, you know, they can pull it off just in case they concentrate on, just if they concentrate on one side first. It's going to be BB towards the northern side, then we have GG rushing in at the right time, trying to take down the side of TUB. What a perfect come in from the side of GE. This was not the best time according to me, but the time to perfection, as Kemin Esports are still getting tagged off. You were speaking about one man coming in from the side of BB who has a lot of fans, but Kevin Justin has to be careful, as more grenades is going to be tossed towards him. He's put up a smoke and then covered it up with a proper ridge or a proper stone, so he's going to be living a little more longer.
Kevin Esports is stuck between a rock and hard place, you know, being pushed over from multiple directions. There you come, Sanhok coming in, spotting out Robin, will be taking a few shots at his direction. Does he get the knock? So nobody the answer, as he switches to his weapon, just spraying down, annihilating the whole squad of Kevin Esports over there, as Global Esports somehow have managed to make it inside the zone, but with their IGL already bleeding on his knees, they have to do something to get him back up. As Joker, he's got his attention focused on the players of RVNG. Mighty be getting taken down, has spotted out final boss. The grenades are going to be exchanged between them, as none of them have taken a substantial amount of damage. That Molotov also comes in as Hellgod. He's got all his attention at the players of Elite Squad and will also be picking a grenade and tossing it over.
Now let's see whether this grenade is actually going to do the damage. It looks like it just fell a little short, but from the other side, it's going to be Parmar or Godwin who are actually going in for some throwables themselves. You know, AJ coming in from the side of Global Esports has a lot of job to do. From that time, he's able to see that, you know, none of their throwables are actually connecting like how it had in the previous game, and he's going to be paying the price for it, as the last man standing from the side of GE is going to be Joker. Now we have to see whether he'll be able to go in for the final half. A screen from the side of Big Brothers is trying to push in towards them. Probably they do understand that, you know, there has been more than one knock, and it's time for them to come and capitalize, as the iron is hot.
Oh, indeed. The iron is hot, and so are the players over here. Big Brother Esports, you know, they've really got more than what they came in here for. Taking down Kemin Esports this time, have their attentions diverted at Elite Squad. Now Godwin has been taken down. He needs to get that rest back up. Harmar is doing that job where Denny has that one objective to try and deny BB with that push coming in as Scream.
Oh,
beautiful. A lot of this body eventually gets taken down, as Xeno OP is going to provide the quintessential cover fire as Elite Squad goes on to the push, switching onto his M4 on that red dot, gets the knock secured, as Denny also is getting fired at, not surviving at the best of HPs, but Hellgod needs to reposition himself.
Oh, absolutely, and G is going to be coming as a blessing in disguise, but Hellgod wants to take more than one fight at this point of time. For him, it's all about the finishes, as that's been stolen from either of the squad. ES was taken up from the side of Global, and ultimately Global's stock was taken up from the side of ES, and he's going to be raised up at this point of time, as BBs have been denied continuously with the finishes for themselves. But Revenge on the other side, they are the boxers who are getting more punches on their face than ever, and Mighty is trying to grab all the attention, as they're going to be pushing in, prioritizing the zone first. They're going to be pushing as quickly as possible, as their man advantage. They want to retain that man advantage, and a heal has to come in from the side of Akshat. AJ comes into the process of final boss, eventually has to pay the price, as Joker, the last man standing, will have a lot of job to do. A Molly comes in immediately to make sure they get the confirmation, and yes, the confirmation comes in towards the side of BB Hellgod from the other side.
Oh, there you go. This is what I was talking about. You know, Big Brother Esports deploying one of those players on the backlines, creating all that difference as they go hunting in for the chicken dinner. Get it to their name, as Global Esports denied their back-to-back. Beautiful performance coming in from Big Brother Esports. They were patient. They knew when to take those fights, very calculative in their approach, and eventually amass this beautiful chicken with 9 finishes. But nothing taken away from Global Esports and RVNG, as they have collected 8 and 7 finishes respectively to their name.
I mean, composure it was all about in the first game, and even in the second game it was all about composure. And Global Esports, you know, even though they've got 8 finishes, they're going to be happy to be placed with another 20 points. A total of 60 already coming in from the side of Global Esports. Don't you think they made it into the next round?
Oh, of course they have. You know, the 39 plus 20, that's a lot of points. 59 points already accumulated. And somewhere down the line, when you talk about the cutoffs kind of sort of going around, you know, the 60-pointer margin, all they need to get is at least 10 more points just to be, you know, 100% safe. But again, a huge comeback coming in from Big Brother, who was sort of lost in the map of Erangel. Now getting those 24 points is going to be a huge sigh of relief, even for them and even for teams like Revenge and Kemin Esports, who've collected 17 and 15. And also for Elite Squad being one of the first teams to get out of this game in the game of Erangel, 13 points is a really good resurgence for their side.
Absolutely. This is what we spoke, right? The team which performed really bad in the map of Erangel, you could, you know, expect redemption from them, and they performed absolutely well. Unstoppable, Team INS, Elite Squad, these were exactly, apart from Global Esports, the rest of the teams were on the second slide itself. Now let's look at the second slide, which was looking like the first slide of the map of Erangel. We can see Bule Bhatke is going to be having 4 points, Team P6. The bottoms are going to be 1 knock push. I think Faith and, you know, 1 knock push need to wake up at this point of time. So is the side of Orangutan. I know GOG previously had performed really well, but Hydra, Team Mayhem and P6, they are the squads who have been in the middle bracket and tend to go a little more further below rather than going up.
You know, this is where things have gotten so much more interesting, right? Few of the teams that performed really well in the first game have suddenly, you know, just gotten taken down early on. If you talk about teams like Orangutan, where, you know, they sort of were on those eastern peripheries and they were not really anticipating that western shift. And what they could have done really was taken that longer route, maybe go down south or maybe towards the northern side, but they decided to go head on, and that is where they sort of got picked off by multiple teams that were all just clustered around the eastern shores. But again, for teams like GOG, a pretty late rotation this time coming inside the zone and had to deal with the wrath of the circle. And again, Hydro Official, even for their likes, you know, you could see them, they were sort of hunkered down around that Los Leones cities areas, and they were really being complacent about the surroundings, right? Being oblivious about teams shooting at them from the above high grounds, and you know, they got taken down one after the other. But P6 again, not the kind of a performance that they displayed in round number 3 and round number 2. As a matter of fact, seem to be in a little bit of a trouble.
I somewhere have to say that, you know, the game changer map coming up, the next one, that's going to be the map of Sanhok. We can expect squads like Hydra, we can expect squads like Mayhem to actually, you know, come and prove themselves. You know, that is going to be one of those maps where they least expect the other squads to perform better, right? No, we all know that Global is still not holding back for themselves. You did say that, you know, when he spoke to the coach or the owner himself, he did specify that I'm going to concentrate on getting more than one good game. And it looks like until now they've done their job, right? 2 good games is what they've you know, raked up, but I don't think so they're going to stop themselves. You know, they're just going to let loose of the beast within themselves. They're going to be like, we have done the hard work, let's just concentrate on that. But for now, we'll be looking at the iQOO MVP of the map itself to understand who was the person doing most of the heavy lifting in the game, trying to rake up as many finishes for the squad, but either was betrayed or was able to pick it up.
You know, I really loved what Beast did from Big Brother, right? It was a beautiful split that they played. It was a 3-1 with Beast, you know, kind of being around those hilly areas, having that little bit of a high ground. So all sort of information was being relayed to all his teammates, and that is where Revenge were caught up in a little bit of a dip. He had the entire vision. All he was just waiting for the players of G to be dealt with, and once they were, he just went ham after the players of RV and G, as we do have the iQOO MVP, Destro, my man, with 4 finishes to his name, 565 points of damage. You know, the way he just pushed in on all the players. I think it was Bule Bhatke that he went up against and managed to accrue those 2-3 finishes, went in with the reload and was so confident around that. Even Justin from the backlines coming up with a clutch, trying to save his squad. And moreover, you know, it was even a complete game coming from Kemin Esports' side, because at a certain point, they also were the also one of those teams that were on those eastern edges, right? They also had to get themselves in. Now they figured out those puddles, right? They figured out those dips around which they could play with, and they were not really shying away from a lot of fights. You know, they had multiple teams charging out their direction. They had to face against elite squads. They had to face against Big Brother from the back lines. You even had, you know, RVNG also into the mix, and for what they really came in here for, they took a lot.
I would say that, you know, when you have the most experience had playing in the kind of in the pressure they were holding up, I feel that, you know, they've done a great job. But there are few, you know, teams who have failed themselves royally, like GOG. They got skirmish between two squads. But I would like to say that, you know, when we talk about failure, there's going to be one device which is not going to fail in everybody's eyes, and that's going to be the iQOO smartphones. They're coming up with a new one called Neo, and there's a small video for you guys. Just go and enjoy that.
iQOO. Experience tranquility.
Yeah, Heroes in state bomb report that they are so good.
काफी मजा आया। आजा।
ऐसे भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Well, it's all here, right? It is all in Loco, India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform, where you can catch all your favorite BGMI pros, you know, just revealing all their secret strats while they're playing all those custom lobbies. You know, all the communications could certainly learn from them. Or maybe if you feel that you're better than them, if you think they're just you're better than them, might as well start your streaming career. And or else you could just be Sid and be off to a few shenanigans of yourself and have fun. It's all about having fun, and that is all we're having right now as we take a look at the highlights of this game, whatever all the action unfolding in front of us in the map of Miramar. It all's begun with one knock push just being completely caught off guard by Team INS, who almost somehow got taken down by this one player, Red Viper.
Absolutely. Look at this. He's going to go for a peek or probably a stand-up shot, and then eventually, the final moments where the Thompson, it was just one bullet. That is all it took to put an end for that squad, you know, who was playing absolutely well. And Team INS were really happy with 3 men down. They could just rake up. GOG on the other side, get caught up in the rotation, and they found one of the best crosses ever. That was Kemeny Sports, and we all know once you come into the crosses, you're next to finished.
Oh yeah, at least for all these professional players, right? You're very well versed with how they adjust all their crosses, how they go after those hit fires, and this is how, you know, Kemeny Sports sort of started their fights, all of it. They were kind of patient real early on. They were trying to get as many finishes here and there. Few players just lying around in the open, and this is where, you know, Kemeny Sports just goes after the, Destro, in fact, goes after the players of faith all by his lonesome, and then almost he got traded off, and this is where Justin did come in at the right time and managed to secure that clutch. And not just this, right? Kevin Esports were on to a lot of multiple other fights that eventually happened later on. But Elite Squad, this was such a nice resurgence for their side, right? Especially after kind of sort of having a really lousy start in the first game, getting wiped out to the players of Initiative Academy. It was sort of inevitable, or rather imperative, for them to kind of get themselves back into the mix, and which they eventually did.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, at the same time, Initiative Academy, one other thing which I saw about them was they were in more than one team's crosshairs, and it was inevitable for them to eventually get taken down. P6 on the other side, I really thought that they could actually turn things around over here until a grenade was actually it came in as a charm, and eventually they had to say goodbye from the lobby. And somewhere when Miramar was getting taken down time and again, he did get up. He did give a very good fighting chance for the opponents in front of him, but ultimately it was the end of the story for him as soon as he came into the process of Kevin itself.
I really liked how Big Brother was going with their pushes and the fights, right? Being very calculated, not even overextending on a single location. And this is where, Global Esports, despite the fact that they were somewhere in the zone around the 4th or the 5th circle, once the zone shifted away from them, how cleverly they took the better of the circle. And this is where, Kevin Esports were kind of hunkered down in the middle, right? In golf, like in Amoeba, you had so many teams coming in. You had Elite Squad constantly poking them, and then it was eventually Big Brother that sort of hit the hammer and put them 6 feet under, right? And that is where Global Esports, they were really doing good. I really felt, however, AJ, had he lobbed those grenades a little bit farther, had certainly had the avenues to do so, but that is where they kind of put their bodies out on the line, and Big Brothers were the ones who capitalized on that situation.
Yep, absolutely. I really thought that it was Kevin Esports who actually took down the side of Elite Squad, but it looks like it was the side of Big Brothers as Global Esports. Both of them put together did it. Revenge at this point of time I really felt was looking the strongest. Until there was a moment where we really thought a rotation might be coming in, one of the key players who can actually place himself better, but that did not happen.
Oh, that certainly did not. And this is where Revenge, they sort of knew their fate that was awaiting them. They knew that they were caught in a very dicey position, and Ace from the backlines doing majority of that heavy lifting over there. Of course, Global Esports, the last player, Joko, he survived as much as he could do. Rather sort of opted for a healing battle, but till then, he knew that no matter how much he does or whatever he does, he's not going to come out as the victors. They were denied that back-to-back chicken that they were eyeing out for so long. But this is where things get so much more interesting, ladies and gentlemen, because now we've got two different winners. Of course, Global Esports, one of those teams that we can say have solidified the spot going in this time to the BMPS. Howsoever, because again, a quick reminder, only the top 6 out of these 16 teams are going to be going in through to the BMPS. So of course, Global Esports, now we've talked about it, right? 2 good games, and Mayavi was pretty clear on his words. After that, if we have those 2 really good games, we're going to go ham. So in Sanhok, in the later maps that we are yet to witness, it's going to be all about Global Esports and their pure raw aggression on display.
But somewhere I feel that, it's going to be Kevin Esports who will be trying to put an end for them in the beginning itself. Because when you speak about the few squads which can actually take the fight towards the place of Global Esports, they're countable, I believe. And one amongst them is going to be Kevin because of the firepower they have. And then we have the Unstoppables who could be that, key team who can actually challenge them out. And that is where, Global Esports need to watch out. Because ultimately from here on, you get into a crosshairs and there's a knock coming in from the opposite side. They're going to make sure that they come in and finish you off. Because ultimately they do understand that sometimes we need one good game, and if you have Global Esports somewhere in the final circle, it's as good as finished for themselves. So I believe that there are a few squads who can challenge them out, but yet again I want to speak about one other squad, right? Or few other squads who try to depend on the placement points, like GOG, and then we have the side of Elite Squad who all of a sudden are trying to play for placement points rather than being the aggressive side. What do you have to say about such squads? Do you really truly think that, they can come up to the top 6 if they continue the same kind of strategy?
Oh, hell yeah. Of course, they can, because that has been the mantra, right? Try to get good
Yeah.
position points, get off to a good start. And I think
Yeah.
for teams like GOG, they certainly have done that. And they had a little bit of a cushion. Same can be said for teams like Orangutan, right?
Yeah.
Where they had a master around 15 to 17 points in the first game. Of course, had a little bit of a cushion to work around with. And this game did not really go the way they had planned. So somewhere you kind of assuming that they were collected around 18 to 19 points at the very max. Now, they know for every single game, somewhere you've got to keep that average of 10 points going on. So
Yeah.
Sanhok is going to be a deal breaker for a lot of these teams. And, of course, now the invited teams have come in. We're going to be anticipating those really absurd, really infamous healing battles also coming in. And we do
Hopefully.
have one of those teams that really opts for it. It's going to be Kemin Esports.
Exactly. And one more thing which I love the most about the map of Sanhok, one team will be aiming for a 15 finish winner chicken dinner, because ultimately it's going to be the other teams who will be trying to go in for that heal battle for themselves. Yes, it's going to be the matchup coming in. I'll allow you to do the further.
Oh, of course. I mean, right now, Salty apparently is getting all excited, all riled up because it's his favorite map of Sanhok. And, he was very adamant he needed to cast this one. So I have to have Arca on the sidelines. He's just getting settled in. As now, again, now, Salty, we've witnessed a different sort of a variation going on, just the right kind of masala that I was searching for with the start of the day, right? We had the game of Erangel, where certain teams kind of had a really good start, and then they were off to a really bad crash.
Yeah.
And that is where the other team sort of picked it up. Now, what are your assumptions once we begin, Sanhok?
I think there is going to be one team that is going to maintain their domination. It has to be global. It has to be global. The kind of ferocity that we have seen in their eyes, these boys, I said this, they had something else for breakfast. I'm not sure, they probably had a lot of protein and they're completely jacked up, It's like a bodybuilder just completely in with steroids and
All the
flexing
kids.
their muscles. But of course, there is another device that's completely jacked up as well. That is those smartphones coming in from iQOO. Muscles.
iQOO.
Well, iQOO Neo 6, it's coming very soon, and I'm pretty sure when it drops in, it is going to sweep over the Indian market. Of course, just like the Underdog did, they completely swept over the entire nation, and everyone has their eyes on them. But of course, Fixes, we have our invited teams right now. Some of them are performing, some of them not so much. So what do you have to say about teams, let's say for example like Revenge, for Hydra, who are still looking to get that big game for themselves?
Revenge already has had a good start over
Yeah.
in Miramar, getting that top 3
Yep.
finish. But for Hydra, even the first game was really good for them. I mean, a top 4, considering I really did not have a lot of expectation coming out from that team. Again, a fan favorite team coming in. We haven't seen them a lot of Hydra in
Yeah.
the tier 1 lobbies.
Exactly.
But despite that, the boys have been holding to themselves pretty well. But again, if you ask to me about the teams that haven't really stepped up, somewhere between the lines, you've got to bring in teams like Mayhem, right? Again, one of those names, one of the very known names. You've got
Very
so
old.
many big OG players coming in. And yeah, really, some OG players also into the mix from Team Mayhem. But yeah, they haven't they've been looking a little lost today. Of course, when you have a lot of invited teams who've got a lot of experience. Now, Mayhem hasn't been quite visible in the Tier 1 lobbies lately.
Yeah.
And now you've got the other underdog teams, the rising stars, as I like to call them. They've been grinding it out from the in-game qualification. They've faced all those hurdles to get themselves over here. So, of course, they've gotten their blade sharpened up. And that is where, Mayhem really needs to make a comeback. And Sanhok has always been this map where you can dream, where you can start dreaming. Or if you do not want, collect as many first aids as you can, because we're in for some lot of healing battles.
Well, I'm not really sure if you would like to call it Sanhok or a complete hospital, because these players, they're certainly going on a journey. But of course, our flight also is on a journey as these military vehicles, all loaded with players, starts traveling, ladies and gentlemen. This is match 3 of round 4 as we begin to watch Big Brother already taking a drop for themselves. The flight path, again, pretty standard. Don't really talk about it much on this map itself. Towards ruins is where it ends.
Oh yeah, I mean, one of those major concerns with Sanhok is the players kind of tend to go off to the eastern islands or the mainland, would be hoping that the circle does not take a shift towards those western islands, because once it does, it gets sort of so broken, right? And Sanhok has always been about holding on to the centers, holding on to the compounds, have a little bit of a good spread, and eventually just be patient. But talking about fights starting right off, I believe we might get to see some action around boot camp, because Paradise Resort, oh my lord, has been vacant this time, as the zone this time is something that we were kind of hoping for a quite longer time. It's the Southern Islands, ladies and gentlemen, and Global Esports. I do not know what they have, offered the gods of BGMI, but they're certainly being favoring them as MYM and Orangutan, the clash of titans right from the early get-go. What do you think is going to happen?
MYM, they're making a move right from the get-go, but on the other side, you've got Team Faith, who have sort of surrendered. It seems like one player is down already, player 69. It's not a really ideal. Team INS, though, right now, they're still looking in for that finish, and it seems like there's nobody who can actually help this isolated players. Really sad start for them. But of course, elsewhere, again, the boot camp skirmish that you talked about, I really want to get back to that location, because MYM, I want to see what they do, right? The decision-making sort of really comes out on top. Whether they do decide to engage against Orangutan, a team who really had a sort of a decent first game, or they sort of decipher key, let's just not go about it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, at this point, considering the fact that Mayhem is sort of looking to be withdrawing themselves from the bootcamp warehouses, certainly is an indicator that they have no intentions to fight. And rightfully so, because you've had really 2 bad early games. You just have 4 games to get yourself back in. And now I'm not just telling that it's the end of the world for them, right? Even if they engage or if they sort of have themselves into the midst of the fight, it's not the end of the world. They certainly could have taken it, but they really felt that they were not in the righteous positions, because eventually Orangutan had the best loot, and they had the majority of the bootcamp, the central compound, the first, second and third rotations also to them, and that is where the players of Mayhem were kind of restricted. But now look at Elite Squad already in pursuit of one knock push, and this is where Red Viper forming that flank angle could be really feisty for him.
He's the influential key in this part itself, right?
Yeah.
If the other team, that is Elite Squad, can actually take him down, the entirety of the house is going to start crumbling. But of course, I'm pretty sure that Red Viper and his position hasn't been given out yet. And they're completely oblivious that there is somebody on the flank. They start sort of avenging towards one knock push. Again, looking at one knock push's movements, it seems like they know exactly where Elite Squad is and they know their intentions, but this is exactly where Miramar is going to have a spot onto Red Viper, and his position has been given out. The entire cards has been played out. This is bad because they can start doubling up on that guy, finish him first, and then look on for the rest of the squad.
Oh yeah, it seems like they have a slight idea where Red Viper could be, with Miramar already, having his heads in that direction. And that's a good thing. You need to anticipate all these flanks as Red Viper.
Yeah.
He does not know. His plans are all going to go into folly as Red Viper, well, still not getting out of his cover that he has, still waiting for the players of Elite Squad to make a push at the players of One Knock Push. I really like what 1KP are doing, right? Trying to engulf them like an amoeba. But at the same time, are they aware of Elite Squad knowing their whereabouts, what they're trying to intend?
I guess they do, of course, but pretty sure so far, though, it's very, very silent. In the code of military etiquette, fixity and silence is basically a form of deference. They're paying their respect. They're paying the respect to the opposition, not really engaging so far. On the other side, you've got Big Brother again, who have had a really, really good second game, right? Completely dominating right off that final zone, getting that big chicken that they wanted. Still looking strong, very strong in fact. But they need this second victory as well. You talked about it.
Yeah, but right now I had a little bit of a thought, but GE seem to have found Hydra on the southern shorelines just below Sami, and now they're going to be making such movements. And this is where the freedom sort of sets in to the players. Now they know that they've done enough to qualify to the BMPS, and they know they've gotten it all secured. So this is where they can absolutely go all guns blazing after the teams, but a little bit of a stalemate over here as Mohit seems to have taken a little bit of a damage, and that is where Red Viper is really not coming out of his hiding, still staying in the dark. But we were talking about Big Brother, right? Big Brother, they dropped off at Mongnai, and the circle is completely down towards the southern side. Now, you've got two options. Either you go for the information butation that I really never recommend to teams, or you really get yourselves to the center quickly. And not talking about the heart of Sanhok today. It's going to be around the Painan area, where Initiative Academy have taken a standoff over there.
Exactly, but elsewhere, though, have a look at the finish where as AKOP takes on Tempest. I really want to shift our focus from this fight to that, but however, as long as we are focusing here, you still got Red Viper in that mix. Mohit still trying to be the diversion. But coming back to this fight that was happening, Orangutan, both the teams, in fact, Mayhem as well as Orangutan, they've moved out of boot camp to take this fight elsewhere. It seems like both of them, they've had their loot complete. They're done and dusted. They're prepared to actually go and look at Tempest, though. Very, very low on HP.
Does not even have a helmet and is now patching himself up with all those bandages, which I believe is the right decision to do, because INS, they are being ambushed by the players of Hydra over here.
Are they though? Hydra, they seem to be very cautious of their movements, and they should be, because Billion in that position might take down Zoro in a flash. But that is exactly what they're wary about, right? They're calculating their movement so far and not just ambushing them right at the get-go. And I like this so far, right? Decision-making being very calculated, not just giving in to your sensation, and instead just trying to, collect all the information, get all the reconnaissance done. Analyze the situation as well, because it's not just one team. There might be somebody lying in the shadows. This is what exactly Sanhok is all about. There are so many teams lying in the shadows just waiting to feast upon the opposition.
Yeah, and this is where, I'm kind of really confused about what Hydra is intending to do at this moment. From one fight to another, trying to shift their attention as Dynamite finally is going to be rattling down a few bullets at the players of INS, who have that little bit of a high ground to work around. Now, again, this is something that Hydra officials can really opt for, right? They've got some covers to play around with, and I've always been very critical about it. Never take fights more than 2 minutes. Now, this is something that teams like Orangutan and Mayhem need to watch out for, because if you're taking shots at each other, all those fast buyers would be understanding what's happening, as Dynamite, however, has opened it up, has taken down Shane, but is he going to get the finish though?
He certainly might be looking for it, but with Team Faith being in the vicinity, it's very important for Hydra to kind of figure out an escape strategy, because they don't really want to be a sandwich at this complete point, right? With Team INS having a vantage point on them, Team Faith also encapsulating them from all directions. For Team Hydra, though, it's really important to figure out what their priority is. Of course, has to be one or the other team, because it's completely out in the open and they are in the dip fixes.
Oh yeah, of course they are, right? And this is where Hydra need to realize, even if one of their players gets taken down, they're going to be susceptible to attacks coming in, and it's going to be not just Team Faith, but also Team INS that can decide to take over their compound. But INS still considering their whereabouts inside the circle. They're looking pretty comfortable, as a Butation was in process and has now a good, wise decision by the Unstoppables, doing the right thing. They realize that there might be someone on the shoreline, so it's going to be a mayday call pretty early on. Take it into the waters, go out for a swim because
Yeah.
it's the hot, humid summers, and in the rainforest, right? The
Yeah.
humidity levels sort of keep on increasing, so it's better to take a little bit of a splash in the waters.
It certainly is, right? And thankfully for them, and courtesy to our map feed, we
Nobody's
know there
watching.
aren't really any sort of coast guards over
Yeah.
there. But of course, right now, though, the focus, the toppers so far, Team Global Esports, they sort of remind me of a friend of mine who always complete the syllabus within the first 2 months, and after that, they used to just chill around. Where we used to, keep all our eggs in one basket, waiting to finish our syllabus on the last day before the exam. These guys have completed
Alright.
their syllabus in the first month itself.
I certainly start doubt, the kids over here from Global Esports. Do they have their driving license? Do they have the idea
aren't
that
eligible.
you should not be putting a bike inside a compound? But to each one of them, whatever they need to desire at this point, at a certain
They want to
level.
preserve their
It's
expensive
about
purchases.
survival, right? It's
Yeah.
about survival. We're not going to question ethics, manners. They're all going to be thrown out of the window. But Salty, now this is where the moment of truth sort of sets in. The second circle has formed. It's again a little bit of a sudden shift. I really like INS's position. What they really need to do right now is take the compound, which they are.
Yeah.
Making all those right decisions, it is going to pay them off. And this is what, teams like INS and Mayhem are up to, right? Have a good game for them to be in contention of the top 6.
It certainly is, right? And Sanhok has always been that turner. Now, you play the map of Sanhok, you want to sort of, live past or move on from the debacle of the first 2 games because you've got an entire journey ahead of you, 3 more maps, 2 of them being Erangel. You really want to get your fingers warmed up because you want to get inside the contention of top 6, and that is what we are talking about, right? The top 6 is the basic intention. You play 6 games and that decides whether you proceed to BMPS, which again is a very, very big deal for all of these players, be it invited or be it underdog.
Oh, look at this. This is the perfect loot that you could have asked for, right? A ghillie suit and a Grotza. And added up with suppressor, you're going to be a stealthy assassin in this particular matchup. But again, one knock push. They've got their roads cut out for them. They know there's no one. They should be knowing. There's no one guarding the bridge, with the elite squad just being on the peripheries. And they've avoided a ghillie suit.
Oh.
Are
And the
you
Groza
kidding
as
me?
well.
And the Groza as well. I mean, all right. I mean, it's their decision. I am not a huge fan of what they did right now because, again, the only rational explanation that I'm really, going to buy is the fact that they've been opting for these arms and these M4s, right?
Yeah.
That is where they've done their back management, where they've got to keep all those grenades, all those smokes, all those juicy first aids, because it's round number 4, Salty.
It certainly is, right? And the reason why they might not have opted for the ghillie suit is because it gets pretty hot inside. This island is hot, the tropical islands. It's just as hot as it is rainy. So you've got to sort of maintain that breathing room. But have a look at this, so Team Faith. They seems to be in the middle of a pickle as Team P6 are taking pot shots against them.
Yeah, one of those players did get knocked out, but I believe he's back on his toes. Sandy getting all those revives, but this is the point, right? Once you start getting shot, once you're getting knocked, you are having your armors and helmets getting depleted, right?
Yeah.
And it's so difficult to find a new one later in the game, and that is where we need to understand. Either you sort of steer off, if objectively it's not doing any service to you, there's no point in taking that fight, because now Bhule Bhatke certainly do not seem lost anymore. They know they've set a bounty at the players of ES's head, and one little peek and one of the skulls is definitely getting cracked over here.
A lot of skulls might just get cracked. If not here, then definitely in a couple of minutes, because you see the change, right? You see the traversal right from round 2 or round 3 to here. But of course, right now, average play, though, gets taken down because Global Esports, they are on the mix.
Oh, they certainly have joined the fray, right? And now average play getting taken down. Of course, it's not going to be difficult to get the rest back up. And for now, we've got to see Global Esports auto rest. He's going to be pincered down with a few bullets over there. But still, it's just, a few threatening shots just to thwart them off their territory. And for now, Elite Squad let's see. They've been holding on to that place. They've been rooting that the circle kind of tends to take a shift in the direction, which exactly has been the case with Painan being the heart of the circle and OG and Initiative Academy. This is a fight that I'm really looking out for.
The heart of the circle and probably two lungs right there right now, because two teams, they are right next to each other. The two parts of Painan itself, a small stream separates these two squads. Out of both of them, they're still looking for that big chicken, right? Even orangutan, for them this game is really important, because not just they need those placement points, it's also about those finish points as well, right? They only racked up 5 in the first game and got 10 placement points to work with. Around that 15-16 mark, they need to get that big chicken, both for Initiative Academy as well. They're yet to get that big pointer from the day so far.
Yeah, I mean, for all these teams, for the new teams, for the underdogs, the rising stars, the dark horses, whatever, you know, objectives you give to them, whatever you tell about them, it's all coming down to this moment, right? This is a dream for them, a Cinderella story, playing the round 1, the qualifying from the in-game qualifiers coming in, round 1, round 2, round 3. It's been such a long journey for them, as now Kevin Esports just getting the bet round of Red Viper. Oh, it's going to be such a sad story. They've got a little bit complacent, did not know that they were being watched upon with those prying eyes, and now have eventually got to pay the prices. Kevin Esports, I feel they certainly have a really good position to their names. All they need to do is search for some solid cover, few compounds, and they might be good to go. But with those shots being laid out, I believe Global Esports has a slight idea of what's happening.
They might have heard, right, the shots coming in. For them, Kemin Esports, it's really important to have a scouting mission right now, because they are at the edge of the circle. For them, trying to scout out the different regions and maybe entering the circle would be the first priority. But elsewhere, again, the skirmish happening between Fate and P6 is still dragging out, as Pablo has been taken down. He was, I believe, in pursuit of the vehicle itself. Meanwhile, the spray comes in. Sanhok just looking to confirm what he started.
Oh, yeah. At this point, you know, for Fate, I'm starting to wonder if this fight is so important for them. If they can get a few finishes to their name, so be it. But right now, they've started losing out numbers, with Spare getting taken down from the players of INS. So I believe I'm going a little bit of a high ground today, and there you go. There you go. You've got to watch out, man. You know, you've got players, one with the nature already proned in pretty early on, those long grasses in Sanhok, helping them out with all their causes. As the players of P6, they also have gotten themselves on the board, as Sandy. He's going to get finished down, but few pot shots coming in from the backlines. And who might that be? It's going to be Big Brother.
It certainly is, right. It's Team Fate. They taste the taste of their own medicine. Team P6, so in the midst of a puddle, especially with Big Brother coming into the mix as well. This kind of makes life so much more difficult for them. It has been a rather silent game on Sanhok, but this is where the ambush really begins, because the battles are starting to brew up. Every single team, especially the ones on the eastern edge of the circle, they're coming very painstakingly close to each other. I can have a look at the mini-map, and I can say that this is not comfortable for any of the teams right now.
It's not going to end well for anybody. Right now, here, Hellgod just rattling down all those bullets at P6's direction, as did miss his mark on a few occasions, though eventually Kid got taken down from elsewhere. Another hybrid circle shift. Now Orangutan and Initiative Academy, they're still going to be in there hiding. You've heard of those urban snakes, right?
Yeah.
You know, those little not so venomous ones hiding inside those houses, you know, trying to seek a little bit of...
they don't hurt anybody.
They don't hurt anybody. But if you kind of bounce upon them and try to put your feet over them, you are in for some treat. And now Initiative Academy and Orangutan, they're going to be lying in a deep slumber, right? Up until the point, you know, the positions are going to get challenged. Because this is where I'm starting to wonder, where is the zone going to take the shift? Is it going to be towards the northern side, or is it going to end towards the southern?
It's a gamble, right? Both for Orangutan as well as Initiative. The team that enjoys the fruits of the circle might just take the match away from them. But elsewhere again, Team GE, though, they are sort of being pounced upon by the Unstoppables, who coming in from the backlines. And surprisingly enough, GE's gatekeeping strategies are not really giving them any fruits, because there's Team Bhule Patke in the mix as well. Again, the vantage points just paying them dividends. But one knock push coming in from the backlines takes down Horoist, as the Unstoppables look to feast upon those knocks.
Oh, it's going to be so difficult though. You know, just pushing in from the low ground to the high ground with BB already, you know, just lobbing all those smokes out there, sort of kind of hindering their own vision as the Unstoppables look to be taking this fight. They know they're starting to feel it as you've got Trouble just spraying down on the players of Kemin Esports from the backlines as a one knock push would be meeting their makers in the form of Kemin Esports, and now suddenly the players of the Unstoppables are in the whole world of trouble.
There is no scouting whatsoever, and suddenly there's just a plethora of teams pouncing upon them. Even Global Esports, for that matter, they have to look on to different directions. But Nakul finds the first opening. He gets Joker, and that sort of enables Manya to move forward. He might just finish what he started, but so far for Global Esports, so they're still stabilized. INS, they will be really missing their first player, Joker. Their prime Supremo gets taken down.
Yeah, but the players, one last player of INS still surviving. I believe it's 3 more though, but now they're in a whole world of trouble, really feeling uncomfortable as they keep on lobbing all those grenades eventually to find a knock onto its Manya, but Joker is right stationed beside him to get that res back up, with AJ trying to provide cover fire from behind.
So many encounters happening at the edge of the circle where teams look to give themselves some sort of habitat in these jungles, but Crazy Soul coming in from behind, sprays in the general direction of the smoke, finds Manya in the process, might just finish him as well as Joker peeks out, just to find 3 more players reinforcing their attack as Joker is going to fall. The Titans might just get slayed down as Team INS are still looking for redemption.
Well, they certainly are, as Nakul is going to be swatting that grenade at Shade's direction, who eventually just gets blown into smithereens as INS would be meeting their makers. It's going to be Hydra Official from the backlines. This time, they're putting the fight right at the face of the players of Global Esports, one after the other, getting knocked out, but no, the trades are here.
They certainly are, and Hydra again just paying the price. This is the 5th circle. It's not the time when you take the damage from the circle itself. Again, right in front, completely backstabbed by Global Esports. Ideal, definitely not, but for Global, they're still surviving. Need to get Nakul back up, as well as AJ, a 2-man side, can still reinforce their course, because of course they've got that big opening in the first 2 games, just looking for those placement points to reinforce and solidify the position inside the top 6.
There are already a few of those teams that have resorted to the healing battle measures, right? I can see Bob from the sidelines has no intentions whatsoever for getting inside the zone, but for Global Esports, they mean mayhem, right? They need to create that sort of anarchy inside the circle as Nakul, somewhere down the line, is crying out for the players of Hydra Officials, and Pav, he's just bleeding right on his knees, trying to get to it. His comrade Dynamite, as Elite Squad, they wanted to push upon the players of Rangtown, eventually are paying the hefty price, but at the same time, OG cannot be oblivious of the fact that GOG are right also in the mix, trying to make a push at their direction. Are they going to make that standoff over here? Are they going to survive? That's a big question.
They certainly have to. This entire region of Kainan has been turned into a fortress. 2 teams are defending it. One is going to be Orangutan, one is going to be Initiative Academy. Of course, Orangutan, for them, they've suffered a first loss. AKOP still taking in shots as Ash is looking to take down GOG in one small boom. Gets the first one, looks to confirm more. But AKOP, though, he's got fun finish for himself. Ash still resurrects his fallen teammate as Orangutan. They survive with 4 finishes to their name.
Yeah, Ash stepping it up as the IGL and getting the most valuable finish over there for himself, as OG somewhere down the line survived the onslaught coming in from GOG, as RVNG, they're going to be hiding inside a little bit of a lorry and in those grasses, the little bit of a shade providing them that cover, as Max Payne has a slight idea of what's really happening. He wants to go in, maybe commit for the push, or rather wants to stay alive at this situation. But Pablo, I believe, has spotted out the players of Big Brothers, who are going to be looking for a back-to-back chicken dinner, as those Molotovs and those grenades are being exchanged from both these sides.
It's an urban warfare, Fexis. The Team P6, they need to make their way inside the circle, as the circle completely ditches the northern part of Painan, moves towards the south, and Initiative Academy might just be reaping all the benefits right now, because their fort seems to be invaded by 2 teams. Number 1 is going to be Orangutan, number 2 is going to be Big Brother. You've got Pule Patke in the mix as well. Scooby FTW, that little bugger, is still going for that heal battle.
And there you have Dynamite making his way inside the circle. Eventually will fall prey to DG as they get wiped out. Now this is where I really love what Orangutan are doing over here, right? Really took the circle at the best time, you know, while Initiative Academy were engaged when they had the direction elsewhere. As now OG Ash, we've got to see what is he up to. Has that little bit door shot down as Papa is going to be making that push on towards the players of OG. As Trigger, he's going to try and cook that grenade up. It's going to be final boss right in front of him. Let's see what he does, but it's going to be Trigger from the backlines just blowing him up with that revenge out of the game.
But of course, following up on the players of P6, this man has done a beautiful job. Like, he's still in the northern part of the circle itself, trying to scavenge for those finishes, for those players coming in from the northern side. This cross is going to be very deadly for him. Of course, he needs to swim his way across the Molotov, a defensive measure at the circle again. Just a magnet on top of Initiative Academy, but the mission just gets so much more difficult for Orangutan. Of course, Scooby FTW also in the mercy of the circle with nobody, not even DG, spotting him. How is he surviving? He's not even a snake at this point because he's just crawling on land itself.
Oh yeah, but somehow he's doing it right. And the players of Initiative Academy did not know what they've signed in for, as now the players of Orangutan under a little bit of a threat as the push keeps coming at their direction. They somehow need to hold on to their fortress, which they're doing. Eventually DG finds to be the better out of him, as Max Payne has gotten himself knocked out. Believe trying to make it inside the circle, needs to secure a few finishes. Orangutan already up high and rolling with 7 finishes to their name. How deep can they dig?
They certainly can, right? This nade coming in, beautiful! Explodes ZOP right there as he is still on a rampage with the M249 though, but they are moving very cautiously. The circle keeps on moving away from them. For Orangutan though, it's really important to keep their numbers game alive. Like Initiative Academy, the only team who can post any sort of threat against them. Nade coming in once again, a potential knock, but of course dodged it by Whiskers. It's a 4v4v2 situation as two teams look to make this game and completely write their name all over the map of Sanhok itself. It's Initiative Academy versus Orangutan versus Big Brother Esports Fixes.
This is the game that Initiative Academy were looking out for. Have their player station in a 2-2 split. Blazy and Loki just on the sidelines as Belief finally falls prey towards DG's Molotov coming in. But are OG going to overcommit over here? Are they going to be going in for the revives as DG is going to lob one more grenade as Xenop finds the better of Ash. The trades come in from OG's side, but the numbers are definitely dwindling over here, Salty.
It certainly does, right? Orangutan, they get completely blown apart, but it's still alive for Initiative Academy. It is 3v1 situation. Of course, they are going to dominate inside the final circle. The circle, of course, being their mercy for such a long time. It was such a heavy rotation coming in for both Big Brother as well as Orangutan. But finally, Initiative just managing to hold on to their fortress, just did not give in to the pressure.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, they barely had to move a muscle throughout the entire game. They dropped off at Painan. The circle sort of ended in Painan. And it's, of course, their territory that they had to defend. And they knew when to get out, when to let the other team fight it out. And whoever sentenced to survive would eventually get taken down from their side, as 8 finishes to their name. 23 points chicken dinner is what they wanted at this point to get themselves also back into the mix. They started off with a high, sort of seemed to fizzle out, kind of gassed out in the second game, but here they're back in Sanhok.
They certainly are, right? Even Big Brother as well as Orangutan. Big Brother following up on that good Miramar game. Again, a nice finish, a podium finish to work with. 17 points, pretty good. Orangutan following up on the Erangel game. These are the teams who are looking to sort of solidify their place. Of course, you've got to keep in, you've got to talk about global esports as well. 6 points, decent enough. The Unstoppables also starting to kind of get themselves, push themselves upwards. Team P6, really improvement.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, this is the kind of resurgence that we needed from P6's side, right? Especially one of those teams that focuses a lot on position points. They were certainly looking to be a little uncomfortable, finally having themselves a little bit settled in. But Revenge, GOG, Kemin Esports in that manner, you can see all those finishes coming up, but those position points sort of lacking, you know, dropping off at Camp Alpha and then sort of trying to go on with the rotation. We're completely caught off guard with the circle shift, but the iQOO MVP is going to be OG's Trigger, one of the oldest players from the community right from the very start. This time 3 finishes to his name, and I really loved all those grenades that did come in, the kind of cover fires that he was providing, and whatever he did, earning himself this title.
He certainly is, right? And he was pulling such an important role. Of course, we'll come back to it later on. We'll have a look at the top 5 players, and you can see 2 players from Orangutan. It's Trigger and Believe. Knuckle, of course, from Global Esports is still up there with those 3 finishes. You've got to talk about Initiative Academy and the amount of heavy lifting that DG did over there. Look at the conversion, right? 386 points of damage and 4 finishes to his name. Of course, this was a rather quiet game. Not a lot of teams engaging in those battles. It's just about those conversion rates and being efficient with those conversion rates as well.
It was a rather very slow game of Sanhok, right? Where it all came down to the fact that the teams were just battling each other out while the zone was sort of shrinking, right? As we take a look at the match summary, well, the numbers were, of course, up. Few of the teams, I think it was Unstoppables, Hop who tried to go for those healing battles, but where I was really expecting Kevin Esports to resort to such measures, they did not do so, and now another bad game. One just good game in Miramar. Erangel and Sanhok haven't really panned out in their favor. Now this is dire times for them as 7 grenade finishes, 2 airdrops looted, one of which where the Grotza and the ghillie suit were sort of ignored.
Yeah.
And they had to pay the price, didn't they?
They certainly had to pay the price, and I'm pretty sure you are pretty angry as well. We've got to understand the weather just does not support so much heat and grass, but of course you've got to talk about the FTA overview, where it's being led by Orangutan with 1,671 points of damage and 7 finishes to work with Initiative Academy, though I like what they did right there, holding on to that fortress right from the beginning till the very end. Now we knew that the circle was going to end in Painan, but the question was which side of Painan is it going to come down to? Initiative Academy were on the right side, and that is one of the reasons why they could chime in on those finishes left, right and center. Fine player knocked down, just get the finish for yourself.
But this is where I also loved what Orangutan did over there, right? Especially with Ash, with what he did when Geo was pushing right on them. And a few of the players were knocked out, ensuring that one little grenade just goes in, absolutely cooked to perfection. The whole squad just burst out. You know,
Yeah.
blood spattered all along. But eventually, after that, what he did was he realized that the circle might take a certain shift over there, and which it did, right? And he was the first one to secure that spot. Now, once you've got one of those players going there, you can sort of you can sort of provide that cover fire for your teammates to come up, which eventually they did. Now, with Orangutan, of course, you've got to give commends to even Believe with last moment when he had, you know, those few players over there. I believe from P6 were trying to survive, trying to get that little bit of cover. If you got those grenade, but did not really, you know, push in over there. But still, a very good game of Sanhok coming in for teams like well, Initiative, Orangutan, and all those. But we've got a beautiful phone from iQOO and a little bit of a promo for you guys just about now.
iQOO. Experience tranquility.
Heroes in state bomb report that they are so good.
काफी मजा आया।
ऐसे तुम भी रेडी हो जाओ।
it feels very different in the virtual world, right? When
Oh,
you
yes.
kind of head into Loco, it's sort of a carnival out there, and like rightfully the name sort of suggests, right? You can watch your favorite gamers, your streamers, everybody, just showcasing their content and what are they up to. A lot of shenanigans at that, but yes, this beautiful phone, the iQOO Neo 6. 80 watts of flash charging. When I was really thinking maybe 20 or 30 watts were enough. But this phone offers you all of that in 12 minutes, Salty. Do you know it can charge your phone till 50% and in just 32 minutes to 100%. And it is available as an Amazon special, and you have few lucky players or few lucky participants have a chance to get prizes worth 2 lakh rupees. All you've got to do is participate, play a few, games which are relatively easier than BGMI, and you never know, might have yourself a beautiful coupon out of which you can get yourself this juicy phone.
Exactly. As ladies and gentlemen, we are prepared to witness all of the action that happened in Sanhok once again, because who doesn't love it again, right? The highlights, of course, it has got to be towards the final third of the game, right? That is when most of the action sort of started brewing out, sort of beginning with the battle between Hydra and Global Esports, as well as Team One Knock Push as well in the mix. All of that entire the triple threat that sort of formed in. That is when the start of downfall for the majority of the sides, right?
It sort of all began with a little bit of a kerfuffle around those boot camp areas
Yeah.
where OG and Mayhem were sort of after each other. They eventually did not
Yeah.
lock horns, right? Mayhem got taken down from elsewhere. Sort of a really rather slowest game of Sanhok that we've ever cast in the game.
Yes.
Just so late into the game and so many players were alive, and I really knew it was going to be pandemonium all throughout the map. Just when we had the circle rotate towards those Painan cities, right? That is where majority of the teams just got wiped out. The ones who were kind of somewhere around the edges. One of their biggest names would be, of course, Kemin Esports, Global Esports, even the likes of Hydra and INS. That is where all those Western side fights broke out, and none of them survived.
That is what happens, right, when the circle sort of favors an entire town and it's completely abandoned left, right and center. There's literally no cover, and all these teams were trying to make the big move, coming in from the outside, coming in from east, west, north, south, towards the Painan compounds, and eventually get taken down by an entire fortress that has been set up inside, especially with two teams just dominating inside, being Initiative Academy and Orangutan over there. This is where the problem really lied. Teams rotating early, they got the advantage, having predicted the circle right on point, sort of gave them the edge.
Of course, and that did happen, and of course this is one of those cases where we were talking about the tables turning over, right? Big Brothers, again, a consistent game. Orangutan needed exactly this, and they were sort of also the closest to the zone, considering dropping off at boot camp. All they had to do was take that southern route in, get into Painan, and they did that pretty early, right? And they were holding around the edges, right? This is where even players of Bule Bhatke, got to give it to these lads. I think one of those players, Scooby, survived till the very end, and this is how, Initiative Academy, who was sort of really passive from the start, were not getting themselves into any sort of monkey business.
Yeah.
You were not, were not sort of wandering around, and were just looking out for a few finishes that were right out in the open for them, where they knew 100% that they can take it, and this was needed for them, especially having a good start in Erangel, not converting it to a good game, and in Miramar subtly, just going, getting fizzled out, just gassed out. This was so much important for them to get themselves back into the zone, get themselves back into the grace of the top 6, because again, you've got to say it out loud, you've got to collect somewhere around 60 to 65 points to make sure that you're qualifying to the BMPX.
Exactly, right? 60 to 65 points to kind of solidify that position towards the top 4 at least, right? Because you don't really want to play around the 5th and the 6th position, because it gets really dicey. Even the final game can sort of change your luck, and we've seen that happen in round 2, where teams sort of go absolute berserk in the final game and take those positions away. But of course, 60 point, if that's a margin for you, if you are wanting that, 6 games, you kind of divide that by 6, 10 points. As I've already established during the duration of the tournament, I'm a mathematics genius, 60 by 6, it's 10.
But one good thing, apart from Pop, not much of those teams did resort to those healing buffers, right? We finally saw it all break down. At a certain point, I was expecting maybe someone out of Orangutan heads over, someone out of RVNG, or maybe the players of P6 or Big Brothers tries to resort for that. But none of them did. Eventually had to break it out in those final few circles that we had, and it was a good game of Sanhok. Right now, we're in the midst where few of those teams, like let's say you've got the Unstoppables. They had a really drastic rotation all the way from the northern side, kind of coming down from the southern side. One of the longest distance travel, but they could not convert it into good points. Now, this is where, if you talk about the underdog teams, I really felt Bhule Bhatke Initiative Academy did a pretty good job, and this is where those few invited teams, INS or Mayhem, even for the sake of Hydra officials, somewhere need to do a little bit more grinding to do.
They certainly have to, right? There's a lot of punches that needs to be thrown in, as half the day has finished already, ladies and gentlemen. We have completed 3 matches and only 3 more matches are left. Again, we kind of talk about Sanhok being the table turner. Might just have been that for Initiative Academy. We don't really know what's there to come, but I'm just hoping the best for them, considering they got the chicken dinner in this one. They might just rack up a few more. But again, for Global, it's been that consistent thing. They got themselves in the first page of the points table once again. Orangutan got themselves the podium finish yet again. I loved exactly what Orangutan did right there, right? Their rotation, those micro adjustments, because it's not a very big rotation. They were favored by the circle, if you have to put it very bluntly. But of course, when the circle shifts from the northern side of Painan towards the southern side, where Initiative Academy already has a stronghold, those micro adjustments crossing the stream, sending one player early, looking in their vicinity, Drigger staying back, Ash kind of going ahead, Drigger trying to prevent a big brother in P6. All of those micro adjustments and the communication, I loved it.
So did I, right? Exactly. Had the circle shifted towards Orangutan's favor, had it gone towards the northern part of Painan, it could have been their chicken dinner easily, right? Because they held their fort against GOG, which I believe was sort of the tipping point for them, which I really felt one of those players got taken down. That is where they looked really vulnerable. But apart from that little situation, they're really in good control over the game, with Ash, of course, with all those beautiful rotations out there. And this is something that we're not really privy to, right? Circles ending inside of those cities. Everyone sort of thought that there's going to be that one drastic radical shift. They're going to have that circle go away from Painan. Even I was one of those believers, right? But that did not happen. And this is something that you get to witness in the iQOO BMOC. All along, we've been seeing all those western circles, those eastern circles, a little bit of those northern circles. But finally getting to see one of those southern circles in the round 4, couldn't have asked a better start than this.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, as matches are going to be yet to come. It's a little short break that we're going to take, and we're going to come after a very short break right after this.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
that I'm a real giver, I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex.
Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go!
अरे scout कह रहे हैं यार.
Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. अरविंद और शार्प शूटर को है पता, the one who shows the way is the real ताला। चार मीनार के पास everybody knows, ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो इन गेम लीडर ही कर सकता है। And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है। And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ। और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है। कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती। विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती। योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स। फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ।
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच। क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट। Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
Well, as promised, it was a pretty short break, wasn't it? You can't lie to me. It was a pretty short break. I always promise them that I'm going to just take a short break, and then people are like, well, it wasn't a short break. It was 5 minutes. It's just 5 minutes. Enjoy the commercials while they are happening. But of course, now with me on the desk is going to be the man, Arka. Arka, how are you feeling? Of course, because right now is the D-Day, right? Especially for all of the teams who are in the second bracket, who are in the second page of the points table. For them, the focus is going to be on top of them. Because if not now, it's never, you are never going to qualify for BFBS.
Exactly. So that's what we said, right? 3 maps already done, dusted. You have just 3 maps left. Now, it's a wake-up call for many squads, to be specific. All thanks to the kind of placement they've got for themselves. One is going to be Revenge, the other one is going to be Hydra as always, INS, Team Mayhem. And then we have P6 as well who need to wake up.
Elite
Fate
Squad
needs to wake up. Elite Squad needs to wake up. One Knock Push needs to wake up. GOG themselves also have to wake up, because just one good game is not going to suffice you to make it into the next round. So all of these squads, I know that, you know, Bole Bhatke somewhere is also on the hang. So is the side of Unstoppables. But Initiative Academy, all of a sudden, you know, the way they've woken up into the game, the way they've been trying to, you know, place themselves and try to rake up those points as quickly as possible. And that's the best part, you know, when given a chance, they go for those finish points and eventually play for placement points. Even in the previous game, the way they were able to place themselves was absolutely phenomenal.
Exactly. Now, if you really talk about the invited teams for a second, right, there are a few teams who I'm really concerned about. One has to be Team Mayhem, right? Team Mayhem has been on the lower charts for quite a while in every one of those games they have played so far. Apart from Team Mayhem, even Team INS has sort of got themselves those lower middle positions on the point standings, even Hydra for that matter as well. Hydra, of course, they're still looking to go for those finishes. They're still trying to take those fights confidently, but they're suffering as a result of it, losing players in the process, which just doesn't really enable them to kind of move inside the final circle and really fight for those bigger points. But of course, apart from that, you've got Revenge Esports as well, who's got one good game, and they're still looking for more. So even for the invited teams, it's not really easy. But of course, for you guys, it can be easy if you get this phone coming in from iQOO. Some really old games out there in display, isn't it, Arka? I mean, I used to play those games when I was a child, but of course, coming back to the day itself, I really want to know your opinion on the underdog teams who are sort of struggling right now, and what do you think?
One knock push, right? They are one squad, even before we came into the casting today, we did speak to them, right? We did ask them, how are you feeling today? And they were like, we're just feeling like going for a knock and then a push. and literally that is what they said. And I was expecting that.
They justify their name every single time, though.
Yeah, and that is what I was expecting from them. At least did they realize that after they get to knock, there's going to be retaliation coming in from the opposite side. And they need to fight that out as they're going to make a push. And that seems to be not going down in their favor. And so is the side of Faith, They were the, squad which crawled themselves into the next round compared to the previous round itself. So they still have a lot of crawling to do in case they continue to play the same way. So they need to wake up right now, try to, make sure that they get the maximum of what they can, because they got 32 finish points last time compared to just 17 placement points. That is 0 winner chicken dinner is what they raked up. So it's important for them. Whereas, the side of one knock push was also have the same kind of fate where they had 26 placement points and just 15 finish points for themselves. So somewhere I feel these are the squads who need to do some change when it comes to the overall map itself. But the reason why I don't speak about Elite squad as of now, one good game and suddenly they become that hooligans in the squad, the hooligans in the lobby who just go around breaking up as many finish points as possible and dominate and get around 10 to finish 15 points for themselves, close to or at least gain winner chicken dinner.
Of course, right? I mean, especially for a lot of these underdog teams, it's all about calming themselves down. Now, I was still in that vicinity where you can give them that, I would say, wiggle room to still figure out themselves and their strategies, right? Especially in those 1 or 2 early games. But of course, especially when we are starting the third penultimate game of the day, it's not going to be that easy for them, especially how the invited teams are starting to dominate themselves and really free their arms right now as they stretch their legs on this map of Erangel inside this flight, which starts from Stauber and ends towards Primorsk, a flight path which just dissects the map into different halves. It's all about where the circle is going to form, because initially the first circle was a rather basic circle, you must say.
Absolutely. Now, there were some early fights which we're looking out for, and that was towards the side of Farm, military base, and let's see whether that's going to be happening in the second map of Erangel. And I know that, we have been halfway through the day, and we have been speaking about this, right? For few teams, it's a do-or-die situation. Right now, if they consider it as a do-or-die situation, they'll avoid the, further DODs as well. So let's see what's going to happen. As of now, we can see that there are some distributions in the map. Nobody seems to be going in close proximity with one another apart from the side of Mayhem. And right behind them is another one. Probably it's the GE. No, GE, stays back at Rozok as always. So they're going to stay over there. Mayhem is going with some other squad towards the side of Jojo. That's a good thing to see. But a huge chunk of teams jumping off at the end of the map itself. I think it's going to be Kemen. It's going to be the side of INS, all of these players going in towards the side of military base.
Exactly right. Now nobody has really changed the drop location, right? It's a very usual circle that we get to see again towards that Gatka center, and might just happen towards it. This is what we have been sort of used to the entirety of BMOC in round 1, round 2, whatever you want to call it, and we've seen it kind of move away from Gatka in the final iterations. But if you talk about the drop locations, then nothing to be very specific. It's literally the same drop locations, and teams have been very disciplined in their way of sort of holding on to that drop location, right? Again, you see that same split coming in from Orangutan, which I'm really intrigued by. You've got the 3-1 split where one player from their side actually goes into the southern island. You've got Kemini Sports very close by, INS also holding on to the southern compounds of the mainland itself. And it's all about those rotations, right? If you time that rotation even a split second, maybe later on or early, you might be in the middle of a kerfuffle.
Absolutely, but at the same time, one more thing is that today is the day they've gone in for a strategies like this, and the next time they try to go in, they're going to be an open book. So it's better they watch out for something like that. And at the same time, if they rather go in for a split, I think that's going to be much more better. As we can see, Team INS as well as the team's OGs are taking the vehicles and trying to come close to one another, whereas Initiative Academy on the other side, they want to eventually be that 4-man squad and try to take the fight towards the enemies who are holding off towards the side of Giorgio. Or probably they do feel that nobody's at Giorgio, just go there and pick up as many farm equipments as possible, as many resources as possible, because early farming will always give you that confidence of taking an early fight.
Exactly right. It's not just those early farmings and the grocery shopping. It's also about those early rotations. Have a look at this though. Team INES, they are in the middle of a fight right now where shots are being engaged. This Team Orangutan, they are being hot on their tails. They are being chased around as some sort of retaliation finally comes in. Trigger is still safe at this point though. But of course, Billion and the rest of the team from INS, they are really looking hot so far. Joker just rushes in. The nade comes in pretty close as it explodes right on top of the vehicle. Brief comes in as Trigger gets a knockdown to his feet.
Yeah, absolutely. This early skirmish between the side of INS and OG seems to be a fair fight. As of now, we can see one person already down from either side and a close range battle. This is turning out into the favor of OGs all of a sudden, as we can see that Joker, the last man standing, has a lot of job to do as grenades are going to be lofted towards him. And from the side of OGs, there are some shots being put in front of him. But what a shot coming in from his side. He exactly knew the information was already given away. Believe is down on a few HP. Now we have to see the Uzi versus Uzi fight. Who's going to take it home? As right now, Believer has got a little bit of an higher opportunity with that goal. Oh my god, Joker goes in for a duck shot. Immediately is going to be, rewarded with it as well. Goes in for a revival. OGs have got one last man standing. Can he come immediately and make sure he gives the right kind of a finish and end the story for Team INS?
It is the end of the journey for Team Orangutan, it seems like, because right now there's no way Ash can come in and save his fallen comrades. At this point, it was an actual ambush coming in for Team INS, and they just did not have any sort of mercy. And I must say, it is a very healthy trade-off. They got 3 finishes with just 1 casualty, and we haven't really seen this so early on into the game in a very long time. But they were just hot on their tails. We just got to see a Tom and Jerry chase right at the start of the game with no real incentive, to be honest. Team INS, I understand they are towards a lower third of the placement standings, but the fact that they go after Orangutan right from the get-go, this is a different INS, and they mean business.
I mean, when the cat is hungry, what do you expect it to do? It's going to chase back at every single rat in the lobby, and it's just going to chew on them. Orangutan had a very good chance. It was a 1v2 situation at one point of time where Joker was the last man standing. Both of the players could have charged in together and taken it off. But I really like how the game started to open off, and Joker's presence of mind is something which we have to credit a lot. A grenade was tossed in right above the US to make sure that it does strike a fear, but Joker realized that and he was like, let me be a little on the southern or probably let me just duck down and avoid that splash area.
Exactly, but then again, right, the way Orangutan, I talked about how a single change in rotation timings can cause a change and cause those skirmishes early on in the game itself, and that is what happened, right? Orangutan did not expect that a team like INS would actually go after them because they're not really used to it. INS generally loots around the southern 6-pack that we get to see, and they just tend to be there, and from there on they start the rotation towards the center of the circle. Instead, this time, they just wanted to go for finishes right from the get-go, and that is where the change in tactic sort of put really Orangutan in the middle of the water, just like Ash is there right now.
Yep, and that's their last ray of hope. I just hope that, you know, he doesn't give up his location because of that broken boat right to the center of the water, and they are like, let's just go in and see if we find anybody in the waters, and in that case it's going to be the final finish and the final nail in the coffin against the side of OGs. Now Team INS somewhere, I feel they can play much better as they've got a little bit of a confidence push by those fights.
Yeah, they certainly have confidence, but of course they've lost a player in the process. But I hope, but again, right? I talked about this. It was a healthy trade-off. 3 finishes, and with just 1 casualty, they would have probably wanted another one to actually go along with it. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at this fight yet again, right? Team INS ramming inside the compound, and Trigger, of course, he wasn't really prepared for this battle because he was just being chased, and he finally garaged his vehicle with AK and Believe just providing that sort of support. They were en route, right? AK gets his first knock for himself. Believe gets a knock elsewhere. It was a 1v1, but the only problem was Believe did not really have anything to patch himself up. Even Joker, right? Giving that space, giving that room to work with, but this shot just really dragged down a lot of those HP that Believe had to work out with. And I mean, ultimately, it was just an assassination coming in from Team INS, and they had their target set. There was nothing that Ash could do. Look at this, right? He just abandons his vehicle because he knew that if he tries to commit any further, he's just going to get completely died down.
Absolutely. Now 1 knock plans yet again, being those squads a little overconfident, due to which they had to pay the price. Initiative Academy is going to be welcoming that finish with a lot of happiness and open arms, as we get to know that, you know, sometimes when you're going in for a rotation clash, you need to understand and maintain all 4 people together, at least in this part of the game, by this time of the day itself.
Yeah.
Because it's important for you, right? Once you stay away, the rest of the squads will be looking forward for domination and trying to get as many finish points as possible in those rotation clashes. So your fate is going to be this if you're just going for a
split. No. This is really bad. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the vehicle is off the trees.
And it was a good one. The change of skin actually gave them a little bit of a help, I would say. But Initiative Academy knows exactly what they're doing. They're really happy with how they performed so far. They're going to stick together. But let's look at the other squads, you know, at this point of time. One being GOG and one being the side of Faith. Both of them coming in from the eastern side of the map, with the circle again going centralized towards Gadka. I know that GOGs love to place themselves in a perfect spot when it comes to the map of Erangel, but just in case Faith tries to backstab them in that want for finish points, which Faith is actually lagging right now.
Yeah.
What's going to happen next?
Who knows? I mean, GOG might succumb to the brilliance, but of course, look at this, right? The airdrop on top of the roof. And now this is a really big problem, especially for our classy players who actually crave for those drops. But elsewhere, you've got another problem created for Hydra officials, Parv, who is in the middle of a really big problem. Now, look at this, right? There's no sort of support. You've got Jackson and Zoro quite below. You've got some sort of smokes around him as well, but there's nothing really to play around. There's just 1 stone cover, and that's about it. And with the Team Mayhem being adamant on pushing him further to really tip him off the edge, it seems like it's very hard for him to kind of survive this point.
Absolutely. Now Tempest is coming from an off angle. He does know the location of at least more than 1 player, and that's why he's trying to push his luck. Atlas also knows that the location of Parv is going to be pretty much revealed as the smoke is going to get extinguished. He's waiting for that few seconds, and so that he can dominate against them. But on the other side, it's going to be Dynamite striking against them, trying to put fear into the hearts of Mayhem, as Tempest has something to choose between going in and reviving his teammate, or trying to take the fight and making sure they're vulnerable. But Tempest on the other side, almost down to a HP, saved by the bullet is what I would like to say, as Dynamite almost puts him down. A very, very good spray coming in from their side.
Absolutely, through the crossheads. I mean, there was no way that man actually connected that spray, but Team Mayhem, they're like, what just struck us? And how are we going to survive? Of course, they still have just 1 player down. They can still put up a very plausible fight, but of course, they need that trade potential up and running, right? They need to regroup and resettle into this fight, because they certainly aren't stabilized. They are a pack of wolves, but they are not really united, and that is what they need to focus on right from the get-go itself. But Hydra, I love what they did right there, trying to survive, trying to just recover from that initial kerfuffle that they were in. But so far, so forth, it's Dynamite still finding that finish for himself.
Oh, absolutely. Now, I really love the formation coming in from the side of Team Mayhem. They could have just dominated just in case nobody had got taken down. I really love the way coming in from one corner, Team Hydra were actually the, the people in the crosshairs of Mayhem. But ultimately, the way it got converted coming in from the 4 players of their side, especially from the Dynamite holding an off angle and doing an amazing job was something good. As Mayhem, they just put a false flag yet again. They just thought, looked like as if they were retreating and eventually gave it back to the faces of Hydra, picked up a finish for themselves, and that's something good to see. Sometimes you need to put that false flag in the game.
They certainly do, right, Team Mayhem? They are looking strong right now, especially when they've confirmed 2 finishes for themselves. But this is exactly where they need to fall back, right? They need to have their priorities set so they can maybe fall back and figure out and have all those players up and running, which they need in the final stage of the game. For Hydra, though, they have had their sort of moments. They've lost 2 players in this battle already in the midst of a rotation. Certainly not the ideal situation where you want to be in. But how do they recover from it? How does Orangutan recover from it? And how does all the other teams who have lost a single player recover from it is what we need to figure out. Have a look at that. Towards the extreme southern edge is where Ash is just reeling while the rest of the where the rest of the crew is just fighting along. You've got most of the teams moving towards the Pochinki Hills region. Now this is a northern shift, right? This is a shift which I didn't really expect. I thought that Gatka would be the prime center of the circle, but it has sort of moved away from it right from the get-go in the 3rd iteration of the circle. So it's really interesting to note.
But for me, the point to watch out right now is nobody coming in towards the side of school, right? There's a huge area which doesn't have much of a higher ground, I do understand, but it's really got some really good hard cover to play around with. And I somewhere feel that Joji is going to be rotating all around and try to come over there, as at this point of time, a 3-way Mexican standoff pretty much possible.
Oh,
as BK will find a tossed vehicle upside down, and that's going to be the end of the story for BSOP from the side of BB, as they're going to be pretty much vulnerable at this point of time, as more than one squad are going to be looking towards them. Faith Angur, he was a pretty much overconfident, and that's why he gets taken down. And look at the backup coming in from their team, as they immediately going to be pushing it. But eventually, a strike comes in from far away. I think that's going to be Sniper. He's going to be the blessing in disguise for the side itself, but ultimately Faith was able to, find that opening to put down the player of BB, and now they're going to be reviving one another, making sure they're over 4 men standing.
They certainly are, right? What a strike it was, just like you mentioned. Team P6 from the shadows on top of the church itself. Just strike Team Fate, especially when they don't really expect. They all huddle up. They just thought there's only one guy on top of that goddamn building. Let's just get him. But of course, for BB though, it's not a really good times for them, because only 1 or 2 players are surviving right now. INS though engaging against one knock push elsewhere. Most of the teams are starting to come into Pochinki. We haven't really seen a Pochinki final circle in a very long time, and we sort of get to live those hot drop days yet again, right? This is what iQOO BMOC is all about, and I love this already. They've only lost 1 player. I'm talking about Team Faith. That is going to be Spear X, but the rest of the team, they're still strong. And let's just have a look at the replay yet again, right? This is where Scream comes in, right? He gets Angur on the process. I believe it was a later guy. Yes, Xenopi was the one who actually got Angur, just completely rams him with the vehicle itself. He goes up, and this is where Team Fate sort of realized that let's just try and push him down, and here comes Team P6.
Yep, somewhere from far away, but eventually it was good that Sandy Jor and his teammates stuck together, made sure they went in together, or else the story would have been different. His Joker from far away was also picking up some finishes for himself. This rotation clashes seems to be going a little heavy for the squads who are looking forward for some really good points for themselves. Team INS, I do understand that they're trying to put that pressure off their shoulder by getting those initial finishes for themselves, which is actually working well for them. But the point of concern is for the side of one knock push, for the side of Hydras, and also for the side of, the few of the other teams, even Kevin for that case, because Kevin Esports also have to put up a very good fight, or else they might get taken out. Unstoppables at this point of time with the best spot in the house, and the zone is again shifting away from Pochinki, forming somewhere, favoring the only hard compounds of Pochinki. We have to see which team will prioritize to go to the only hard compound on the southern eastern side of the map, where you can see above the eye of Pochinki.
Exactly right. Now this is bad. The circle, it's just merciless against all of these players, as most of them start ambushing in the ruins region. Even for Kemin, for that matter, there's enormous traversing that they need to do to get inside the circle, right? The rest of the players, of course, they are already on the move, and the circle just takes it drastic shifts after drastic shifts, and nobody expected it, especially from a circle towards that eastern edge of the map itself. Of course, Pochinki is where all the action is happening. I believe one knock push have also made their way inside. Team Fate, they're already sort of set up fortress over there as well. For Team GE though, they're sort of comfortable in these compounds. They are still inside the circle, no real compulsion in engaging in battle. But of course, the kind of position they're in, we sort of understand that the circle is going to move away from them in the further iterations as the battle further continues in the heart of Pochinki itself.
Yeah, absolutely. BBs are going to be pushing in as quickly as possible, trying to, you know, hold the highest ground possible, or hold the highest topography possible, or the highest real estate possible, because they do understand that sometimes in the hard compounds close to one another, you need to make sure that you have some kind of an off angle to one another, give the cover fire, and also take up some finish points for yourself. It's going to be the side of TUB in a very, very bad position in the open grounds, getting taken down one player at a time with the last 3 or 4. Let's see how much more placement points can they play for.
Absolutely right. With one player down already, Global Esports aren't looking as strong as they did in the first one game itself, 1 or 2 games. And this is what their whole strategy was all about, right? Once they get that first big boost for themselves, this is where they can kind of get to a free roll and they can just play around with their opposition at this point. Of course, Pochinki, the habitat of so many different teams coming in from different regions. You've got Phule Bhatke right at the center of it. You've got MYM, you've got P6, you've got, I believe, Team GOG in the mix as well. You've got Team Faith who are here for a pretty long time. It's already laden with teams. I'm not really sure if it can host any more as teams come and try to look for real estates even further. It looks like New York right now. Sprays coming. Beautiful connection, but Kid, of course, does not get the knock right off the get-go itself.
Absolutely. Somewhere far away, I did see in that finish feed that GOG had put an end for one of the players of OGs, if I'm not wrong, and they're going to be eliminated with just 1 finish point for themselves, and that was the least expected thing from the side of Orangutan in this game. But P6 on the other side, they just let go of the church area, which IE have actually, you know, come in and capitalized on, and this could be a game changer in case the circle is going to be shifting towards the side of church, which is kind of, you know, hard to see, but it's good to see that, you know, most of these teams are having 2-man squad under 1 hard compound, so that when the challenge is occurring, it's going to be hard. It's going to be Karan, the last man standing from the side of, you know, knock and push is going to be cleared off from the side of INS, and that's going to be another finish, the 5th finish coming in for the side of INS.
Sewerage Pipe's not really the ideal position you really want to get a 1v3 out of, right? But of course, this circle, it's very, very important. Look at this beautiful drone view. Kudos to production who's giving us such a nice vantage point. And oh my god, the circle shift yet again. I would request production to show us, because this is important. The entirety of the housing of Pochinki has been ditched left, right and center, and the circle is once again like a magnet on top of Global Esports. Like, what is happening?
Even the Hydras have done a good job to hold the right center, the dead center of the circle. Look at Revenge going in for an early rotation, making sure that they get a little bit of a real estate inside the circle itself. Kemen Esports, with all 4 men standing, they exactly know how to strike, because they have a little bit of an high ground supporting their favor as well. GOG have to make it inside the circle. BB, MYM, and also I think it's P6. These 3 squads have to fight their way into the circle, and that's the only way for them. IE on the other side can also take a slow shift from the northern side itself, but look at this, a good grenade comes in as Shelby gets taken on, but from far away it's going to be GE Joker who's going to be stealing that finish, if I'm not wrong, or probably no, it was MYM Tempest who's going to be stealing that. Joker from far away puts down Paramar as well from the side of Elite Squad.
Now you have to understand why this compound is so important, right? It is right at the southern edge of the circle itself. Most of the teams coming in from Pochinki would really want to get that compound, and that is one of the reasons why the prices of that piece of real estate has risen so high. Elsewhere, of course, Team Kemen Esports, they're the team who really have to perform. A lot of fan expectations, a lot of past performances have come in to show that they are one of the teams who really belong to the upper echelon, but they haven't really shown us performances that speak the same. This is pretty funny though. Team GOG, all of these players, especially Scooby FTW, caught up in that mix behind that truck itself. A lot of casualties have happened because only 13 teams and 36 players are alive.
There's one small call corner which they are holding off right now. GE Joker doing everything right, taking that high advantage. Look at that, they put down another person at this point of time. They could be a boon or a bane either for the side of Skemin Esports or even for the squad of Faith itself. Now we can see that Sandy Jod has got taken down. I just hope that he doesn't go forward for him. There's a grenade being tossed in from the side of P6 that's going to be eliminating the side of one player of MYM. Tempest and Atlas has a lot of job to do to make it inside the circle, as it's going to be P6 who is going to welcome them with a lot of throwables and also lead, because these two finish points is going to be boosting their confidence a lot.
Like I told you, right, this squad house is going to be quintessential for the movement, right? It kind of connects Puchinki to the rest of the circle itself. If you have control over this squad house itself, you get that vantage point, which helps you clear off the surrounding areas, and then you can press forward. And this is one of the reasons why P6 is attracting so much firepower. Of course, Kareem is going to take one player down, but retaliation comes in from average play. Zayden and his finish will be taken up by Team P6 as they're still feeding upon the scavengers.
I mean, 3 finishes and still not stopping. Look at that. This good grenade can open the doors for Atlas. And Atlas is going to be... Oh! It almost pitched away from the window, or else the story would have been completely different. As Kid P6 is still going to rely on that. In the minimap, we can see that the zone is again shifted far, far away from most of these teams. And most of them have to fight to make it into the circle itself. Now, GOG, they were holding a very good spot, thinking that, they'll have a very good time further into the game. But they also have to come out in the open, probably in the crosshairs of P6 themselves. And now Tempest finally gets taken on because of Pablo. Let's see whether they're going to capitalize on this and have a push and make sure that they get that final finish.
Now this is a lovely death trap, right? Every one of these teams, they are sort of caught in between a rock and a hard place. They have to traverse further, but Team P6 will keep on gatekeeping them forever. If they don't move in, none of these teams can actually manage and cross them and enter the circle. But of course, finally they have their priority set. They are on the move already. But look at this! GOG! They slam into the compound, and Team RBNG, they are sort of really inside a pickle. But out of nowhere, Team P6 also decide to land in. They are prone in, and they're taking shots against Team GOG. This is an absolute brawl fest as a Royal Rumble unleashes themselves. Everybody is just chiming in, and they look to overthrow the competition on top of the top rope itself.
Absolutely, but at the same time, the most important point for us to see is this, that P6 just became a blessing in disguise for the side of GOG, or else that would have been an end of a story for them. They still have old foemen standing in case they revive one another. They've got 5 finishes and they're doing really, really good so far. But Hydra Dynamite on the other side is actually making them pay with really good grenades being tossed in towards them. Bullet is going to be the man down on his knees. Another grenade goes in towards the side of Sniper, gives up the location for Nico. He's going to be putting the final name in the coffin, and that's going to be Initiative Academy getting off by the... Global Esports getting off by the hands of Initiative Academy, and also GG sending one home themselves.
Exactly right, but I love what Team GOG is doing. They've smoked off the entirety of the right in front of them, right? They're cleaning off their sides first, and they have got the control, the majority control of the circle itself. With 4 players up and running, they've got this extra pair of eyes inside the final circle, and they can dedicate particular player to a particular direction, and that is what they're doing. They only have to be careful about one little soul, that is Crazy Soul from INS, who is coming in from the back lines. If that gets taken care of, I believe the high range advantage that they have, they can hold on for a couple of more circles. Elsewhere though, Hule Butke, they get spotted, and average play gets taken down. Team Initiative Academy, they're looking pretty strong. Even they have 4 players inside the final circle, and it looks like it's going to be a hell of an affair. We have 12 players, ladies and gentlemen, up and running as Initiative Academy look to destroy Hydra Dynamite.
Hydra Dynamite at this point of time just slithering here and there. He has an opportunity to take down the side of DG before he gets taken down. He's going to move away from that position, but just by saving, I strongly feel that any second soon it's going to be the end of the story for the side of Hydra. Zoro is still giving away information. DG, the crosshair seems to be not working out for him, but he's doing the right thing by striking fear inside them. Dynamite, he's healed up to his fullest potential. Now got a very good opportunity, but slowly comes into the crosshairs of DG. Now this is the final fight to the finish, as Dynamite any second soon. Will IE put an end for them is going to be the next big question.
Oh my god, poor guy Dynamite tried to put him a fight over there but didn't really survive. I'm pretty sure even Nick OP is not going to survive for long as Initiative Academy. They are unleashing themselves. They move like a pack of wolves and they are dancing across the ring as they assert dominance. 8 finishes already and they are rampaging. Loki gets another one. Nades lobbed and Leader OP might just get blown apart any second soon as retaliation comes in. Bailey though finally pointing to OP, and that's another finish. It's Initiative Academy who are just asserting their authority, and there's no way anyone can say anything about it. It's a Nazi rule, ladies and gentlemen, and Initiative Academy, they are doing it.
I mean, this is the third match where I've seen them dominate absolutely like a charm. It's going to be Faith player getting taken off. Now, this is just a fight to see who's going to be taking the second position. INS also gets taken off. Bullet is the last man standing. Can he do a 1v2 or can he get himself a finish point is something which we have to look out for. He's going to give away his life outside the circle, and I think that is what he's looking out for. At this point of time, it's all Initiative Academy. They have winner, winner, chicken dinner written all over them.
Might just be, unless Bullet actually has other plans, his meds run out, and that is when his life is going to run out as well as the Initiative Academy. What a dominant final circle it has been. A winner, chicken dinner to their name. 11 finishes, 2 back-to-back great games to work with, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. This team came out of nowhere, flipped the tables around, and I just can't believe it, Arka.
I mean, this is what you can expect from an underdog, right? So they can strike you when you're the weakest and eventually dominate. This is what the whole points table is going to look like. GOG Esports, they've somehow made it to what they have lost in the previous 2 games.
Yeah.
And at this point of time, 19 points in total for them, 7 finishes. Decent, I would like to say. Initiative Academy on the other side, you know, that winner, chicken dinner. This is where they're going to cement themselves into the next round as well. So there are a few teams who have done the right kind of job. Hydra Official somehow comes into the top 5. Faith, Team INS, the squads which we read, right? These are the teams to perform. When you ask me which are the teams we need to perform next, it looks like they've done it over here. P6 is somewhere in the bottom bracket or the mid bracket. But the point of concern is still for the side of One Knock Push, for the side of Orangutan, for the side of Kemin Esports, because these were one of the fan favorites before they made it inside the game itself.
Exactly right, fan favorites, of course, not really performing. Orangutan had 2 good games, but to follow up, they couldn't really get the momentum up and running. They haven't really ride their tide. Kemin Esports, though, this is where concern really rises for them, because they're yet to get that good chicken for themselves. They're yet to get that good position for themselves. They got 1 good game, an average game. I would say they had the podium finish in the map of Miramar. I just hope when the next Miramar map returns, which is going to be the next map, ladies and gentlemen, Kemin Esports might just redeem themselves. But of course, a player who has redeemed himself in this game is going to be the iQOO MVP. And yet again, give me the drum roll, ladies and gentlemen, as it is Global Esports Nakul who is up on the leaderboard with 6 finishes and just 783 points of damage.
Precision is all what it takes for you, you know. Sometimes you need to be consistent, sometimes you need to be precise. Now, Nakul was all about picking those knocks which were lying here and there, and he was also giving the right kind of support. 1 assist is all he could bear off, but I strongly feel that, you know, his teammate did all the hard work and he was the person picking it all up. Now, on the other side, we're able to see INS Joker was also doing an amazing job. Let's not forget the clutch he was able to pull off against the side of Orangutan, where he was 1 man standing. 5 finishes is what he's raked up. Right behind them is going to be 2 players of Initiative Academy, DG and Lazy 2K. I mean, the dominance of DG is absolutely good. And leader OP coming in from the side of GOG. GOG, somewhere in the shadows, are leaving a mark every single map they're playing. And that's a very good thing to see.
GOG again, for them, it's been all about their good games, right? They had a good game on the map of Erangel. They come back in Erangel, they have a good game. But apart from that, Miramar and Sanhok hasn't really been all that good for them.
Yep.
As we transition into the map summary, ladies and gentlemen, nothing specific to really talk about. You've got those 4 grenade finishes, which is sort of like a default, especially when it comes to situations like round 2, round 3. We have seen 4 grenade finishes. I was sort of expecting a little more, considering we had 9-11 grenade finishes in the first few games. But apart from that, the healing numbers also seem to be pretty standard. The longest finish distance also being around that 275 mark. Nothing really specific that stands out for you. Arka, is there anything?
I don't know then, because right now the only thing which I'm able to see is that there's a repetition of knock and finish ratio when it comes to the previous round, right? So if you're getting knocked, you're gonna get finished very, very quickly, and that is something we are looking out for. But at the same time, let's look at the FD graph and see how things have turned out, because most of the squads have performed really well. So apart from 2, that's going to be Global Esports trying to pour off as much lead as possible, got 1,785. You know, I think that some other team took that hard work which was actually given in by the side of Global.
Yeah.
Like 8 finishes what they've got. Initiative Academy on the side crossing 2000 yet again when it comes to the damage, but the 11 finish points, they're going to be happy with that because they got that winner chicken dinner.
Of course, they are going to be happy, right? But the rest of the teams just yet to establish their marking. Still see P6 sort of racking up those damage numbers, but nothing really special on the finisher side, as well as their white building isn't really as tall as their green one. And this is what what we sort of understand, that right, the stark difference between just being purely aggressive and getting those damage numbers and being efficient and racking up those finishes for yourself, because finishes is what is going to give you those points, ladies and gentlemen. We know that already. You need a lot of them. You need that consistent 10 point at least from every single game if you really want to qualify. Consistency is something we haven't really seen from a lot of teams, to be honest. Teams mostly have their on and off switch going on. For Orangutan, it has been 2 good games, 2 bad games. For Kemen, it has been 1 good game, 3 bad games, to be honest, 3 average games. For Global Esports as well, like 2 really good games, and then nothing really to show for. So consistency is something which we are still looking out for. Initiative Academy as well, I think these are the teams you have to really look out for, especially the kind of performance they've sort of displayed in the last 2 games, especially the chicken dinner, just dominant display.
Absolutely. Now we're going to be looking at what iQOO smartphones have to say to us, because they have been coming up with some amazing devices. The new device, it's something unique, and there's a video for you to explain.
iQOO. Experience tranquility.
Yeah, Heroes in stage power before they are so good.
काफी मजा आया।
आजा। ऐसे तुम भी रेडी हो जाओ।
You know, one thing which I love about that promo, from the inception of gaming, they just show all the games until the king themselves, BGMI, is played, and then the crate just falls in and creates the Neo itself. So that's going to be one good of a device which is going to be dedicated just for gaming. I'm wanting to see what are the other features they're going to carry. As of now, we just know that the chipset is the best of, you know, in that category itself. But at the same time, the charging, which I love the most, you know, there has always been a sentence which we have been saying that, you know, my battery is low. You guys play a game, I'll just come back. And this time they can say that my battery is low. In just a game, I'll get 100%. I'll just come back. You know, that 100% can give you a lot of playing time.
Exactly. But of course, this has been a really, really good start to this day itself, right? This match kind of tells us a story that Initiative Academy, they're sort of in the mood right now. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners to work with. They have turned the tables. They've made themselves solidify that position inside the top 6. For now, though, of course, 2 games are still remaining, but you always have to talk about the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. And this is where we sort of saw INS and their ruthless version, where they assassinate Orangutan when they least expect it.
I mean, the way Joker was playing with that Uzi, right? He exactly knew when to press that trigger, and that trigger discipline did help him out a lot. And in that final moments of the game as well, where AQOP was also low on HP, that is where, his crosshairs were actually placed. Obviously, his teammates were inside telling him that, this is where he's standing. But the final spray was something which was really good. Look at that. He just goes in for probably a bend, and then he goes in for that shot.
Now, you know what? This is where I still kind of tend to figure out what is going to be Orangutan's next move, because there is going to be another Erangel match, right? Either they have to change their drop location, or they have to still live in that Cold War situation. Do they go for revenge against INS, who are their very close neighbors, or they're just going to loot pretty early and get away from it? I really have no clue, honestly, but I hope they figure out something. But this was one fight which drew pretty long, right? You've got that Hydra versus Mayhem skirmish, and Mayhem really did not have a chance over there, right? Hydra, they recovered from that fight pretty well and just came back after it.
Yeah, and this was Fate's moment where they really thought, they might get extinguished because of the backfire which came in from the side of P6, and I really love the way these two, just imagine, if Sandy and Jod did not rush together one player at a time, they just went into his cross and they get finished off. That was something they least expected. But as of now, Global Esports, the position they were holding was absolutely perfect. They were taking control of the zone until the zone started to shift away from this position. It was P6, they were holding that one good ground at the side of Church. I just hope they'd stayed over there and then taken a rotation towards another side. But still, game is a game.
Exactly, but this was the point, right? This was the tipping point for most of the teams who were seeking shelter inside Pochinki, because when the circle shift north, I'm going to be honest with you, Arka, I did not really expect that circle shift, because most of the teams, they were like, what do we do right now? And also for P6, right, the stage was set. They were holding a southern compound. It was inside the circle. The teams inside from the heart of Pochinki, all of them are going to start rotating. And it's just an open field for them. They've got the vantage point. They can just acquire so many finish points. But even they were dished by the circle itself, which pushes further north. Kemin, of course, did not really have a chance with the last player being taken out by Team Faith. Team Faith, for that matter, I guess, they're the teams who are still sort of still crawling up. They're starting to make their presence felt, but they're not quite there yet.
Somewhere after this game, the confident boost what they've got, that's going to push them up, that's going to push them harder to perform much better. But there were points in this game which was actually a shocker for me. That was one being the side of Global Esports still dominating, and this push coming in from the side of GOG. I really thought that, Revenge is going to finish them off with one player also behind this vehicle. You see that he's going to be starting to spray, and one last player of GOG is going to be alive. But somewhere far away, that P6 player on the top, he's going to be landing a grenade, or he's going to be landing some shots, and due to which, that's the end of the story for them. Yes, GOG did perform really well until it was the side of the Hydras and iQOO started to push in towards them and eliminated them. Apart from one last player who was far away, and he knew that there was a rush coming in from the side of IE. It's better we play for placement points, and that is what we do.
I love what Global Esports did right there, right? They were still holding on for that podium finish, but Nakul just did not really last pretty long. Of course, the circle ditching them. And having said that, Initiative Academy, the way they recovered from Nakul and all his shenanigans was pretty good. But after that, they looked to be on a roll, because they just did not really stop, right? Every single opposition, every single fight they took, they looked dominating. And the way they abominated the likes of GOG, you've got to give it to these boys, because these lads have really worked hard to get this for themselves, and Sanhok was the tipping point. Now they're just benefiting the fruits of it.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a point where Initiative Academy were the weakest when Global Esports had put two players down, and they were really far away from one another. Just in case some team at third party at that point of time, Initiative Academy would have told goodbye from the lobby, and that would have given an opportunity for the others to come in and dominate. But at the same time, Global Esports, somewhere I felt that, they know that they've done the job. So they did not want to come in and commit too much into a fight. They're like, it's unnecessary. Let's try to put up some placement points, make sure that we cross the 100 mark, make sure that we are the one of the teams to watch out for in the BMPS itself. So that is what their mindset was. And at the same time, GOG had a very good opportunity to actually come in and dominate when they heard that third party fights happening over there. They could have been the third party in that fight, but ultimately they also didn't choose to do so, due to which they were just having a smile for being in the second place.
Of course, a podium finish is a podium finish, and they racked up a lot of points out of this game. So I'm not really sure if they are going to scoff at their position. But having said that, GOG with 2 good games, even they are well in contention. In fact, a lot of teams are in contention. As if my math is right, I figured out that there are at least like 4 or 5 teams who are still in that 40 to 30 point marker in this. At this point, right? And we still have 2 more games to go. There's still an opportunity to get those 20 extra points so that you can directly qualify. But it's not going to be easy. You need those 10 good games if you really want to solidify. But so far, there haven't really been a lot of teams who have, achieved or kind of outperformed so far. It has been Global Esports. You can talk about Initiative because they racked up a lot of points out of those 2 games. But apart from that, barring those 2 teams, I'm still looking out for another team, let's say, who is...
BBs, not BBs. I'm so sorry. There's one more invited team which has been doing really good job so far. Big Brother Esports, right? Even they have done a good job so far. So GOG is one of those squads who have done good really so far. Orangutan, they just need one good game. You know? If they get just one, not even a big chicken, just another 20-pointer for themselves and then another game of 5 points, I think OGs will make it. So they need to concentrate on that. Stick together. That's one thing which they're losing, right? As soon as they drop off in the map of Erangel, one person is so far away from the other 3. I think those are the minute things which probably might not look big. But just imagine if Ash was there. They could have eliminated the complete squad, right? And given that 4-pointer, and from then on, they could have easily dominated the lobby itself.
They could have. They honestly could have, right? But again, ladies and gentlemen, it is probably time that I take a little small break as you guys are going to head into the next game itself. Fixes is tying up his shoelaces. He's all ready and pumped up to cast escape for you guys.
Absolutely, and I'm going to be welcoming with open arms to find out what he has to say about the previous game. There were a lot of table turn, right? You and me, we did speak about that in the break itself, that, we need to start speaking about the side of Faith, the GOG, and also One Knock Push, Team Mayhem. All these squads suddenly performed really well. I wouldn't say One Knock Push performed, but the rest of them did perform, right? What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've been privy to certain situations where we've got few teams that are the late bloomers, right? And that was exactly the case. But likewise, I really loved the pointer that you brought it up, because I was wondering, when's the desk going to bring this fact that, Orangutan had one of those players on a split, right? A 3-1 split with INS was really keen on looking, and they capitalize. That is how merciless things really get inside the iQOO BMOC, and that will keep going on if they do not fix that for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's look at what iQOO smartphones have brought up for us. It's going to be something new. The promo is so beautiful to watch. Let's go back and see how it looks yet again. I mean, the more we speak, the more we go out of words. So let's keep those adjectives a little more further in the tournament. Yeah, Neo 6, as I said, from that cassettes, which they do show us of gaming, until the big dogs of BGMI dominating in the gaming industry, they're saying that, we have been there and we will be there to make sure we'll dominate the market. And that's a very good statement coming in from their side, and a confident one coming in from the side of iQOO smartphones themselves.
Of course. I mean, this one, banger of a phone, 870G. Processor, right? The Snapdragon coming in. It's premium segment is what we're talking about, where we're looking at. But while I say premium, it certainly comes at a price that you can really afford. So might as well check that out on Amazon specials, and you've got time to participate in a little bit of a raffle. And if you're lucky, you're gonna get 2 lakh rupees up to coupons. But For now, we're gonna head off yet into the deserts of Miramar, and this is where it all comes down to, right? A lot of the teams that have been invited haven't really been fairly performing well, and one of the bigger names, or rather one of the biggest names, Kemin Esports. They need to make these 2 games count, and the first Miramar game really went out well for them. They need to have a back-to-back good game in Miramar.
For me, the other 2 names, the big names, are going to be, the side of Orangutan and Mayhem, right? So these are also those 2 squads who were on the radar. There were a lot of fan followings for them. Did cheer them out in the chat. They were like, they're going to make it in the next round. Just imagine comparing the invited teams and the underdog teams. You're able to see it's the ratio being favored towards the side of underdog teams. P6, they can do much better. If they do one good game, they're going to make it in the next round. Unstoppables, yet again, they're also on that boundary line where they can make it across. But GOG have done a good job. Initiative Academy have done a good job. And I don't think anybody else so far has dominated well. But yes, they're still in the race, and that's a very good thing to see. And let's not forget speaking about the side of Elite Squad.
Of course, I mean, Elite Squads are yet to wake up from this slumber. Just one of
Last
those good Miramar games, and we've been privy to that, right? Those final games of Erangel, they just manifest some sort of unearthly spiritual forces, and they go all guns blazing, ladies and gentlemen, as we head in yet to the deserts once again for one last time in the evening, as the flight path trajectory going all the way from Minas Tel Sur towards Junkyard. And this is where, I'm going to really look out for where the zone is going to form by, because now this is where teams are starting to get really serious. They're starting to feel the heat, because once the day started, it was, still one bad game. Yeah, you've got 5 games to go. Then it sort of went on. Now it's the reverse countdown that's into the play. And this is where a little bit of a trivia for all these viewers out there. I had a little chat with Joker, and he was pretty adamant at one thing. If he said, Fixes, what we're going to do is we're going to try and play the first 2 games really safely, try to earn as many points as we can. But if things don't go our way, then we're going to take the highway, and by highway it means looking out for the other teams. And this is something that they've already started to do, Orangutan being one of their victims. This time I'm really excited. Who are they going after?
But for me, somewhere my heart says go for that zone where you always wanted for, towards the side of Prison, Minas. That is where, finally the zone is going to happen. You're going to have a smile on your face. I just hope this time I don't get betrayed, as we can see a bigger chunk of the squad are trying to concentrate on the eastern side of the map. And we all know GOG always tend to, I just missed it by a little bit of a distance, as it's going to be a southern map. Porto is somewhere you would want to stay and hope that the zone is going to be pushing in towards them. But as I was speaking about, right, GOGs have this thing of going towards the side of Campo, late rotation coming in from their side. We can see that OGs are going towards the side of Al Azhar, but I can see one more squad amongst all of them in the green parachute. Who are they?
I've got to look out, actually. I mean, the splash of colors, I believe it's Orangutan at El Azhar, Campo Militar, being taken by GOG. No doubts whatsoever, but we've got a little bit of a skirmish right from the very start. It's going to be again the players of One Knock Push. This time it's not INS, but it is Mayhem.
Exactly. Now, both these teams need to understand this is an unnecessary fight for both of them. Just get away from one another and try to play for as many placement points as possible. But One Knock Push, Red Viper is like, I'm being the IGL, and look at what I can pull off at this point of time. Trying to play around with the mines, eventually puts one player down. He's going to be using a pistol to finish him off, and eventually turn his concentration towards the rest 3 players. They all have a DMR, if I'm not wrong, in their hand. There's a mini as well as a sniper in their hand, and the Red Viper can actually dominate on them. They just left one goat behind so that the rest of the clan just run away.
This is where, I'm kind of a little happy about One Knock Push, of course, not meeting the same fate as what happened to them in the last game, but Atlas, a little lost. Proxy, he needs to understand, needs to go for those stabs. Sprays from this direction generally does not work out, especially when you've got your aim assist off as Saad. He's going to be trying to cook up this little grenade over here, trying to get the better out of Mohit, or maybe Red Viper, both of them charging at his direction as the grenade goes lobbed out. He needs to play on the surface. Goes into the ADS, a wrong decision, being punished heavily for that, as Tempest, the lone survivor over there, has managed to take down 2 players with that 1 grenade, and now he's going to come in with the push. Yeah, tries to turn the tables behind, and there you go. Tempest is making the dream alive for the players of MYM, as it is going to be a 1v1 situation with Proxy has the S12K to work around with, and let's see if he can really go in, still trying to take those few pot shots out there. Finally connects, and it is a clutch to remember, ladies and gentlemen, as INS find themselves going after yet another squad.
I mean, can you believe that, you know, Team Mayhem pulling off for something which was impossible against the side of one knock push? Stay together. Make sure that you don't let a person knocked off. And that is the lesson which you're going to be learning hard at this point of time. But Tempest, I really love the way he was able to hold on to his temper, the composure coming in from his side. He knew which gun to be used at one point of time. One good grenade. This is where my statement comes out true. One good grenade is better than a mag which is wasted.
Oh yeah, of course, and especially, you know, one grenade that gets you 2. But look at INS again on the manhunt, as they now have players of MYM in the crosshairs. Brilliant with that M249, just trying to spray the vehicle out, and it's been blown into smithereens as MYM decided to have a little bit of a laughter, all suddenly being turned into misery as INS. They're going to be the pesky thorns. They're going to be the team that everybody hates. They are the villains of the show, but certainly making it so much more spicy.
But I would like to say this, that, you know, looking from the side of INS, they look like heroes for me at this point of time. Because ultimately their fans are going to be vouching for them, right? They're one of those invited teams who are capable of something good.
You know, this is what we love, right? It's a complete package. You always need that one team that is going to be making all those, you know, nitsy moves, you know, trying to go after the players, you know, trying to go after the teams, care nothing about for in this world, as Orangutan again have to hold their fortress, and this time it's against an hungry elite squad.
Absolutely. Now, we all know that, you know, Elite Squad is capable of wonders when they stick together as a pack of wolves. Orangutan have to make sure that, you know, they have all four men standing. This is not the first time we are able to see that Orangutan is facing this kind of a fate just because they are not playing in together. Ash at this point of time is just cooking up grenades to make sure they're on the defensive side. A grenade which has been tossed, which does the damage to himself. I don't know what he was thinking. Was he going in for the window, or was he trying to, you know, bounce it back? But at this point of time, it's going to be ES who we're going to be pushing as hard as possible. Trigger has got a grenade in his hand. I really want to know what kind of guns they're holding at this point of time. Oh, both of them have a UMP. The broken one which you call forward for. Let's see whether they'll be able to dominate with that, because they're going to be walking into their crosses if they're pushing.
You know, at this point, they need some you know, reinforcements, and I believe that's on the way. There you can see AKOP and Believe really entering into the fray, but they are not going to be able to provide the cover fire if you've got smoke entirely throughout those compounds, and that is something that Elite Squad have done really well, as Ash and Trigger holding on to their dear lives, just buying enough time for the players of OG to try and find a good area from where they can fight those bullets from. At this particular moment, Orangutan would be happy if they sort of somehow manage to escape from the situation. Trigger just coming out of his cover, running a few pot shots, but not getting anything substantial done. A shot finally gets taken down, and here comes the cavalry from Orangutan side, marching in to get all these finishes to their name.
Absolutely, it's going to be an easy job for them in case they stick together. AKOP, not the right thing to do, but ultimately a good backup comes in. Exchange of blows on both the sides. It looks like OGs at this point of time are on the higher end, but Parmar is going to change the story, as he's going to be raking up more finishes for himself. It's going to be Trigger and Believe who have to do a great job. A grenade is being tossed towards them from the side of Believe. In case this lands in the right corner, it's going to be much more easier, but it's not gonna, as ES at this point of time might have the final laugh. All they have to do is hold on to their nerve and push when the time is right.
Yes, that is exactly what they're doing. Chod trying to just land a couple of shots over there. Godwin right beside him, as Orangutan somehow have managed to recuperate in this particular fight. Believe has taken the rooftop over here. Few good grenades is exactly what they need at this point. Orangutan already one man down. Ash no more with them, but he's going to provide all those information as Trigger needs to step out to go after Parmar, which he eventually does, but no is going to be the answer, as he gets absolutely shredded into pieces, one after the other. Orangutan, well, the apes are finally falling down, but Godwin, or rather Parmar, just landing into his own Molotov over there, as we finally are in for another fight. It's going to be revenge going after P6, with final boss being taken down.
Absolutely. Now let's see how things will turn out. P6 are in the dominating side. They're really happy that they have one finish all above them. I think that, you know, P6 need to be composed at this point of time, because this is one of those squads which dominated so well in the previous rounds, right? We did see a very, very mature gameplay coming in from their side. I just, you know, want Shelby to be given that opportunity when the time is right. Every single time we're able to see him, he's already in that position where, you know, he has to go in and give up his life, or probably take a knock, probably take a punch for the team, and every time he's gone to that situation, he gets taken out. But final boss, a good IQ coming in from his side. He's going to be holding up towards the side of that AC duct, and he's going to be so happy being in over there. I mean, P6 exactly know where he is at this point of time, and they're just going to hope that they finish him off as quickly as possible. There's going to be a peek coming in from the side of Sniper, and he's going like, I finally found you.
I mean, he wouldn't have lived either, right? Because the moment he fell down from the dock, he was anyways going to get taken down. He was just trying to delay the inevitable, and he did that for a certain few moments. But again, for P6, again, one of those teams that loves to take the God building out in Los Leones, and Revenge did not really anticipate that, maybe just dealing with it as, you know, this is again one of the iconic squads, right? Back in those days in different titles. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful clutch being pulled out of Tempest out of nowhere, as well, one knock push decided to push in together. It was a push in tandem, but Tempest was so well prepared for all the adversities that came his way. He dealt with it in such a smart manner.
Absolutely. You know, what I would like to say, trigger discipline is something which came down to, you know, there was a point of time where he could have actually come in out of that haystack with the pre-fire, which he didn't choose to do so, and due to which it costed the whole squad something big. Now, let's see, they have one last opportunity in the map of Erangel, and we all know who's going to unleash themselves in the final map itself. We have seen, a pattern coming in from the side of ES when it comes to the final maps. GOG at this point of time, it's good to see that they have chosen to go in for an early rotation rather than a rotation where they get a little bit of a damage from the blue zone itself. They've come in towards the side of Los Leones at this point of time. Eastern side of Los Leones, I don't know, somewhere I feel that the colors have gone down. How many of the squads? 3 squads already out of the equation. Mayhem, Knock and Orangutan being one of the most key teams to be actually working out with.
Yeah, already 2 of the invited teams taken out of the picture. And this is where Orangutan's chances of qualifying look pretty slim at this point. Despite having 2 really good games, they have just one to work around with, as Kevin Esports getting the better out of GOG. As Nick, he's just going to get blasted, as Kevin Esports somehow they're going to look to reconcile and get a few more knocks to their name. As Revenge, they're going to again absolutely put the whole squad of GOG into shambles, as 2 of their players have already been finished off. Now, GOG is one of those teams that has had 2 very good games so far, right? And
in the map of Erangel.
Yes, in the map of Erangel, they've sort of cracked the code. They've been feeling really comfortable. But now this is where, for Kemin Esports, they need to do something, just playing around the, Los Leones upper edges. And now, Elite Squad, they're on a manhunt, right? They've dealt with Orangutan pretty early on. And this time, maybe they could go after Kemin.
I would want to agree on that point and see whether that's going to be the case. But at this point of time, I just feel that, Kevin Esports is going to look the strongest possible and try to make sure that, they take as many finish points as possible in the corners itself. Because right when they come to the center of the circle where they're taking more than one fight, that is where they're not able to take up finish points, because they're doing the damage. They're putting players down, but they're not going to convert. They're not able to convert that knocks into finishes. And that is something which they need to concentrate on. At this point of time, look at that one player all far away to the eastern side above Vendetta, and he's got a very good vantage point to actually give that initial knock and allow the whole squad to actually rush in towards them. And that's going to be Destro, the man who's got experience at this point of time. He can expect a very good backup. He needs to get a backup at this point of time, but if Parmar comes leading the fight, I don't think so it's going to be an easy job for him to take down a squad.
Really, but again, Kemin Esports having the best spread out there, Justin opening things up, giving enough avenue for Destro to try and go pushing in. If he can manage to get Notwin out of the, rather Godwin out of the picture over there, it would be really, really good, but instead goes after securing that finish. It's Denny over there. Now Godwin caught in a little bit of a pickle over there. Needs to look out for his teammates who apparently have already let him be. You know, Godwin, I do not know. You're all stuck by your lonesome. Just be on your own. We have to get some of those juicy position points. We have to march ahead without you.
I mean, I strongly feel that Elite Squad has got something planned, right, at this point of time. Look at that coming in. Godwin is trying to spray. Few more bullets is what was required. He's just saved by the bullet, is what I would like to say at Destro at this point of time with low on HP. He's still trying to take this fight, rather go for a heal. He's not got anything but bandages for himself. He's going to be putting that up and giving an opportunity for Godwin to go in for a push. But a very, very good vantage point is what, you know, Destro is holding. He knows that it's not going to be easy for Godwin to go in for a push. In case he goes to cook up a grenade, that is also going to be visible for his screens. But at the same time, Godwin, what will he do as a grenade is being tossed towards him? And he doesn't realize that as well.
I think he has a slight idea. He sees this a little overcooked by Destro, and not the apt sort of a grenade that he was looking forward to. Had it been cooked a second earlier, had it been thrown over there, could have been a different story. But right now, Godwin and Destro all by themselves. A little bit of company coming in here for Kemin Esports, as both these players just resorting to all the bandages that they have to play around with. And I'm kind of confused as to what is going on in Kemin Esports' minds right now, because I really saw the cavalry come in, and then the next moment they sort of backed out, right? And this is where it comes down to the fact that they're kind of oblivious about how many players are around there. So they've left Destiny all by his lonesome, who eventually wins this fight against Godwin. And we'll get that little one first hit, and he's going to patch himself up. But the big question is, has he done it enough to get himself inside the circle safe and sound? As the other players are looking for blood, as Robin barely survives.
I really love the way Robin went in for that, you know, and he exactly knew that is the only few seconds I can hold my head off, and very, very well played. But Elite Squad at the other side also realized that, you know, they've just had 2 men standing. They can't afford to lose more. They've got 4 finish points. They can play for placement points. This is an unwanted fight according to me, but a vehicle has been moved towards the side of Jord, which he realizes the zone is pretty close to him. He can just make it inside, but he has to realize one more thing. If he tries to taunt out the big dogs, they can come in really hard against him, and that's going to be something which he doesn't want in this game.
They were making some hard decisions, but Initiative Academy getting the better out of the players of the Unstoppables. So we're already one finish secured, and now PG, well, just lying down, you know, trying to spray down a couple of bullets over there, not really connecting any so. But there you have it. Just when Kemin were thanking their stars to survive, it is going to be the players of RVNG. And Akshay getting the better out of the IGL. And suddenly, Kemin Esports seem to be crippled down. And with this zone taking that of a northern shift a little bit over there, Hydra officials, this could be the chicken dinner game that they were longing for quite some time.
I mean, with all 4 men standing, something doesn't go right with them every single time. Look at how P6 have gone in close towards the side of GOG, and that is where we're going to be going in. Leader OP is trying to do his best. Eventually, Shelby is going to do the damage. MJ on the other side is also trying to survive as long as possible, but ultimately, he could put 2 players down before he get taken down. The finish points is something which is lying around here and there. It's important for P6 to pick them all up and try to make it inside the circle, as it's going to be GE who have heard all this happen before, and they are the opportunists. Every single time they come in as a third party and pick up as many finishes for themselves as possible, as Shelby is in the crosshairs of Nakul. Manya has got a bit more closer towards the side of Pablo. It's going to be Sniper, who's already down on his knees, who's going to be burnt off any second soon. Who is going to be the better of these 2 teams at this point of time?
Oh, that only time's going to tell. AJ burning a little bit over there. Should be fine though. But at the same time, look at the players of your esports. Mania, he understands there's a push coming right his way, gets the better out of that one player, as now they know it is going to be a 1v4 situation, as they go bouncing inside the compound, as Team P6, they're also going to meet their makers. Of course, Global Esports really coming in, but Elite Squad, they started off with a banger, but suddenly are reduced to just 2 players, Parmar and Jor. I believe they do not have any meds.
Exactly. This is how farming is more important in the map of Miramar than anything else. You need to have the right kind of, farming. At least have really good medkits for yourself. Rather, I know it's hard for a heal battle in the map of Miramar, but still, it's going to give you a small ray of hope when you're trying to play late into the circle as well. But one team is going to be really happy with the performance so far is going to be Faith, right? This is one of those games where they can rake up really good points to make sure that I have a fighting chance in the final map. Kevin is coming back on their tail. Global Esports is watching all this happen yet again. They are the opportunists. Now, ES, Permar and Jod, in case they strike hard against the side of GE and clear them off, which is next to impossible, in case they do it, then it's going to be a much easier game for them from here on.
We have seen impossible things turn into reality in the iQOO BMOC. I'm not going to be surprised if that happens, because Global Esports, they have no idea of the existence of the players of Elite Squad, as now a little bit of a fight breaking down. It's going to be Sonic who opens it up against Crazy Soul, instantly secures the finish over there as he's going to march in, and this time it's going to be Joker who has to somehow hold the assault against 3 players pushing it at his direction, as Akshay somehow still managing to get the better of the compound. Now would be looking to kind of re-stabilize themselves a little bit before again entering into the fight.
Absolutely. Sometimes, I really pray that there were some grenades which could trigger as you move in towards it or something like that, and that can actually change the whole game itself. Let's see in further days to come whether that's going to be added, but as of now, looking at what is happening, GE has complete control over this terrain, but they have to make it inside the circle, where again they're waiting to capitalize, and Knuckle gets taken down from some shots far away. This is the time for elite squads to come in and capitalize, because there's one man down, somebody is reviving him, there's another person right behind him. It's going to be easier for them as Mana has already gone in for a rotation. Let's see whether that's going to be the case, as Mana is walking into the jaws of death, and it's going to be in the crosshairs of Faith. Can they strike at the time is right, as this does some damage, but Manya survives.
At this point, I'm really having my heart stop at Kevin Esports now, which is survived by 2 of their players. And now I believe Global Esports have a slight idea of a threat looming right behind them. And there you go, Parmar. Now he's going to show himself up. He's just 1 bullet shy, right? 1 bullet and he's done for. There you go. No trouble over there for Joker's side, as Short survived all by his lonesome as Nakul. He's going to be going in with that push, as now all he needs to connect is that 1 perfect 1 bullet, and will have no trouble in getting that in the midst of it all. Global Esports get a squad wipe, but we do have Initiative Academy pushing after RVNG.
Oh, that blast radius still coming into the favor of them, and eventually IE is going to be dominating this, as Akshay, the last man standing 5k, will have a lot of job to do. I know Mighty is still alive, and he might have to give the right kind of backup for the side of Akshay to actually clear things off over here, but somewhere I feel that Revenge with 3 finishes, they're looking more stronger with the kind of confidence they're carrying. They have 1 squad, IE, after losing a player. Look at the quick thinking coming in from the side of IE. They're eventually going to fall back and make sure that they pick up that man who's down on his knees, but Global Esports, again, third party.
Oh yeah, of course, they're going to enjoy themselves, right? And this is something that they did talk about, and the underdog journey that has been going with them finally coming into fruition. All their hard work finally paying off as they go in after Revenge Esports. Akshay and Mighty, just the 2 lonesome survivors. Knuckle gets picked off, and he's going to be wiped out before he can even scream or yell for help, as AJ, well, he's going to try and patch himself up. It's the 5th circle. Some real serious damage being dealt by the zone. But somewhere down the line, it's not going to bug AJ a lot, or maybe the players of Global Esports. As a matter of fact, as Mighty has his back choked the opponents, and AJ is going to capitalize, and then is he going to be traded off? Yes, is going to be the answer, but Akshay will fall into his demise pretty soon, as another fight has erupted right in front of us. It is going to be Hydra going after BB.
Now BBs, they have a very good corner from where they're cooking some grenades, and if that does do the damage, then it's going to be the end of the story for them, as BBs have all 4 men standing, whereas Hydras on the other side have 1 last man. He's going to be coming into the crosses of Scooby, who is almost got taken down. Zaidan knows his exact location. He's going to be pushing in that M4. Do you think it's going to be enough? Somewhere I feel it is. At this point of time, BB needs to hold on to their nerve, pick all 4 men, and then go in together. Eventually, average player is like, I am enough for that man. He's going to be putting an end for them.
Oh yeah, of course, but now the job is not yet done, right? They need to somehow get inside the circle with the players of Faith having a little bit of a higher ground for themselves. This is certainly one of those games that they need to really go big. They started their comeback story in the previous game of Erangel and certainly have sort of pressed on as Hellgod. He's being pushed over. Somehow has managed to deal with the threat so far. Needs to get that finish instantly on the players of Ule Bhatke, as Zayden will be the next mark on his targets, as he is going to be spraying down all that lead with his arm at Zayden's direction. A little bit of a damage though, not enough, but it's going to be Scream who goes in for the cleanup from the backline, as INS, the ones who were causing a lot of trouble for the other teams, are still in the top 3.
I mean, I really love the way INS is playing this out. As I said, this is the game for Faith not to lose. They're going to be holding to this corner as much as possible. They've got high ground advantage. They have real estate as well. All they have to do is restrict the side of BB to make it inside the circle. At least 2 players. If they can restrict only 2 players and try to concentrate on them, it's going to be much more easier for them to take this winner chicken dinner for themselves. But let's not forget INS. They have to choose now with 3 men standing. Either they go with the side of BB or either they go with the side of the other team, which is towards them, and that's going to be Faith. And which team will they be able to fight out in a frontal battle? That is the final call for them.
Mexican standoff in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. A 3v4v3 situation with Faith having the best positions to themselves. Of course, it's going to be INS and the players of Big Brothers fighting it out amongst each other, or maybe Faith could be the ones capitalizing, or it could be entirely different with both the teams pushing in from both the different directions, applying enough pressure on the players of Team Faith. But regardless of whatever the case may be, Uncle is just going to go ham after the players of Big Brothers. And again, Big Brothers, a team that did manage to get the chicken dinner in the map of Miramar. The big question is, can they do it again?
Good things comes for those to wait, right? I'm really going to see who's going to be waiting and trying to, you know, dominate when the time is right. At this point of time, Faith has everything in their favor. You know, the zone in their favor, the terrain in their favor. All they have to do is concentrate on one team, or probably have vigilance on both the teams and allow them to walk in, as it's going to be easier to pick them off with that high ground advantage. Spear on the other side is going to come in from another angle. He knows that, you know, BB will least expect him to come in from the complete left flank, which is happening towards them. Faith on the other side is going to be cooking up a grenade at this point of time. If this grenade connects, then it's going to be much more easier for them, as the grenade does do a little bit of a damage. He's got that the broken gun in the horizon. It's going to be somebody trying to push in towards him, but doesn't connect it properly. A backup comes in immediately, but Joker is doing the job for the team. If he lands up, there's one more player down, and it's going to be much more easier for INS to pick this up. You said they were the chaotic one, and it looks like they're finding every single thing possible.
And they certainly can march in for the chicken dinner, as Spear has been caught between a rock and a hard place eventually, just to get taken down. Now this is the final showdown, ladies and gentlemen. Big Brother Esports going after INS, a 4v3 situation. Certainly have the numbers though, but INS do have that little bit of an altitude to play around with. Hellgod starting to cook up his grenade, would want to toss it at Billion's direction, but look at Billion making all those Billion moves, as now Shane is going after the players of BB. Zen OP already maybe getting caught off guard, but no, is Beast anticipating this beautiful flank. There you go, Zen OP does figure it out, gets a beautiful knock. Joker on really low HP, somehow needs to fight it out, but eventually has to calm down this Billion. He's going to make those big moves, but it is going to be a back-to-back Miramar chicken dinner coming up for the players of Big Brother Esports. 7 finishes to their names, and wow, how deep have they dug, especially at a time when they needed this so desperately. 7 finish chicken dinner, that is exactly what they wanted. Team INS 6 finishes and a 2nd spot to themselves, and Faith getting a top 3. We are in for some crazy last game of Erangel.
Somewhere I feel that now it's going to be hard for the side of Orangutan. It's going to be hard for several other Revenge Esports themselves as well. Global Esports done an amazing job. Now the next question is going to be this. We all know, let's just go very quick in reading this out. Big Brother Esports with 22 points, going to be happy. INS on the other side with 18 points. Even they have done an amazing job previously as well, right? Faith 15 points, least expected time. They've struck when the iron is hot. At this point of time, Ule Bhatke have got 13 for themselves. Now there are some points for us to discuss. How many squads are going to make it into the next round? Just 6. Now, let's count and see who have got the highest possibilities right now. Big Brothers with 2. It's going to be easy for them. Global coming in the first position, obviously because of the kind of points they've raked up so far. The third team is going to be probably the side of Initiative Academy, performing so well. 3 other spots left out. INS have done a great job so far. Faith have done a great job. GOG have done a great job when it comes to the map of Erangel. And then we have Team Unstoppables, OK coming in from their side. What else do you have to say? Which are the squads who have a very good fighting chance in the next?
Even Orangutan, if they sort of go big in the final game, they certainly could get some desirable results. But now taking a look at the iQOO MVP, ladies and gentlemen, who is that one person that has dished out the maximum amount of damage? Has to be Akshay 5k from Revenge, right? Again, Revenge, they started off really well. They had a really good past in the game of Miramar, had that top 3 finish also to their name. This time, however, Global Esports did come to spoil the party for them. But regardless, you know, Akshay was the one who sort of had the last laugh, right? Going after AJ. But the top 5 players right in front of us over here as Helgod from Big Brother Esports has certainly made his mark over here. Same can be said for Sonic, Spear and Parmar from Elite Squad, one of those players that dished out majority of the damage against that one fight with Orangutan just to wipe them out. And suddenly Orangutan is dealing with the cusps of getting eliminated from their journey to the BFDS.
Absolutely. Now Matsumi comes up to show us that, you know, you get knocked, you get finished off as quickly as possible. As we can see, the ratio is completely clear over here. The longest distance finish, something which we expect to cross 300 in the map of Miramar, is come down to 187, lesser than the map of Sanhok. You know, that is where, you know, we're going to have a little bit of a smile on our faces. It's not something which is positive by the end of the day. You know, but yeah, 7,444 healings.
This was one of those Miramar games that we're really not privy to, right? This was one of those Miramar games where we sort of anticipated maybe a rather slower build-up, but it was action right from the start, right? Which has been, well, rightfully reciprocated even in the FT graph that we have for you guys. Revenge, they were the ones dishing out a lot of damage with their DMRs, a lot of mini 14 actions being visible, but suddenly caught themselves in the midst of 2 or 3 teams pushing at their direction. We also had INS who were on a lookout for these players, but INS, sort of the way they started the journey in capitalizing on the MYM and 1KP fight and then wiping them off, being the absolute villains in the storyline that we had. And suddenly they're the ones who had really bad first 3 games, and then they realize, all right, now we have chances of qualifying maybe, so in the final game they might not be in pursuit for any targeting. Maybe.
Exactly. Try to play for placement points, right? But ultimately, you know, in the map of Erangel, the final map, when teams have nothing to lose, they go all out bonkers, right? They're gonna probably, you know, cut off rotations or probably go in for an initial skirmish itself, make sure that they have that 4 finish points and then try to play for placement points. So I'm looking forward to see. So yes, coming back to the healthy discussion of which are the teams who have a chance. Name me 3 teams who have a fighting chance still into the next, you know.
I really believe, you know, GOG, you've got even Orangutan in the mix. We're still going to talk about them a little bit later because now our friends from iQOO have a special message to deliver all for you guys just about right now.
iQOO. Experience tranquility.
Yeah, सबको Heroes in stage Power report that they are so good.
काफी मजा आया।
ऐसे भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Once in a blue moon, you get an opportunity to grab a device like that. So I'm looking forward for it, you know, to make sure that I have my hands on immediately as soon as it's launched, because you need to experience those gaming, you know, from the get-go till the big dogs. That is what the storyline is coming in on their ads. But yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, the iQOO Neo 6, ladies and gentlemen, it's still yet to be released in India, but we've got a little bit of tidbits, right? Snapdragon 875G processor, along with that 80 watts of fast charging. I mean, this is where I'm absolutely sold out, right? Especially for you, the ones who are catering towards esports. You need to have those you've got those barely 5-10 minutes of break when you have to shift between one room to the other. That is when you can get your phone juiced up to 50%. But now we're gonna head into the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, and find ourselves again as the mystery sort of has been unfolded in the map of Miramar. A lot of really weird fights from the starting, and this is where we really thought that maybe one knock push, they finally managed to get off their miserable state and get back to the action. But that is where it all went awry, right? With just Tempest just pulling out a clutch of his life.
Absolutely. Now, that was an important point for us to watch out for. They could have come in different doors. Look at the kind of openings it had. But still, everybody chose to go in from one entrance where a grenade was being cooked at. But INS on the other side, the way they were able to dominate, you know, then chase out a person and then finish them off. Least expected from the side of Team INS from the get-go, and surviving until the end. That is something which I least expected.
This is heart-wrenching for all the OG fans, right? Again, those splits that they're kind of indulging into is really paying them heavily. Not for the first time though. First time it was against INS, this time against Elite Squad, getting the better out of them. Despite the fact that I really felt there were certain chances where they could have done better, right? In kind of how they formed, how they took those fights. And then this is one of those moments where Team P6 got the better out of finding boss. But despite that, Revenge still had a really good game.
Yep, absolutely. Now, there are a few points which I want to discuss about OGs. That fight was actually going in their favor, but still they did not make it towards them. I wonder why, you know, they were pretty much overconfident. Yeah, when you have a player like Miramar from your side who can actually turn tables for you in that frontal battle, that is what you can expect from the side of OGs, I guess.
But you know, right after OG were eliminated, Kemin Esports suddenly found themselves in a really tough spot with Destro. I do not know what was his intention, trying to just creep in from behind, especially at a team like Elite Squad. This is something that he's going to regret, right? He's going to kick himself in the feet later on when he watches all the videos of the matches. And you know, I do not know how Kevin are going to pair off because just one last game remains. And I don't think they've collected enough points. Had this been a really good game of Miramar, there might have been chances where, you know, you could have said that yes, Kemin Esports is still in the mix of things. All they need at this point is a really, really big chicken dinner with say around 15 to 18 finishes to their names. And then those decision makings being made by Kemin Esports, you know, having Destro left by his lonesome, since suddenly thinking that maybe we could go in for the revive and then suddenly backing off. I really did not figure this one out, just exactly like what AJ was trying to do, eventually had to pay the price.
You know, AJ could have done one more thing, you know, got in for that knock and just gone back to heal himself in the hiding, and it would have been much more easier for them. But yeah, all that's the speculations when the zone is eating you up so much. But Hydra officials at this point of time, they had a very good opportunity, to be frank, you know, when they had that control over the terrain itself. But ultimately, Bhule Bhatke, we know what kind of a crazy players they are, you know, they just come in crazy dogs, they just bite at you when you're the weakest and make sure that they take away the biggest chunk. But Faith, this is where I felt they gave away the game, you know, giving up their location, not concentrating on one team. and having a divided attention sometimes weighs heavy on you.
Yeah, we sort of discussed those two scenarios that can eventually happen, right? It was the latter.
Yeah.
We really thought that maybe it would be just Fate, the players of Fate trying to take down in first the players of INS and then go after BB, but that was not really the case. It was both the teams trying to push in at the same time, and they realized, right, it's Fate on the tippity top, and they do have their players alive, but still, you could just have limited amount of personnel being deployed for a certain team. So it was sort of a 2v3 situation, a 2v4 situation with the players of our big brothers really capitalize upon INS, no matter whatever, getting a second position finish with a decent amount of finish points. They're also going to start counting the chickens right now. They're also going to start, hoping and dreaming that they're going to be heading into its BMPS.
But at the same time, I really want to stick back and learn from few mistakes of these pro players, right? At one point of time when Faith had an opportunity and BBs were trying to make it inside the circle, they could have just concentrated going towards that side, because one player would have been enough to, watch out for the side of INS, right? Just try to hold them off or give info to Faith that this is the time we turn around and, concentrate on the side of INS. Or they could have come in from one angle and push the side of BBs to go towards the side of INS and then allow those two to fight and dominate, right?
Yeah, but at that point, it came at a cost of their position, right? Had they isolated themselves, just gone a little downhill after the players of BB, they would have eventually given up that high ground advantage to the players of INS, and eventually it would have anyways gone down to the wire, right? So that is something that they did not really want to, and still, a top 3 finish for Faith is something that they're going to be happy with, considering back-to-back good performances. Now, we've been talking about the late bloomers suddenly stepping up, and now just one final game of Erangel remains. Now, this is where it gets so much more interesting, because we're witnessing so many of those early collisions, right? All those vendettas just being lashed out in these final games, and especially for the invited teams, they're dealing the wrath of these teams, right? Now, the underdogs, we've been talking, few of them have been amazing, have been exceptional. Initiative Academy, we've got GOG, even Faith as of now, they have also stepped up. Big Brothers, one of those invited teams, which I really honestly did not think that they would make it this far.
I think they've done a good job.
Yeah. Now they're in the mix of heading into the BMPS, but now only the top 6. Now we've been talking a lot about that, and this is where the question comes down to Orangutan. Do you think they've got what it takes to qualify?
It's one good game. They need to do what Elite Squad have done in the previous games, right? The final map, get a 15 finish, winner, chicken dinner for themselves. If Orangutan can pull that off, they have a very good opportunity. But at the same time, there are other squads who will be trying to play for placement points, right? Let's try to understand which are those teams. P6 being one of them. Unstoppable, they have also done a decent job so far. They'll also be looking forward for a 5 or 6 points, 6 finish, winner, chicken dinner, because that's going to be enough for them. Bule Botke have also been one of those teams, right? So they also have a very good chance. Initiative Academy already made it through. Then we have Elite Squad, 1 knock, and then GG's also. They're very good at getting those placement points. So this is going to be a very, very tight situation where Orangutan will have to play it around. As in the final map, I'm going to regret not being on the desk, but I know you and Salty are going to enjoy this.
Don't worry, my friend. We are surely going to put up a show for you, because I know Salty, he's been a little salty on the sidelines, watching Orangutan and the other invited teams absolutely get wrecked. And this is the point where it comes down, right? This is where we've got to understand the body language that gets exuded out of Kemin Esports, as a matter of fact, right, Salty? Now, we've got some invited teams that we really thought, are the big names coming in. And suddenly it feels like we're going to be heading into the BMPS without them. What is your take on that?
I mean, I said it, right? There will be a lot of teams, a lot of those invited teams who aren't really going to make it forward. Certainly hoping that some of them do. But of course, the way the underdog teams have performed, it is a very good moment, especially for esports, right? Because this is what iQOO BMOC stands for. You want those challengers to face the pros. And I feel like the challengers have done a pretty good job so far.
Oh, they certainly have done that, right? The way they've been playing every single game. There's always been that one underdog team in the mix that has put their hearts out, gotten themselves into the top 3. But a device that we're going to talk about is not an underdog, right? It is a beast in itself. Our friends from iQOO have a beautiful message for you guys in just about now. The iQOO Neo 6.
Yeah.
You know, that's what is coming for us, right?
The next big thing.
The next big thing, of course, you know, we've been talking about the specs, right? Some really, really juicy specs out there. The Snapdragon 875G processor, one of the premium processors in the Snapdragon segment that we have to talk about. And again, that 80 watts of flash charging, that is where I've got my mind's blown.
It certainly is crazy, right? I mean, you get so much power, you get such quick charging, it's just great for, of course, all the esports enthusiasts out there. If you really want to get yourself one of these devices, just go to Amazon and maybe search the device. You'll get some titsy-bitsy game out there. I was just playing the same because even I want to win.
This is preposterous.
Yeah, I mean,
I asked the production. They said, "Fixes, you can't participate." It was for the viewers out there, and this is something that I have to talk about with them.
All right, all right.
Did you win though?
I got. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. I'm not a guy who actually wins when I play games. So that is the reason why I am on the desk. This is a place which actually suits me. Of course, yes, there are a lot of teams, you know, fixes that we need to talk about. Some of them facing a lot of heat currently. Kemin, Orangutan, namely, there are a lot. Of course, for Kemin, it's a little too difficult, but for Orangutan, they're still in the periphery where one good game can still make it happen for them. So what's your take on it?
You know, at this point, I'm starting to wonder if they kind of head on to their plan B, right? Because what they've been trying to execute from the very start, it's been a 3-1 split that, you know, INS really exploited and got better out of the players. And it was just Ash, who was the last lonesome survivor, could not do much. Now, this is where they need to understand that, you know, the kind of mechanics that you tend to do in your regular lobbies, you can't do that because you've got 8 teams, 8 random teams that you've never faced against into the mix. Now, they're the variables that we've been talking about. Now, Orangutan needs to stick together, needs to be, you know, one whole net unit. And, well, to be honest, they have to go big. They have to go big.
They certainly
at least secure around 10 finishes, but you know, a lot of questions, and that final one game to give us all our answers, ladies and gentlemen. As for one last time in the evening, we have the Big Bird taking it up to the skies, where we'll have our final top 6 teams qualifying from here on to relish, to fulfill their dreams of attaining ultimate glory, heading on to the BMPS, as the flight path trajectory is all the way from the Western George Paul cities towards Lipovka. And this is a lot of trouble for teams like Kemin Esports, Orangutan, who tend to drop a little bit down south.
Oh wait, OG, they've actually changed their drop location, moving towards Zarki. Yeah, they probably had to, considering the debacle that happened in the last Erangel game. But of course, for sure, this is the last dance. This is their last chance where they can make something out of themselves. It's not just OG. A lot of these teams, they are fighting for glory, just like you mentioned, BMPS on the line. And it's really, really important for them to make a mark as the fights begin, Fixes.
The hunters are getting hunted. Elite squad. All right, Parmar has been picked up. It's going to be one knock push going after them. Denny, all by his lonesome, somewhat stuck in the hospital compound as Red Viper does as his arm movement spotting out where the players of Elite Squad are. But somehow down the line, Jot still is off to a really impressive standoff as Mohit still getting the front of that shotgun right at his face, but still not connecting. Finally does though.
The underdog teams just beat each other to bits at this point as they are in a fist fight at this point. Proxy is still going in for the shotgun. It's not going to work, especially up against that Vector. He's just ripping them apart. Unutilized, unweaponed. These guys, they really have no way that they can stand right as Denny is just chewing in right from their flesh itself. But he gets the big bullet smacked in his face as well.
What on earth is happening? 1 KP still have all the 3 players surviving though, but they need to get the rest back up.
Godwin is coming.
The lonesome player that just keeps charging on, sort of oblivious about where the players are stationed. Red Viper somehow needs to unleash the wrath of his own seed, but does not do so. As Elite Squad did have to deal with a lot of casualties, but somehow survived by the Whiskers. And Godwin, he's going to take a huge sigh of relief.
Absolutely. Oh my god, the final game. We talked about it. We hyped it up, ladies and gentlemen, for you guys. And I'm pretty sure this game is living up to the hype because right off the get-go, we get to see one squad bid its goodbye. And that just might be the end of the journey for Team 1 Knock Push in the tournament.
Yeah, with the lead squad again being wounded. Just survived by 2 players. I also barely think they have collected enough to qualify, right? It was that one good game of Miramar that we witnessed from their side. But one knock push, I mean, their journey so far has been amazing, right?
Yeah.
Right from round 1 where they came in, put their hearts out, had been one of those aggressive teams, never shied away from a fight, always walked out with their heads held high as Kemini Sports.
Wow.
Just hanging around like a sword. Over their
Wow.
heads, any single moment it's going to drop down. But the circle, again, a Western Gatka circle. But, the big question is, now the first circle is going to start moving in.
Yeah.
Give me a prediction. Can they get to military base with the first zone still
I
getting over
don't
there?
really think they have enough time, right? They were almost on the skies throughout the entire duration as we moved towards the instant replay of the first fight itself, right? It was really close, especially when Shot connected that first shot, right? But of course, good retaliation came in from one knock push, and if not for the final few players of Elite Squad, this could have been another story because, to be honest, one knock push, they had that opportunity to kind of revive a few players back up and running.
But I really felt, Denny was the MVP of this
Yeah,
particular fight,
100%.
right? Especially getting those 2 important knocks, of course. 1 KP, they did not have the best of the loot, best of the loadout. It all comes down to the RNG
Yeah.
of the game. And surprisingly, none of them had a lot of other weapons to play around with. A lot of shotguns in the mix. And Red Viper kind of just gave his position away with the Uzi as Kemini Sports. The first circle has started closing in. And they're still out for a stroll. I do not know if that's the best idea, especially when you're in the brinks of getting eliminated.
Exactly right. Looting in the first circle itself. They still want to get their proper drop done so that they can get inside this game just like usual. But of course, having said that, we are already 5 minutes inside the game and moving back and forth from military base and back to the mainland. Not really sure if that's a good idea, but of course, that's enough of Kemin Esports. You've got to talk about INS as well, right? They've had a good journey. Speaking of which, they've kind of spent the majority of their time in the mid-table. Some of them were certainly good moments. And a lot of these invited teams, in fact, there's Orangutan INS as well, they're still in the brink of that one big game that can change the fortune for them. Big Brother, of course, they've sort of dominated the entire Miramar lobbies, but sort of failed to, again, shine in the other maps.
But it's all right. Like, I think they've done the heavy lifting. All they need to do is get a couple of finishes over here, maybe a 5th or 6th position finish. With decent amount of finish points to their names, I think it's going to give them that golden ticket to the BMPS. I still, strongly believe that they're one of those teams that have made the cut. And talking about the teams that are making the cut, Initiative Academy have also done the same. The only team that has managed to get a back-to-back chicken dinner today in the evening. And they're going to be fairly happy with how they've performed. And this is something, that we were sort of expecting from their side. Now, Initiative Academy, always, while we've seen them during the broadcast phases, right, has been one of those teams that are considered to be the late bloomers, right?
Yeah.
The first few games they have is something that really does not go according to their game plan, but suddenly the second, third, or rather the third, fourth, that's where they kind of pick the pace up, put the pedal to the metal and get the grinding done. But today I think they've been fairly performing well, especially since that third game after having the mercy of the zone in Sanhok around that Painan region, and they've never looked back ever since.
Exactly. Speaking of the boys of Orangutan, they really need to pull up their socks right now. Not really a time where they can slack off.
Hold on. Oh.
Yeah. Same here, right?
I had my heart out of the mouth.
The Unstoppables right there in the vicinity. I'm pretty sure both of them had a glimpse of each other and they were like, nah, not now. Bye-bye. See you later.
Just looked at each other with glaring eyes and they're like, nah, we're just gonna
that eye contact.
That little eye contact, we mean you no harm. Let us get inside the circle. We're not gonna do anything to you guys. As Orangutan and, the players over here of the Unstoppables might just find themselves in a little bit of a kerfuffle, a little bit of a skirmish. But so far so good. But mayhem.
Yeah.
I mean, they've sort of been the invisible squad this time, and finally in the final game have decided to step up this time, going after Orangutan.
The spray not really connecting. Orangutan just being protected over there by the RNG. But thankfully, of course, the Unstoppables have actually moved the other way around. Team Mayhem, though, do you really miss those sprays? Especially when your victim is right in front of you.
This is one of those moments where you're kind of a little bit low on your morale, despite, especially with what happened to them in Miramar, right? Tempest just pulled off a clutch of his lives, and the next moment he realizes that he's back to the lobby. That's something really hard to digest and recover from. And at this point, even Mayhem have made peace with themselves as their journey to the BMPS is not going to happen. They've got to wait it out for the next few couple of months, maybe in the next tournaments, to come in and prove their mettle. But for now, a little bit of a skirmish also erupting out in the cities of Pochinki. It's going to be P6 and the players of Big Brother.
It's always been that way in Pochinki, right? P6, they're sort of used to it right now. In every single lobby that they play, there is going to be another team they're going to have a cold war with. Both of them are going to loot the periphery of the city itself, and they're going to go their individual some ways, don't really engage against each other. That has been the sort of a game coming in from P6 every single time as the circle sort of shifts towards the eastern side, and new for all of us.
Yeah, a little towards the western round, around the Ganga region. And the elite squad just being survived by two of those players. Look at the splash of colors. Everybody wants a juicy part of that center, right? You do not want to be playing around the edges. You want to be as safe as possible. You just have to hope, right? Now, this is where prayers do work. And, well, we Indians are really good at that. Now, this is where you hold on to a good compound and start praying to your gods. And this time, it has to be the gods of BGMI.
It's
hoping for a merciful circular blessing. But this is where, teams like Bule Bhatke have managed to get the better of the center position. A little bit of a spread. As Hydra official, I mean, they've sort of had a, tipsy-turvy day so far.
Yeah, they certainly do, right? It sort of kind of comes back to the same old Indian saying where you actually have to go for real estate pretty early on, but the elite squad, though, engaging against global esports, have to give it to the balls of these lads because they certainly are not in position to fight a full-fledged global, right? And they might just realize it. But oh wait, no! AKOP, in fact, the entirety of Orangutan, they are on top of Everest right now, and they have a very good vantage point. Had a nice little vantage point on top of global, of course. AK dishing it a lot of damage, but not really connecting over there. MYM got in the mix of it, and at last gets going down.
For Mayhem right now, it's going to be such a tough task to get Atlas back. At the same time, a lot of noise, right? And then the circle shifts away. I do not know how they're going to get themselves into the mix. As now you can see one of the players of MYM has already retreated from this fight. It's like, I'm done. I'm going to head off from over here. I'm going to try to collect as many position points because even for Tempest, right, his vehicle has been blown over. There's no means of escape as the players of Hydra might also join the fray, Salty.
They might just ride. AKOP, though, is going to confirm one finish for himself as the rest of them go after Tempest. One smoke isn't really going to be enough, but there is another player very close by as a 1v1 engagement just starts to fray. Another one goes down, Believe, with the finish as Neon also gets wiped off the floor as Team Mayhem are just beating the brunt of Orangutan right now.
A really good start for Orangutan at that. Gotta give you for Tempest. How long does he survive? How many smokes does he have? Because the moment it dissipates, it's all done and dusted as Trigger is gonna be a little ambitious trying to connect that grenade. It's alright, you cannot really deny him from taking those chances, especially at a moment such precious when you know your life depends upon this one last game, right? If you manage to go big, there you have it. You're gonna reap the benefits as Trigger finally getting the better out of Tempest. Will order out of the lobby as they survived with just one player who's going to collect all that position points that he possibly could.
Everest, the new home of Orangutan at this point. Of course, in trivial terms, Orangutan is an ape that is supposed to live in forests, but for now, we're going to give them the habitat of Everest.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you do know, right? When you sort of head into the battlegrounds, it's all about survival. And when it comes down to that, we've got to resort to those measures, right? Find whatever is suitable. But Loki, for a moment, I felt, he's been spotted out. Orangutan has a clear idea of where he could possibly be. But look at this Eastern shift. Now, this is the curveball that we've been waiting for. And global esports find themselves at such a good position inside the zone. Now, they haven't really been the ones causing a lot of menace, where I really thought they'd be the ones creating all that nuisance, just going after squads. I finally decided to kind of settle in with a little stable play.
Yeah, they certainly are looking for stability, right? And that they have that freedom of movement. They have that freedom of choice, especially the kind of performance that they showed up in the first two games. But of course, this battle is still dragging on as Loki is still not getting any sort of cover fire or any sort of retaliation from Initiative Academy. I believe they've sort of gave him up as a sacrificial pawn, not really giving up at such an early stage, especially when Loki is up there healthy and alive. And this is where the retaliation comes in. Maybe Trigger might just get taken down elsewhere though. Team P6, they've found themselves near home in Gutkan. This is where the curveball, right, again, you talked about it, right? The western shift and then again an eastern hard shift is going to cause a lot of problems for those teams coming in from the western edge of the map itself.
This is where, I'm starting to wonder, Orangutan went off towards Zaki, did not have a lot of loot. Look at Trigger, he's playing from the higher grounds with just a red dot.
Yeah.
Had he had a 3 times or maybe a 4 times to play around with, could have done particularly better. But for now, P6, they finally moved out of Pachinki, find themselves in the heart of Gatka region, as still survive with 4 players. Now, P6 has been one of those teams that has been focusing a lot on the rotations, right? But the Finnish department is somewhere that they could have possibly worked upon. But as I take a quick gander at the map feed, it's going to be the boys from Initiative Esports that have decided to take the climb and battle it out against Orangutan. But right now, it's going to be GOG against the UB.
The buggy just flips over all by itself as MJ is preparing for engagement. But here comes retaliation as GOG get their first player taken down. The Unstoppables, so not really looking stoppable at this point. With 2 players up and running, they're still looking strong. 2 of them holding left and right as Nicopi is still trying to figure out where exactly player 3 is.
Certainly has the idea though. Leader lobbing a grenade at Phoenix's direction as trades are going to be there. Grenades are going to be exchanged, but nothing really causing enough damage to put someone down on their knees, as there you have Bullet charging at Phoenix's direction. But it's going to be INS from the backlines entering into the fray, and TUB, they're all in shambles.
This is exactly what we signed up for, right? The western edge of the circle itself. There is going to be commotion. There is going to be a lot of collision, especially with so many teams trying to go in for the shorelines right from the get-go itself. As INS are the next team that's going to push up against GOG, who haven't yet resurrected or stabilized from the last fight that they had as nades starting to explode.
This is where they've got to make those big call-outs, right? They've got to go in for those finishes. But at this point, I'm starting to believe right now, if they take that fight against GOG and if they face casualties, they might lose out on numbers. But no, that's not going to be the case over here. As Crazy Soul, he's gone berserk as leader, just all by his lonesome, is being pushed at by Joker, who gets that final finish to his name as INS wipe out GOG. 5 finishes already to their names.
They certainly are going ham, right? They've cleaned out the entirety of the western side of the circle itself. Now they can make their way in. They can make their dash in, but there's still another player. Mayhem Saad is still surviving as we have a look at the map itself. Watch out for those Everest battles, because Believe is actually gone in for Loki, a 1v1 engagement where the rest of the 3 players from both the teams are actually duking out on top of it all.
RVNG finding a little bit of a sewer ditch to play around with. Look at the spread. I love that. But how long are they going to have the mercy of the circle? Joker taking it up top over here has the perfect vision of the players of Bhule Bhatke. Zayden being shot at the same time. He's got to be a little careful because he's so much out in the open that there will be a certain team. I believe it's going to be Kemin Esports who spot them out and could easily take him down.
They certainly can, right? Global Esports, they're playing a very wild split. There is little to no trade potential whatsoever. 2-2 split all across the circle itself does give them a lot of real estate to work around with, does give them a lot of vantage point. Had the circle shift towards south, they can move in there considering they've got players placed over there already. As Kemin Esports, they are on the run and they take down the likes of Initiative Academy, who had no idea that Kemin Esports and Delta, for that matter, was there.
Delta's just blowing up the vehicle, needs to get all hands on this utility Let lies in front of him, collects those first aids, few grenades, few smokes to work around with. As Kevin Esports, they cannot settle with anything less than a chicken dinner and with some high finishes to their names. As Destro does have a little idea of the whereabouts of Global Esports, still not really poking them, at least for now. But for Global Esports, I love what they're doing. A 2-2 split, a little bit of a plan B also being implemented if the circle kind of goes towards the other side. They still have someone having the better of the circle. As Joker, he's going to relay all that information that he could possibly collect to his teammates. Now he's just trying to flatten out the styles on the body. And look at that B. It's going to be the players of Orangutan.
Yes, it certainly looks like, right? They are almost moving away from it, taking in the shots. Of course, they still survive as of now, as Mania is still on the move. You've got Hydra in the vicinity, as his entire field battle is come to terms. As most of the teams are going against each other. It's Team INS who actually ram in Team ES. Both of those players, they are inside the shack. There's nothing to do about it. But two of them actually get taken down. Team ES might just survive this, but Joker coming into the fray. But of course, from elsewhere, I believe it was Global Esports from a distance.
Yeah, I mean, I think through those little sunroofs, right? From that little shack that they managed to get the final finish. But Justin does have that deadly growth, but it's going to be Knuckle right in front of him. Has the DP, can spot him out, can go in with those sprays, but decides to leave Destro be, as he's finally going to maybe take a few shots at his direction. But he feels he's a little bit exposed, a little bit in the open. Kind of hinders himself from doing so, but still manages to connect that one shot on Justin, though. Still surviving, but Kevin certainly took a loss, trying to find that perfect area to find a good cover for themselves.
Certainly there's nothing for them to work out, especially with Global Esports also starting to join their forces. At this point, they are four-man unit going after every single team that comes in their way. This time shifting focus towards INS. The circle shifts a little towards North. Have a look at this. Joker spots down Revenge and just takes them out, right? There's no way Revenge can put up a fight, especially with so less HP and the nade being lobbed in. It's just about time when they are being blown apart to smithereens.
At the same moment, you've got the players of Kevin also dealing with the brunt of takes, but Global Esports getting the better out of the NG as OG come dashing in. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment they need to capitalize, because the players of Global Esports are all out in the open, exposed, vulnerable. Can OG do that?
Certainly, we'll have to find out, but of course, it's a little time before the entire battle starts. Mania, of course, will lead his team back to safety, would rather fall back, especially with the main compound already being compromised. AJ still trying to invade into it. The nade, will it connect though? It's still the question. iQOO on top of the rooftop might get a lot of reconnaissance mission done. A lot of objectives on the line, of course, but third parties have to be taken care of, and this man is going to be in charge of all of that.
Better out of Max Payne. As now D6 are going to start losing out on numbers. As now Global Esports, they know that it's going to be OG right on their tails. They need to have one of those players stationed looking out for them, because the moment they sort of get a little bit of complacent over there, they're going to pay a hefty price.
They certainly will, right? Global Esports, they have to look out on every single directions. They are being sandwiched. INS though, the lump of smoke that was formed is not going to help them whatsoever, but the Unstoppables have been completely wiped off the floor as well, as Orangutan look very strong with 5 finishes. iQOO takes on Joker, and that just might be the start of this battle itself. AJ needs to fall back, because there is no way he can deal with the entire force that is coming in as the infantry starts closing in. Pule Bhatke gets taken down elsewhere, as Big Brother is also on the offense. Nades being cooked in. I'm not really sure if it's going to connect though. Trigger has something to work with, and instead it's AJ who actually is successful. But of course, it's still time. Ash completely out in the open gets taken down as we...
Oh my good lord, AJ! Just pulling out a clutch of his life, and Joker coming in, and Orangutan find themselves out of this game. A huge blunder, something that they're gonna remember forever, a scar. Oh, how on earth they could mess this one up.
Nobody saw his position. Nobody.
There were bullets fired, and this is just those moments, high pressure situations. Orangutan completely caught with their pants down, and Global Esports will have that sly smile as they somehow survive.
It's Shinigami and his Death Note, and nobody can take it from Global Esports, right? They are still on the offense as they rampage across the circle itself. 10 finishers to work with and 4 men up and alive. They still Hydra and Big Brother competing for it. Big Brother though still looking in for that big game so that they can make their way in, solidify their position. INS though completely caught in an open area is not where they want to be in.
Well, certainly aren't, but right now, Big Brother Esports, a team that got invited, but somehow they've made themselves present. They made their presence felt. They have done it enough, making it into the top 3, have solidified their position. Ladies and gentlemen, they have earned that golden ticket for the BFPS, and Hydra officials for the second time in Erangel find themselves in the mix of top 3.
Yeah, but Global Esports, are they looking for that third chicken? Are they looking to dominate the entirety of the lobby and make them run on their fingertips? We'll find out. Shots are being peppered in. AJ is still looking to make a move, of course, with the confidence that they have, with the higher momentum that they are in. Of course, Nakul getting taken down might just put a halt on those plans.
Dynamite having that one really deadly weapon, the Grotza, to work around with a little bit. Airdrop support also giving you that level 3 helmet and vest to work around with. But the next important shift is going to be the circle. Look at this. It's still the 6th circle coming in, and we just barely have 3 teams to work around with.
Yeah, right, but all 3 of them have their men alive, apart from Global, of course. Knuckle being taken down might just be a big problem for them. Hydra just completely showering in those leads, taking down the entire vehicle itself. But for Joker, it's all of a boon, because he can make a cover out of it.
Yeah, he certainly can. At this point, you know, it's sort of a standoff, right? It's the trifecta of death that we've been talking about. And Zoro, I love what he's doing. You know, get that airdrop in various other ways. Knuckle just switching his perspective and trying to get a better vision of where the players of Big Brothers are. Has managed to knock one down, but I'm pretty sure he's going to get himself back up. But the next circle shift is going to decide, you know, who is going to be the favorites to win this game. And well, for the first time, Hydra official, they've got the blessings of the zone, Salty.
They certainly have, right? And all the teams who are trying to make a move, be it Big Brother or, well, it might just be Global Esports, might just come under their crosshairs. Because they need to clear out a lot of those angles as shots are still being taken. Not really sure if Team Hydra official have their fortress made so far, but certainly Team Big Brother, they have some loopholes inside their fortress as B-Slopey gets taken down.
You know, this was one of those teams that I least expected would perform, and hey, expect the unexpected in the iQOO BMOC as Krim opens it up against Knuckle, finds that knock, but look at the players of BB all congregated to one spot with Beast already taken out of the picture. It looks like a Hydra chicken dinner to me. If Global Esports do not pull off any sort of shenanigans, Hydra might see themselves through getting this one. They managed to eliminate various big teams, one of them being Kevin Esports, got the better out of them, have been the King Slayers so far, but right now they've got a very uphill task ahead in the form of Global Esports.
They certainly have, right? Nades being popped in. AJ gets blown as Dynamite looks to confirm that finish for himself. Still shots fired, smokes deployed. And Big Brother Esports, they might just utilize this opportunity to make their way inside the circle itself as Global Esports resort to the grasses and prawn.
Ready one with the nature. Joker just slithering through the little tall grasses over here at this particular patch of land. Needs to find that perfect angle. Is Zoro aware of all that's happening right beside him? Is he going to go in for those knocks? Does he have any grenade to work around with? Trigger discipline is going to be absolutely quintessential at this point.
No. Just trying to climb on top of the vehicle itself, or rather the airdrop, kind of displays his vulnerability. But of course, Joker, right? At this point, all he wants is to stay quiet, but not anymore as he unleashes himself, gives away his positioning. Is this the right decision though, as he himself faces a lot of shots coming in?
Did not have any bullets, had to go for a reload, eventually had to deal with the Brawn, but I believe he's done a good, decent job getting one of those players of Hydra. This is the maybe Global Esports were looking forward to, as AJ somehow needs to pull it off with his teammate Manya. The IGL still surviving as Hydra, despite that little loss over there, somehow have managed to recuperate. But if Big Brother Esports come in and play a spoil sport, could be done and dusted for Hydra.
This is what I love, right? Ditching the backpack, ditching the gun. Just try and be quiet. Just try and play for those placements. Just a couple of bandages to work with. But Dynamite spots him, takes him down. That's it for Big Brother Esports. But right now, it's between Global and Hydra, both of whom have got double-digit finishes to work with. 2v3. We need to figure out who is actually in the better position. It's all about being one with the nature, all about disguising your presence.
Could be one last hurrah for the players of Hydra, or maybe could be the golden ticket that they have been looking for, longing for, as Manya, when a few shots have been taken at his direction, but somehow still manages to creep through, just hiding behind those little planty bushes around him as AJ needs to patch himself up. Now, the good part about Hydra is that they know exactly where the players of Global Esports are stationed at, right? You've got that vehicle somewhere down the line. You're going to lob a few grenades out here. If Hydra had a few vehicles to walk around, work around with, they could have gone for a little bit of a run over, flush the players out of their hiding, and then go ham. But at the same time, they're going to play it safe and sound. Hydra officials, one of those teams getting invited on a lot that's done upstairs. Still now looking out for the chicken dinner as Pav manages to get a knock as Manya, the last lonesome survivor, hiding himself inside the smoke. Not for long though, as Pav gets the final finish to his name, and Hydra in here out of nowhere managed to clutch a chicken dinner with 12 finishes to their names, taking out all the juggernauts inside the lobby. And the big question arises, have they done enough, Salty?
Have they done enough? Let the mathematicians crunch numbers, as we are in awe of the performance in Erangel itself. But Global Esports, you've got to give it to the boys who've just made their team proud every single time coming in Erangel, just coming out of very tough situations every single time. The way they took down Orangutan, the way they clutched it out. Big Brother also in the mix with 16 points as well. I'm pretty sure they've sort of made their way in. Also for INS, this 14 points was quintessential. And I'm pretty sure there is a lot of battle going on for those last 3 positions of the top 6.
I'm pretty sure the team that places on the 7th position on the overall, it's gonna feel so bad, man. Especially considering how much of an effort that they've put in. It's not every day you've got an official tournament to prove your mettle, where you have the perfect conglomeration of the underdogs, the new teams going up against the stars. And this is where they're being just pushed over the thrones that they've been sitting at for so long. It's time that these chairs get filled up with some new names, and that has been the case today as we head on to the bottom half of the table. Kevin Esports, such a rough journey, and really started today and just had to come to a halt. Have to wait for the next tournament, because I've done my maths. At least for Kevin Esports, it's a goodbye.
It certainly is, right? Majority of the time they have been in the second page, and that's not how you will be able to make it forward. Of course, GOG again, for them, this road is tough ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to talk about the player who has made this all possible. The iQOO MVP of the map of Erangel, GE's own Joker. Now this lad, he's phenomenal.
No, I've really loved what Global Esports did throughout the entire game, right? That long 2 split, and suddenly realizing that they had the circle panning out in one of their favors, and they sort of instantly regrouped together. As we take a look at the top 5 players, as it's going to be a Global Esports and a Hydra show this time around, all of them performing just out of their minds, and the Kevin Esports getting obliterated by Hydra. Of course, we simply kind of missed that fight out, but I'm hoping we get to see enough of it in the highlights. But Global Esports, that one fight against Orangutan, the most iconic fight where Orangutan really wet their pants over there. Certainly could have done way better considering how the situation was, but it's the pressure, Salty, that really did eat them up, and they had to succumb to it. As we take a look at the match summary, again, one of those very early, quick Erangels where we did witness so many of those fights happening from the very start.
Exactly, right? 6 great finishes. You've got one 300 plus finish to work with, that is Nakul with 300 meters. But apart from that, nothing really special that's stands out. 5 airdrops looted. You get some shields and helmets to work with, but this is it. The graph itself, once again, global esports at the tippity top with nobody near them. Nobody can even touch them in terms of the conversion as well. 14 finishes to work with. Hydra Visual, good conversion rate, very good efficiency, but then again, they got this big chicken and they can just rejoice.
Oh, they certainly can, especially Hydra officials, because the way they started off, I think it was a P4 finish for them, and they had a decent day, right? A few of those games kind of did not go well the way they had anticipated, but the final game, when we were talking about so many teams, it was just not them, right? There were so many authors into the mix. We were talking about Initiative Academy having 2 really good games, but apart from that, we couldn't see much out of them as well. Even the same can be said for teams like GOG. They started off really well, had 2 good games of Erangel, but the others not really the way they would have wanted. So the surprise package for me today was Team INS. Now this was one of those teams that played as if they had nothing to lose at a certain point, right? They were not shying away from fights. Every single one they had, they took it with open arms and did come out as victors.
They certainly did, right? And the question that now remains is, have they done enough to actually qualify? It seems like they've done enough, because we always talk about the average of 10 points per game, that 60-point barrier, that we sort of have the hypothetical barrier that we have prepared ourselves. Because that is also on the basis of statistics, right? It kind of varies with different groups that we play. We've seen that happen in round number 2, round number 3 as well, that there were little ups and downs, there were fluctuations, but it was certainly in that region. So we still have to look out for the calculations and the point standings, and I must say a lot of these players, a lot of their careers will be on the line just on the number crunching, man. This is so tough to digest, because trust me, round 2, round 1, round 2, round 3, it was still fine, right? You just had to go for top 8. Round 2 was certainly difficult, top 4. But coming to round 4, when invited teams come in and you are just one step away from entering BMPS, it's just too much to take. The pressure, I can feel the pressure right now. It seems like I am squatting with 100 kgs on my shoulder. Trust me.
And just adding on to it, right? This was this one little point, teams getting disbanded after that, and has been a case with every esports that we've seen, but certainly not a case with a beautiful phone that I'm going to talk about. Is of course the iQOO Neo 6, and it's yet to launch. But our friends from iQOO have a special message for you guys in just about now.
iQOO. Experience tranquility.
Yeah, heroes in state power report that they are so good.
काफी मजा आया।
ऐसे भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Two really beautiful things right in front of us, right? The iQOO Neo 6 and of course Loco, India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform. Don't forget to check them out. Check out your favorite BGMI players. Everyone just grinding it out. But right now, of course, I'm talking about iQOO Neo 6, an Amazon special yet again. And for all you viewers, we've got something for you. If well, I'm not allowed to participate. Salty has somehow breached it.
Yeah,
and he's gonna deal with
different
the brunt
account.
of it. But you can participate, and you have a chance to win prizes worth 2 lakh rupees.
Absolutely. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, you should check out Loco and download the app because your favorite streamers and content creators are over there. Some of these BGMI esports professionals are also streaming their POVs, which is really important for all those esports enthusiasts out there. You get to understand all the call-outs, all the rage that happens in between the games as well. Of course, if you really want to become a streamer yourself, just like I am a really established one with a lot of numbers to work with, you can start your journey as well.
Yeah, of course. Of course, I mean, Salty is still not yet on Loco. It is a clear example how big of a streamer he is, of course, but we're not going to keep Salty aside a little bit, right? Because we've got some really juicy stats to work around with. But what a game it has been, the final game of Erangel, and more than a game, what a day has it been?
It certainly has been, right? A roller coaster for all of the teams out here. And it's just the start, ladies and gentlemen. A lot more bigger teams are going to come in action. There are going to be so many storylines and so many rivalries made. You know it, right? The theme is set. It's challengers take on the pros. And the pros coming in. There's so much in action for all of you guys coming in. But thank you so much for joining us and being with us throughout this entire journey. We'll see you on the next day. Bye-bye. Good night.
है.